Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from Hulo, Sulu, this is Queen Helen Abdulrajab Elizabeth III. Good afternoon, Global Earth. Now you see me face to face because many requested that they want to see my face because for many months I have been rose gassing and you can just see me, you can hear me through voice. So thank you very much for giving me the support and your true alliances, different nations. Thank you very much. The Imperial Lupasuk has been established, re-established, restored, rehabilitating is ongoing. We know that we are here since time immemorial. We were never extinct, nor we were out in the circle of all nations. As part of the G5 and the G8 right now, we welcome all the world to come back to the source of origin. I know that all of you are asking now, how are you going to face again the owner of the sovereignty, the owner whom you have been trying to defy is not me, it is God, it is Allah. Welcome to the fold and welcome home to all royal families all over the globe who would like to embrace again the path of light, the light that will shine again throughout the world. All of you who has monitored me, please, this is the time that you should say, see and say that we are one in our mission to put peace and prosperity in the whole world. You have already made a decision to stop the COVID-19. All the restrictions, all that you have done is not good for humanity. I request all of you to go back, lift the lockdown, lift the restrictions, and lift all the oppression and suppression you have done to humanity. I am here in Hulo, Sulu to give you what is necessary for the new generation. I hope that this face-to-face broadcast right now will give you the momentum to stop the war in Russia, in Ukraine. And I know that there is an intra threat because of the manipulation, machinators of those instigating the chaos in Marawi. They are starting it again, and I'm sure I encourage all the MNLF, MILF that had been trained by the bomb not to follow, not to intrude the government rule. This time I know that every one of us listening, thank you for all of those consolidator of the armed groups that came to me yesterday, that called me up, that they will help me fix the wrath of the entire Luxor Empire. The wrath is already in place. That's why there are a lot of training camps now in trying to support the program of the King and Queen on the peace, defense, economic development, healthcare and learning program, and renewable energy. The update is we have now gained our supremacy, our legitimacy, that we, the King and Queen of the Lupasuk Empire, is already in a stable condition. More so, I'd like to thank my family, the elders of the Maharlika Kingdom of God, Lupasuk Empire, who found again the kingdom that God has entrusted to all of us. Thank you, our elders in America. You are facing me right now. At least we know that each of us is tasked to do the job, to perform the duty that God Allah has given us. I call for peace. I call for order. And I hope and I pray that all religions all over the globe must unite now and go back to the twofold of the law. Divine law must be on top of every law of this land. You people that are trying to defy the sovereign law, you defy the divine law. So I call for you now, all of you, military, policemen, all of you government of the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, Johor, and the government of England to come and re-establish the treaty that you have already tried to fix. So we will sign again the new treaty for the entire humanity. As I have introduced and pushed the peace, defense, economic development, healthcare and learning program, and renewable energy would be the basis for the restoration of the lost kingdom of Lupasug and the implementation of the global finance of Maharlika, Kingdom of God, Lupasug Empire, Kintal financial system. Congratulations to all our brothers and sisters who labored day and night to do this for all of us. May you continue doing what is right, what is good for humanity. I thank also my people in the ground, our people who really worked so hard in fixing the territorial domain assigned to them. Dato Legion, inform all the tribal leaders, prepare, you have to secure the Royal Armed Forces. Sultan Pokan, secure our groups because we do not know if they will continue to do havoc, to do chaos, to do all this provocation by their personal interest, especially in their invasion to Sabah and the invasion of the Philippines. They are not supposed to do that because they are not legitimate and they are just claimants. And Barm, you are being given warning. That is a crime against conspiracy, and that is treason, and that is sedition. All of you doing this, I warned you, there is a power behind the power of all this, and that is with God Allah. So, as an update, you have to see that there is the power of the finance to redeem, to restore all the assets, all the properties that is with the Maharlika Kingdom of God, Lupasug Empire, and all of us that believes in this mission is favored with the blessing of God Allah. Congratulations to each and every one of you. I know that this is the moment of truth. This is the power of truth. And this is the power that could defeat the lie, that could defeat the program of Satan. Go to God. Go to Allah. This is the call for truth, and this is the call for the new generation. Go back to Him. Thank you very much. Cheers. Mabuhay. Maharlika Kingdom of God. Lupasug Empire.
A'udhu billahi minas shaitanir rajim. Walillahillahu Allahu Akbar. Walillahillahu Allahu Akbar. Walillahillahu Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar kabira walhamdulillahi katira wa subhanallahi bukrata wa asila wa ja'atu wajila lillaji patara samawati wa danipan muslim wa ana minal muslimin. Inna salaati wa ma'anusuki wa ma'ayyaya wa ma'amati lillahi rabbil alamin. La ilaha illallah jalilul ya ajiju jalil. To all my brothers and sisters, Christian, Muslim, and other tribe. Pangalawa nang ito, una hindi niyo ako nakita sa personal, Ito, magpatunay na ako kung sino ako. Nandiyan ako sa FB, sa social media, as Raja Mamay. Raja Mamay, ito rin ang gamit ko. Wala nang pwede gumawa ng ibang identity ko kundi ako lang. Dahil doon sa boses, mayroon 3 agreemento ng MA63. Ang pangalawa, una na explain ko na diyan sa boses. Yung pangalawa, August 5, 1963, yan po doon sa Department of Foreign Affairs. Doon sila nagbigay ang Sultan Pulalon, yun ang lolo ko Hasan Pasang, ng 50 kataon para magkaroon sila ng politiko for the period of 50 years. Authority to have a 50 years mandate for the people, election. Authority galing sa Sultan Pulalon. Ayun na yung may-ari ng Sululan Registered Solari Island, registered in Bureau of Land, Manila, September 22, 1921. Ang doon to pattern the party like America. Ang sa Amerika, Democrat and Republican. Dito sa Pilipinas, magkaroon tayo ng ganon din, a Nationalist Party and Liberal Party. Sa Malaysia, ganon, Barisan Nasional and Alternative for the period of 50 years. Pagkatapos, pangatlo, in September 16, 1963, yun po ang agreement nakasulat doon sa Malacanang Palace, sinainan ng Prime Minister of Malaysia, President Diosdado Macapagal of the Philippines, and Sukarno of Indonesia, and with their representative, yung penalty. Dahil dito, ang Pilipinas, caretaker of Mindanao, Sulu, and Palawan, to the third agreement on September 16, 1963. Ang Malaysia, caretaker of Sabah Sarawak. Ang Indonesia, caretaker of Kalimantan and Pulungan. Yun po. Ang dahil doon sa 189 trillion ringgit Malaysia, yung sa DBS Singapore. Sorry po, yun ang private bank of Singapore. That is DBS, Development Bank of Singapore. Private bank. In 1967, yun na nag-loan si Marcos doon sa DBS Singapore, known as private bank. 167 trillion Malaysian dollar, ringgit. Yun ang dala sa Development Bank of the Philippines. Nakadeposit po yan sa Development Bank of the Philippines para nagkaroon sila ng G7, Government 7, and umpisa na si Apo, nagpalabas siya ng 2 bangko, Amana Bank in establishing Zamboanga City and Bangko Pilipino. Dahil ang backup, yan bininta ni Cory sa Brunei. Dahil ang Brunei, ang backup nila, hindi sila sumunod sa agreement ng MA63 dahil ang pinirmahan ni John Paul II as years necessary in 2002. Yun na nag-open ng capsule sa England, Y2K, Year of the King. But it was extended by Umalali Saifuddin III as years necessary in 2006. Officially sealed by the government of Brunei. Dahil dito sa MA63, ang Brunei ay Managing Director and Associate Director o Malali Saifuddin III. Yun ang uncle ko, ang asawa niya, ka-sister ng tatay ko. Brunei lang ang hindi nag-honor. Pero dito, para ilabas natin na yung mag-angkin-angkin sa mga lahat ng account, ang mga Marcos. Kasi ang account ito, nanggaling po sa Bengal Public Consultation 10 April 1822 India Record Commonwealth Relation, London. Yun ang East Indies Company, East Indies Chartered Company in 1962. Yun po. Na dito i-explain ko lahat ang treaty o the treaty and agreement isa-isahin natin na dahil ang Sultan of Sulu, siya lahat ang founder, lahat ang organization siya rin ang founder, ang association siya rin ang founder, lahat-lahat nag-treaty siya rin ang founder, kaya siya ang the first trading, galing sa kanya po ang trading introduced by the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo. Hindi galing China ang trading, kundi sa Sultan of Sulu. Nung establish niya ang organization, that is Mason, M-A-S-O-N, Mason, established by the England Magna Carta in 15th century. Ang ibig sabihin ng Mason na yan, Muhammad Ali, Sultan, organization of all the nation, that is Mason. The founder is the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo. Ginawa naman ng anak niya, which is Raja Hussein Kamaluddin, known as Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Hajj, the first Prime Minister of Malaysia and the last King of Southeast Asia, yun association in 1776 century when the Sultan of Sulu gave independence to America on 4th July 1776. Lahat ng country nagbigay ng independent Sultan of Sulu through United Nations. Kasi dito, magbigay ng independent according to the population. When you reach the population na kuha mo yung population, bibigyan ka ng independent ng United Nations. That's why the last independent was given by the UN is Brunei, February 26, 1984. Yun na po ang last. And the rest, given by the revolutionary government, that is illegal. That is not from the people's right. That is from the revolutionary. Kasi mayroon agreement. Whole country which is given by the revolutionary government back to the source of origin. Illegal po kayo. Dito dahil lahat ng mga nagmalkos-malkoses, sabi nila sila ay sila. Kasi ang account ito isa lang. Ang account ng Cavite 300 nalagay po yan sa Alpha Omega. Nagkaroon ng dalawang account. Ang AAA gamit ng Malaysia. Ang 777 gamit ng Pilipinas. Isa lang yan. Kasi ang alphabet from A, ang A, I at saka I at saka O, yan may number po yan in Chinese character. Ang A number 7, ang E number 5, Y5, I5, and OU number 9. That is the Arabic and Chinese character. Punta na tayo doon sa Treaty of Spain. Ang Treaty of Spain na yan, ang Sultan of Sulu, the first Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo, was installed on 1450 century by his father-in-law, Sharif Abu Bakr bin Abdurrahman, which is the founder of United Malay National Organization and head of foreign rulers in 1300 AD. Kung nabigay na sa kanya ang authority ng power and authority ng Sultan of Sulu, maraming mga relatives, mga dugo sa dugo, pumukuha ng position, hindi po siya nagpalis lang siya. First list niya doon sa Spain. Ang kasama niya nag-list, kaibigan niya po ang Pope, John Paul II, Pope ang kaibigan niya. Kaibigan basta Pope, mga pare, kaibigan, trustee ng Sultan of Sulu yan. Dahil nagkaroon na sila, disappear siya in 1480, pumunta siya sa Vatican, sa Rome. Pagdating niya roon, gumawa siya ng agreemento with the Pope. Yun na po ang cross. Ang cross na yan, mga kapatid ko, Muslim, Ustad, hindi po yan mali. Kailangan natin dito ang true religion. Hindi lang yan true religion Islam. The true Christian is the true Islam. Parehas din yan. Kasi galing yan sa ang Quran, Arabic character yung tausog language. Translate to English, become Bible. Pag treaty nila sa 300 years, yan ang cross. Ang letter T yan, yung 7 days. Ang ibig sabihin ng 7 days, Sa Christian ang Sunday, sa amin, sa Muslim ang Friday. Yung pahaba na yan, that is one royal family. Ang asawa mo, Sunday. Ang husband, Saturday. Ang anak mo lalaki, Monday. Ang anak mo babae, Tuesday. Ang Wednesday, son-in-law. Ang Thursday, daughter-in-law. That's why Friday, young grandson and granddaughter, generation to generation. That is the meaning of cross. Dahil dito, ipalabas ko na ang katotohanan. Ang Islam ay lalaki, ang Christian ay babae. Dito sa'yo nagkagulo sa mga kapatid ko. Huwag kayo magalit sa akin, ha. Ang conversion galing sa puso. Heartily given. Hindi ka i-convert, magpasok para mabigyan ka ng scholarship, para magyan ka ng position. Sa mga kapatid ko Kristiyano, kung saan ang pinanggalingan mo, nagpa-convert ka na, wag mo na sirain ang pinanggalingan mo. This is my advice. Kasi ang totoong religion, ang totoong Islam, magdasal ka 1 day, 5 times a day. Kasi ang ano mo doon, ang concentrate mo, maghingi ka sa Allah, ay ikaw mamatay. That is the secret of prayer. Hingiin mo sa Allah, mamatay ka. In 15 minutes, yan. Kasi temptation yan, pag hulog mo ng Allahu Akbar. Yan ang real para matanggap ang dasal mo. Dahil sa amin, paglabas namin sa nanay namin, kami, ibasbas, maggunting, yan nabi salam alaika, guntingan kami, at saka Islam kami. Pero kung kayo magpa-convert, iganon din, pattern, what is the culture of the Islam when we are going to join our religion. Ngayon, wala na. Kaya nga, kailangan, kung hindi ka magpabasbas, hindi ka ma-Islamin, kung babae hindi masunat, hindi maalis ang cross dito. Kasi nabasbasan na kayo ng pari. Ito, wala akong sinasabi, sisirain ko kayo. Pero sa akin, mag-advise lang ako. Kung diyan ka na sa religion namin, wag mo na sirain ang pinanggalingan mo. Kasi mayroon ayat kung ayyuhal kafirun. La budu mata budu wala antum abidu na maabud wala ana abidu na maabadtum lakum dinukum waliyadin. Ang ibig sabihin, your religion is your religion, our religion is our religion. Kaya nga nagkaroon na ang list for 300 in 15th century. That is the Spain. 15th century na yan, ang buong South Asia controlled by the Spain. Kaya nga nagkaroon na sila ng si Magellan, Ferdinand Magellan. Ang purpose ni Ferdinand Magellan to go to Philippines is he is a treasure hunter siya. Gusto niya makuha ang yaman dito, yaman natin, kasi ang Mindanao a promised land, alam nila sa Book of World Record. Kaya nga nag-adventure siya dito on March 15, 1621. Hindi po siya nagdala ng religion, pero yung mga tauhan niya dati dito, sport fighting. Ang first na landed ni Ferdinand Magellan, yun ang 5 Sawa Island, 5 Island. Explain natin, isa-isahin natin para maniwala kayo, hindi. Kasi ang sinasabi ko ito, galing po ito sa ancestor ko, galing sa lolo ko. Kaya siya ang Chris, ako ang katawan. Kaya nga alam ko lahat kung ano-anong sinasabi galing sa kanya. Ang pagbit niya doon, naglandid siya sa 5 Sawalan. Ang sabi ni Raja Humabon, kailangan mag-away muna. Kung matalo kami, sumama kami sa inyo. Kung kami matalo, sumama kami sa inyong Ferdinand Magellan. So, natalo si Raja Humabon. Doon na ang first, naggawa sila ng Christianity. Hindi yan nakatakda sa list ng 300 years. Pero yan, that is only Magellan record niya yan. Pero ang katotohanan, before mag-ended ang 300 years, nag-registered ang Sultan of Sulu before mag-ended ng mapa di Pilipinas, titulo di Holo, which is on November 1st, 1881. November 1st, 1881, yun ng land title, Mapa di Pilipinas, titulo di Holo, which the Queen Elizabeth I was enthroned in Queen Victoria Island, Labuan, Sarawak Empire. Yun nagkaroon na. Kasi si Queen Elizabeth, taga Borneo pan. She is born in Borneo, known as Saripahapsa. Saripahapsa Muhammad Bolkiah, the third daughter of Bolkiah, which is Queen Elizabeth I. Pag-throne niya, mag-perma na, mag-agreement na ang Sultan o sila mag-trading sa first trading for 100 years. Yun na ang tinatawag British North Borneo Chartered Company with Overbeck and Alfred. Ayan, start of chartered. On January 22, 1878, 100 years, British North Borneo Chartered Company was signed in Indian and Sulu by Puti, yung tinawag Puti. Bago nag-start ang pag-transfer ng Queen Elizabeth I to London, ginawa siya Queen of England, Elizabeth I. Dito, ang claim, gawa-gawa yan ng mga politiko. That is a political drama. So, what I said, the three countries made a political drama because they had their authority for 50 years. 50 years. There is an extension of 100 years. Extension of 50 years by Jamalul Kiram II. An extension na yan. Before nag-extend ang 50 years, nagkaroon tayo ng predecessor of law in 1902. Ang 1902 na yan, may sinulat doon si Jack Borough. Yun yung Jack Borough, British North Borneo Chartered, written by hand. Anong ibig sabihin ng sinulat niya written by hand? Ang sabi niya, I heartily support and witness the carrier of this note from today onwards up to his descendant, to whom it may concern. The man has the right to overcome the rulers from the division territory from the mainland of North Borneo. The highness by the guardians of King Mamay and Queen Helen in accordance precisely to the predecessor of law 101. Yan ang pinanggalingan ni Raja Mamay. Ako ay ako. Hindi ako magyabang dahil ito, gutom na tayo. Ang Pilipinas, the richest country in the world, which George W. Bush, when he was the president of the United States of America, he was interviewed by the international journalists, which country are the richest in the world, which is the Philippines. We must be proud. Philippines, ang pinakamayaman sa buong mundo. Pero ito, lumutang na ako, isabi ko na ang lahat ng treaty and agreement, pero kayo yung mga pinagbigyan ng trusty ni Marcos, wag kayo mag-angkin, kayo ay kayo, makahiya po. Look the mirror, how you look like, how you tell the lies. The mirror said, Al-Abidu wal Mahmud Wahid. You and me are one. So you have to tell the truth. Mga kapatid ko, wag kayo magalit sa akin. Ang sinasabi ko, totoo lang. Yung nagpatagal sa akin, nagnakaw ng identity ko, yan si Arnas bin Abdul Gapal. Yan, kasabuat ng warisan, party warisan. Pinatay nila ako in 2006, kaya nag-tsunami ang Indonesia. Dahil buhay ako, ang namatay barangay captain, hindi ako. Ngayon, isabi ko na, may extension ang 50 years. Yung tapo yun, nag-extend ng 50 years by Jamalul Kiram II, yun ng April 22, 1903. Yun ng 50 kataon. 50 years, 50 kataon. Signed by Jamalul Kiram, extended the 50 years. Bakit kayo mag-claim? Ang claim, illegal. Dahil doon, pag-position ng Jamalul Kiram in 1936, pag-declare siya ng 1937, ang personal advisor niya, yun po, si Sultan Bartilan Tuloy-Tuloy Indonesia, nag-aral sa Sulu, nagpalit ng pangalan Amirul Umrah. Ayan ang nagkuha ng identity ng Jamalul Kiram II. He is the advisor of Sultan of Sulu, Jamalul Kiram II. Nag-asawa siya kay Piandaw Piki. Ang dayang-dayang Piandaw, namatay siya, walang husband. paglabas niya, pinanganak siya, namatay ang tatay niya, yun na si Sultan Badaruddin. Kaya nga, mag-relation niya, magpinsan. Kaya nga inadapt siya ng Jamalul Kiram II, pinaaral siya, naging siya advisor. Yun na si Piandao, dayang-dayang Piandao, the warrior. At saka, namatay walang asban. Dahil di naglaro, Judge McCaskey in 1939, nagpunta sila sa Sandakan, 9 years of the Sultan of Sulu. Ang sabi ni Judge McCaskey, 2 question mark. Binigay sa kanila 2 question mark. Kung lumutang ang tagapagmana, ang apo, invalid kayo. Kung wala nang lumutang sa beneficiary, valid kayo. Kaya binigyan lang sila for compensation, hindi rental. Not rental, that is composition given by the former Chief Minister of Sabah, Dato Mustafa Harun. Maniwala kayo hindi. Kasi dito, ang trono ng Queen Elizabeth I sa Sarawak Empire. Ang trono ng Queen Elizabeth II dito sa Borneo. Borneo. April 23, 1953 in Borneo. First name of Borneo, Gaya Api-Api. That is the first name. Gaya Api-Api. The first name. The second name, when the trading already owned, that is changed by Governor Giser. Pinangalan Giserton. Doon na ang trono ni Queen Elizabeth II as Queen of Giserton, Borneo. Wala pa siya nalipat doon sa England. Ano pa yung Queen Elizabeth I still on the position as a Queen Elizabeth I. Pagbigay sa kanya, naturo na siya dahil dito sa kasulatan, nadala ang lost and found document. Yan lost and found document yan, dila na lang lolo ko yan. Binalik sa Sulu. Sa sister ng nanay ko, na sister ng tatay ko, si Hindang Hawla, na asawa ng Abdul Ghani, pinsan ni Abu Bakar, Titingan, magpinsan. Lahat yan magpinsan, all cousin. Pagdala ng document, nadala yung damit, complete damit, pati lahat, nadala kayo sa isang box, nadala doon sa Sulu. Kaya nga yun hinahanap, nadala doon in between 1968. Yun na ginamit ni Dato Mustafa, nag-declare siya as the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo in Thailand. Dahil doon sa lost and found document. Ang lost and found document na yan, ako ang nakalagay word beneficiary. Na found in 1985 yan. Ang sabi ng tungko, pinapahanap niya ang lost and document yan. Yan ang ginawa warisan, party warisan ni Shafi Abdal. Ang inautosan niya pa una, yung IGP, Inspector General of Police Hanif Aman, kung buhay pa yan. Sabi niya, punta ka sa Sabah, kung si Dato Mustafa, direct to his residence in Tanjung Aro, house arrest. Hindi nagtupad ang utos ni Tungko, sinabihan ng IGP to Tun Mustafa, Dato Mustafa, do not directly to go to your residence. This is your house arrest. So nag-stay si Dato Mustafa sa Hayat. And the following day, lumipad ulit niya sa London. Kaya nga ang una-una, Sabah is Nagara. Yang Depertua Nagara, first yang Depertua Nagara is Dato Mustafa. Dahil doon sa lost and found document. Nung nalaman na si Dato Mustafa, yun na ginawa niya na ang Sabah, instead of Nagara, naging Negri Sabah. Gumawa siya ng another native law. Native law, chapter 16. Ang ibig sabihin ng chapter 16, interpretation of native. In bahasa Malayo, kapada makama ana Negri Sabah, sa siapa orang-orang dari Kepulauan Indonesia dan Kepulauan Filipina Selatan berhak menuntut selaku 5 tahun sekiranya tiada kesalahan. Sekiranya tiada kesalahan. Apa Dato Mustafa bikin? Indonesia, dia bagi kepada suku Bugis dan lain-lain. Filipina Selatan, dia bagi kepada Lupasog, dia jadikan suluk, orang suluk. South Ubian, dia kasih Bajau Laut, Bajau Ubian. Ini Cagayan. Cagayan, dia kasih itu Maranao, dan Cagayan dipanggil Jamamapun, Bajau Kutabulun. Nagkaisa ang language ng Maranao at saka Cagayan, Bajau Kutabulun. Kaampat, yan ang binigay sa mga native, kadasan Luzon na native. Kalima, yan sa mga Inchik Chinese. Kaya, nga ito, kahit kawalang dokumento, dahil ako lang ang nagpatunay to a former Prime Minister in 2002, binigay ko ito yung Chapter 16. Kasi ako I have the right to let you pull out from arrest, even you without document because of Chapter 16, interpretation of native. Kaya ako balhak sa bagay, chuchu. Sekarang ako bagi bahasa kita kepada saudara-saudara saya, raja-raja, 9 raja-raja, jangan lagi ini rahasia kamu simpan. Aku sekarang di Facebook Raja Mamay, kabinet kerajaan Malaysia, jangan bagi tahu kami tiada address, tiada alamat. Kamu boleh saya tengok di Facebook, kami ada unit di GQ Central Kota Kinabalu, 25th floor, T2 25-11. Saya ada 2 company, JBC and Borneo Holding, GHL Borneo Holding, 2 company. Kaya ada 2 company. Takkan kamu bagi tahu di semua rakyat kami tiada alamat? Mustahil. Perdana Menteri sendiri tahu. Saya selamatkan Malaysia. Aku mau dari kamu, kamu hormat saya, dan bagi itu kedudukan datuk saya kepada saya, supaya kita senang. Sabi abis sudah politik, berapa tahun sudah kamu limpas, kenapa tidak hormat NA63? Kamu cakap sama rakyat, kamu bisu mata, butakan mata rakyat Malaysia, NA63, tapi kandungannya kamu tidak kasih tahu. Aku nak jelaskan, sebagai cucu negara kamu. Sekarang Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, kau Perdana Menteri sekarang, takkan kau tak tahu? Tungku adalah bagi tahu kau tentang ini NA63. Sekarang aku sudah muncul di Filipina. Boleh kamu cari saya di Facebook, boleh kamu datang sini, kita mau kerjasama. Malaysia, Philippine, Maju Jaya. Itu aku mau. Malaysia King, Philippine Queen. Itulah, kamu tidak hormat ini NA63. Sekarang aku sebagai cucu, saya cuma kuman. Tapi saya pegang agama bebas sama tantra, Royal Armed Forces. Aku pegang. Semua ini yang melaksanakan ini tugas semua, kemajuan ini negara, dan menyatupadukan rakyat. Ini Queen Governor General ng Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, dan NA63 Queen of Finance, serve to lead and put the law in order. Ngayon, maghintay na kayo. Hindi na matagal ang system ng currency, dahil ang source of origin 1,000 ringgit. Ismail period M.A. Ali, nakalagay diyan, ada nama 1,000. Ismail M.A. Siapa itu M.A.? Itulah kamu tahu. Ali itu cucu. Dan 500 ringgit, inilah Azimuddin Abiders, Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Haj. Sabab Sultan of Sulu Dia yang kasih semua independent semua country. Pertama dia kasih independent, dan dia kasih ini UN, dia kasih ini ICJ dan OIC. Ang UN at saka ICJ pada abad 1946. The Sultan of Sulu established the United Nations and International Court of Justice in 1946. Believe me or not, with the 54 countries. After they established that UN and the ICJ, they proceed to Manila. Pag-proceed niya to Manila, in-appoint niya ang the third president of the Commonwealth, Manuel A. Rojas, as the first appointed president of the Philippine Republic in 1946. By June 12, 1946, he is the one who gave independence to the Philippine Republic, to the government of the Philippines. It is the Sultan of Sulu who gave the independence on June 3, 1946, because they don't want to lose the Sabah in Sarawak. That's why by July 16, 1946, the Indochina will grab back the Sabah in Sarawak. So the Sultan of Sulu, they will let to protect, under the protection of the Philippine government, the Sabah in Sarawak. Kasi may agreemento ng ng MA63. We go to the agreement. We go to the treaty and agreement. Dahil siya rin ang founder ng NATO. National Atlantic Treaty Organization, the founder is Sultan of Sulu. Dahil dito sa dalawa, before nagkaroon tayo ng World War II, there is two brothers, the son of Osirisal. These two brothers, from Japan, from the wife from Japan and from the wife from America, they were a school in the West Point of United States. In the United States, MacArthur, and Japan, Yamashita. They are brother, one father, two mother. The mother of Yamashita, Japanese. The mother of MacArthur, American woman. That's why nagkaroon in 1941 to 1945, that is Atlantic Pacific Campaign before magkaroon ng World War II, dahil sa dalawang magkapatid, dahil gusto agawin, kunin ng Japan lahat ang nakatago dito, mga ari-arian, mga lahat-lahat dayang yan, ari-arian. Dahil dito sa wala pa natapos ang 50 years, President or Prime Minister, the head of state, they have their authority to appoint the Sultan of Sulu. Kasi kung walang Sultan of Sulu, paano ka kukuha ng pera niya diyan sa Central Bank? Mga walang hiya kayo. Respeto kayo sa may-ari. Pinapatay ninyo na ang buong tao dito sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Marami na kayong pinatay. Ngayon, we give you an mercy. Sa kisikuin ang mamuno, babae, hindi ako. Kung akong masunod, likodit. Pero I have to respect that given by Diyos Ama, given by Allah, given by God, it must be a woman to lead and serve to put the law in order. Babae, hindi nag-success si Queen Elizabeth II dahil napunta siya sa Illuminati. Sinong naglagay ng kasiraan ito? Dr. Mahathir. Now, Dr. Mahathir, remember how long you have been a Prime Minister in Malaysia. From 1981 to 2003. Just think and imagine. Bakit sinira mo ang AMNO? Naggawa ka ng AMNO Baro. Dahil gumawa ka ng new AMNO supaya mapaalis mo ang Deputy Prime Minister. Dahil sa rules ng Malaysia, you are only given 2 terms to become as Prime Minister and give back to your deputy. Na ilan ang deputy tinanggal mo para mag-assume ka? Musa Aman, pinaalis mo. Abdul Gapal Baba, Anwar Ibrahim. Now, Anwar Ibrahim, remember, you have the right now Kaulah yang boleh bagi tahu Dr. Mahathir, Tun Mahathir, apa kau buat untuk Malaysia, bukan kasih maju. Aku tahu ini hal kau. Ninyo na ang buong tao dito sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, marami na kayong pinatay. Ngayon, we give you an mercy. Sa Queen ang mamuno, babae, hindi ako. Kung akong masunod, likodit. Pero I have to respect that given by Diyos Ama, given by Allah, given by God, it must be a woman to lead and serve to put the law in order. Babae, hindi nag-success si Queen Elizabeth II dahil napunta siya sa Illuminati. Sino naglagay ng kasiraan ito? Dr. Mahathir. Now, Dr. Mahathir, remember how long you have been a Prime Minister in Malaysia. From 1981 to 2003. Just think and imagine. Bakit sinira mo ang AMNO? Naggawa ka ng AMNO Baro. Dahil gumawa ka ng new AMNO supaya mapaalis mo ang deputy o deputy prime minister. Dahil sa rules ng Malaysia, you are only given 2 terms to become as prime minister and give back to your deputy. Na ilan ang deputy tinanggal mo para mag-assume ka? Musa Aman, pinaalis mo. Abdul Gapal Baba, Anwar Ibrahim. Now, Anwar Ibrahim, remember, you have the right now. Kaulah yang boleh bagi tahu Dr. Mahathir, Tun Mahathir, apa kau buat untuk Malaysia, bukan kasih maju. Aku tahu ini hal kau. Memang ada role of law. Kau bilang role of law. Sekarang musuh kau jadi Perdana Menteri sudah. Apa kau buat? Bagus kau minta maaf lah. Semua harta-harta kau bagi kepada rakyat Malaysia, negara Malaysia. Kau surrender semua. Takkan kau sampai mati kau jadi Perdana Menteri. Tengok dalam 2019. 2019 kau balik kepada Prime Minister. Imagine 1981 to 2003 and there is an election in 2019, you assume again as Prime Minister. Kenapa kau tidak kasih duduk itu bini Anwar Ibrahim pasabdiah timbalan? Jangan kau marah, Dr. Mahathir, Tun Mahathir. Kau tahu saya kan 2002 sebab aku yang bernama dalam itu Luzon Pound document dan kau bagi saya itu IMM 13 niluluskan oleh Sultan Brunei. Itulah aku boleh jamin. IMM 13 atas nama saya Gamal bin Abdul Gapal. Itulah saya nasihatkan Kerajaan Negeri Sabah, Kerajaan Baru Malaysia, semua yang kamu kasih masuk dalam penjara itu, Rumah Merah, Kotak Kinabalu, Rumah Hijau Sandakan, Air Panas Tawau, bikinkan diorang dokumen. Bikinkan diorang dokumen. Sebab kita mau kasih buka balik semua pembangunan, semua projek-projek supaya ada pekerja. Takkan lagi kita ambil dari India, takkan lagi kita dari lain-lain negara. Kita ada sendiri sudah yang kamu kulu kasih masuk dalam itu Rumah Merah, dalam Rumah Hijau, Air Panas. Sebab aku pewaris yang sah. The only pewaris. Pewaris. Keturunan Raja di Sulu. Saya minta maaf. Aku cakap kasar karena kita yang balhak kenapa kita dikasih siksa. Patut yang aku datang sana kerajaan negeri hormat saya bikin saya kedudukan. Kenapa kamu biarkan saya? Malaysia begitu juga. Itu yang tidak betul Sultan Sulu. Pergi Sabah dikasih satu rumah. Tunggu lagi bagus. Walaupun itu Julas Bicua ada salah sama dia, tapi dia kasih rumah di Kuala Lumpur.
Ha? Dato Mustafa begitu juga, Dato Haris Berjaya begitu juga. Dia begitu rumas, Julas Bichua. Kenapa tidak wujud Dato Mustafa mengambilkan 13 provinces? 13 yang dibagi oleh Marcos dengan dia pada Tripoli Agreement in 1976, signed in Libya with Gaddafi. The representative of Apulacay, Ramos in Emerda, while Dato Mustafa in Misuari with Gaddafi signed a Tripoli Agreement in 1976 to that the 13 provinces will be given to Dato Mustafa by 1978. Kenapa tidak jadi? Sebab Dato Haris sendiri pergi Kuala Lumpur bagi tahu Tun Rajak. Dato Mustafa ada di Libya. Dia sudah buat perjanjian Tripoli Agreement, 13 provinces. By 1978, Dato Mustafa made another country, which is Sulu, Mindanao, and Palawan, Minsupala, Mindanao, Sulu, and Palawan, Sabah, Sarawak, Kalimantan, Buluman, one country. When Dato Mustafa back from Libya, go back to Sabah, Prime Minister Tun Rajak dissolved the assembly, go back to the people, snap election. Remember, ako tahu. Sudah jadi snap election, yang ini satu New Zealand ini, Donald Steven ini, dia kawin dengan ini native, Buan Rahima. Dia masuk ini agama Islam. Dia akan kasih nama Muhammad Fuad. Dia jadikan dilantik TYT, Head of State, dan dia turun jadikan ini Parti Berjaya, di orang wujud Parti Berjaya. To go to fight with the Osno, Party Osno. So, after the result of the Berjaya in Osno, Berjaya 20, Osno 20, and 8 Chinese cross over to Berjaya, and then Berjaya won the government, and then all the revolutionary PAN led by Dato Mustafa lost everything because he lost the election. Natalo siya, nawala na siyang position. Paano niya pa masurvive, matulungan ang mga Bangsamoro? He lost the election. Yun ang dahilan. Maniwala kayo hindi. Sa lahat-lahat, from Bandung, from MNLF, lahat-lahat ito political drama. There is no proof. Now, my stand on my advice to President of the Philippines and Prime Minister of Malaysia, kailangan nyo na ilabas ang hari at sakarina para lahat ng utang ng iba-ibang bansa mabalik na dito. Hindi na kayo maghirap. Imagine, during the time of Senior Marcos, Apulacay, hindi tayo nag-export ng tao. We are not exporting people. We are exporting good. Good. Lahat-lahat sa iba-ibang bansa. Kahit may gulo ang Mindanao, pero ang currency ng piso mataas. We have our oil company, PNOC, Philippine National Oil Company. Mayroon tayo. Sino bang nag-stop ng PNOC ito? Ayan si Tabaco. Ramos, in 2005 namatay ka na. Bakit nabuhay ka pa hanggang 2022? Yung ikaw 2005 wala na. Sino bang nagmaskara yan? Ako ilabas ko na. Hindi na ako kasi may authorities from Allah, from God, from Diyos Ama. Ang dala ko, power and authority, absolute monarchy, law of sovereignty, and ownership. That's why I am in command. In command. So my command, I already pour support to Sultana di Jolo, North Borneo, Governor General, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. MA63, Queen of Finance. Queen Maria Makiling, Helen Fatima, Nazaria Panulino Abdurajak, Jus Simulan bin Baginda Ali, Elizabeth III, Sultana di Hulu, North Borneo, Southeast Asia. I hope that all the 10 Asian countries support the Federal Republic of Lupasog, because this 10 ASEAN is only an association. You are through the company of BIMNIAGA. BIMNIAGA, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippine Economic Asia Group. You are only an association. So we join together to become 11 country. To become an 11 country, and we will shall be great again. We open all the asset, we open all the oil, pantay-pantay tayong lahat. Anong sabi niya Pulakay? Sa ikaunlad ng bayan, disiplina ang kailangan. Ako ang magpatuloy. Tagumpay tayo lahat. Barakat la ilaha illallah, barakat si Muhammad Rasulullah, wala hawla, wala quwata, illa billahi alil azim. La ilaha illallah jalilul ya ajijul jalil. La ilaha illallah halisan muhalisan wa warahumur rahimin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. La ilaha illallah haliku kulla sa'in pabudwa wa bikulli sa'in wakil. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah Allahu akbar wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-azim. La ilaha illallah anta subhanallah inni kunta minadh-dhalimin. La ilaha illallah haqqul mubin laysa kamitslihi shay'un pasir. Barakat la ilaha illallah, barakat si Muhammad Rasulullah, wala hawla, wala quwata, illa billahi wal-azim, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, that we are the pride of the Malay race. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from the Imperial Lupasug. This is Queen Helen Abdurajak, Elizabeth III, October 21st, 2023. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat at good morning to the entire global earth. This day is already 1 month after we declared the reinstallation, the reinstatement of our dear President of the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands. Today, also, I would like to address this to the Supreme Court of the Philippines and to the Executive Secretary of the Office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines as the caretaker president. To all of you listening right now, I would like you to see beyond the reason and the importance why the Queen has handled this kind of mission. The divine mission is not for all. It is given to the chosen one, the one that could well represent the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of the divinity. I am not presenting myself nor pretending myself, because first and foremost, I have my appointment, the divine anointing that has been given to me even before I was born. That is the spiritual power that the Creator Himself gave to me. Listen, all of you that are still not believing because of so much hindrance that the world has done in blocking this holy mission. I'd like also to address the House of Senate the House of Congress, all the cabinet members of the entire caretaker government of the Republic of the Philippines. I'd like to call all the armed forces of the Philippines military top ranks to abide the law, and all the governors, all the local governments, up to the barangay captain. It's up to you to accept or not. But from today and to the days to come, I will be naming names because you are all government officials, public servant, and the entire Filipino nation, the entire sovereign people, the citizenry of the Philippine Islands must know. You have defied the law by blocking the truth. And the truth is, you have made the royalty suffer because of your greed for power and money. Queen Helen of the Rajak is sent primarily to carry out the holy mission entrusted not only to me, but to the entire royalty of the Divine Kingdom, with Raja Mamay as my beloved husband, as my king, and I will always fight for him as the father of these Mafilindo countries. I have already laden up my structure, and I have given the government all my coordinations. Started from August 26, 2010, I have done my skeletal framework. And this is not only the mind of Queen. These are the enlightenment, the wisdom that God, Allah, has given me on how to fix the war and chaos inside the spiritual and the divine territory of Ligwas and Mars. That is the area we're in. It has been housed by so many illegal action, movement that disrupt the peace and order. In my life, I had been running away from this mission. I know that I have to fulfill as what had been given to me by the prima facie, the living witness, Dato Ismail Munali, the Sharif Usman, known to the Imperial Lupasug, Dato Ismail Munali, Sultan Toron Lawan Dumaga, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikiram. It was the moment that I have really made my life in the most difficult situation when I was already being reclaimed by our forefathers to act on, to carry on the mission that had been just there all along, waiting for the Queen to be ripened and ready to embark in the most horrible environment of Sulu, of Maguindanao. I know that for the benefit of the entire world, my reputation, my morals,
my spiritual standing have been blemished because of you, who has no knowledge at all of who is Queen Helen of Georgia. Do you know that I am prepared, trained, educated in the most higher level, wherein I could call my comrade in the religious orders of the entire global earth. I had been trained to become the queen that the new era needed most. I call my mentor, the former rector of the University of the Philippines and the former rector also of the University of Santo Tomas, to help now that the time that you have to do something, because I know the divine program wherein even the Vatican, the Holy See, must come into terms into the source of origin. I call to all my religious sisters, brothers in the entire Catholicism, and to the pastors, to all the religious that I have encountered with. Come into the open now. Join this mission into completion, wherein each one of you are also called for to maintain peace and order and to educate our own people towards the holy life that our Creator wanted us to be. This is the government of the divinity, and many would like to become a leader, but yet they are not prepared to be one with a pure heart and soul to serve the Creator Himself. My mission is well documented, and all the governments, local government, had been given in the past the proper coordinations, the proper lateral informations that our leaders had submitted. However, due to the paying scheme of the enemy of the state, branded as the claimants from the office of the president down to the most remotest part of Mindanao, because they want to control the kingdom of Lupasu. Thank you, because all of these are the process wherein we could put justice. And how to do it? I have my way of doing it because I am instructed by the one who sent me. Many of you really would like to know, because some of you had been tasked to steal my documents, to know my movement, so that you can block me all the more. Thank you. You have not realized at all that Queen has the eye to see the difference. I have given my coordination properly, my notice of absolute authority to the office of the Supreme Court, to the Chief Justice, to the House of Congress, to the House of Senate, to the Department of Foreign Affairs, to the Philippine Army Headquarters, even to the Philippine Constitution Association. All of you will be recalled to have all those copies, especially that are stamped and signed by the records of Malacanang Palace. Every time that I have given my coordination, it is powered by the wisdom of God, of Allah. There are guardians in every letters into it. Because I know that all of you will just be using it for your own self-gratification, for your own self-interest, to remain in power, and to become my highest adversary, wherein you submitted yourself into the power of darkness. Thank you. Because each one that you have used are coming back. Because they finally realize that you are wrong and we are on the right path. Thank you. All of you that have blemished my reputation. I have my credential. I have my people to protect me. I have my court to litigate each and every one of you that have spattered a lot of things in front of my face. But yet, I am still luckier because I am still standing with my 2 feet on the ground in the protection of the entire world. I say thank you, especially to those that are with me, who have seen me cry, who have seen me suffer, who have seen me at the pit of the severity of trials and tribulations that no human can withhold, except that I am well connected to my Creator. Thank you, the cosmic power that have embodied in me, wherein I could tell to the world, never start attacking the Queen, because it is not mine to give you justice. It is Him who sent me. Now, in this game of throne, this is the one that had destroyed the entire humanity. I will be expounding my broadcast every day in this light. Because to be in power, you have encroached into the power that is not yours. You are given only to that limits. There is a demarcation line between human and between divinity. You have overstepped that power, and I am going to let you see that you are committing the crime against the divinity. That's why divine justice is going to be enforced. And this is the one that you have failed to see. Why the world is in chaos, why the world is in severe calamities. Now, you are lucky because the Queen is from the south. The Queen is right now in the Southeast Asia. The Queen has given you all the momentum to see innerly in yourself, repent, and lead a good life. Because all of us are called to be holy. Because we are the special creation of God, of Allah. Thousands upon thousand years, the game of throne became the mechanics to stay in power, that we failed to see that power can either make you whole, pure, or can make you the bad of all the bad people of the world. September 16, 2023 is the last that I have given, that you transformed yourself into divinity governance. I am waiting for the resurfacing of the Father that has sent me into this mission. 1 year has gone when I have started to bring him out, but others misrepresented because they thought they have their number one Marcos in their own hands for their own self program. It's not what the Lord wanted. You have put Queen at your palm and you thought I could be your puppet. But Queen has the wisdom. I have put myself in all the humiliation of the world, of the poor people, because I have done my art of catching you. I have put a bait that all of you now are in the list to be rectified. Thank you, House of Congress. I've been with you. I was being looked down by those princesses, by those government officials from Sulu, from Maguindanao, from those claimant sultan and claimant's family. Still, I just stay calm, and tears is the only remedy that could appease the heart of the Queen. Because I know one day I can face you again with my head high, because I know you cannot refute nor dispute the power that is in me. I am standing tall into the world because I know I have done what is being tasked of me to recover all the asset that belongs to the entire royal family of the Lupusog Empire. Have you seen? Did any one of you was able to get anything from the heritage account? You had been sending even the caretaker president, and now he is somewhere else. But he didn't know that Saudi Arabia royal family is directly the blood of the royal family of Sulu, of Maguindanao, of Sabah, Sarawak, and even of the entire global earth. That is what we are. You cannot just simply blemish and do something misrepresenting the royal kingdom. You have failed me, caretaker president. You have failed the entire global earth, that up to now you don't listen, making things difficult, the involvement of many pretenders from the blood of Brunei to the blood of Simunul to the blood of Ilocanja. You cannot always keep the secret, and the secret will kill you because it will come out into the open and it will revert back to you. You have failed, and now it will be coming back to you. You can have done your job in July 30, 2021, 2022, 2023, but because You have something that blackmailed you. You cannot do otherwise. That all of you committing criminal act because of what you have been keeping inside your closet. To become part of this program, I asked you, repent and be one, rectified and be with God, with Allah. This is not mine. This is not your mandate either. This is the mandate of God, Allah, who sent to me. Now, is there the difference between the Christian and the Muslim and the Hindus and the Buddhists? There is only one God. The practice that we have, it is because of what we inherited from our forefathers. And yet, you made religion as your art of enslaving the poor. Not today. In this year of the golden age, wherein everyone claimants, everyone with little pickle-minded would like also to present, but they didn't know that out of this, following whatever I am doing, distorting the truth, you will be held accountable and justice shall be given to you. I have not failed to remind you. You are overstepping the power that belongs to the royalty of the king and queen. Politicians, listen now. Time has come for you to choose. Are you still going to choose the darkest part or to the light that has been given to you? You cannot achieve anything, if you will not listen up. The recognition is not coming from anywhere else, it's from yourself. Forget about the government. If they will not recognize us, then so be it. But there is power that will even give them the accountability for blocking us. Listen up. There is a law. There are treaties and agreements. That's why I know that every day you will find and that will be given to you the legitimacy of this mission that I have handled from day one in September 9, 2009. August 26, 2009, I have already made my structure. And now I can tell you very well that all of this will give you the most important process. Listen up. All of you in the Congress, find the book, the documentary, find all the coordination that has been given to you for you to be given amnesty. All of you in the House of Senate, I had been with you, but you have claimed, especially the one who told me that you are the queen. Thank you. For those in the cabinet, the governor of the central bank, of Banco Central, all of you, check for yourself. Are you with me or are you still with the claimants? That is the greatest difference. In this mission, I am putting straight into you the difference of being a claimant and being the heir and successor to the throne. The Game of Thrones is the reason why we have so many killings in the ground. Why there was Zamboanga standoff, Sabah standoff, 44 Sapmen sacrifice, continuous illegal penetration of Ligwas and Mars. Marawi siege, Pagla standoff, and all the leaders that had participated in this will be litigated by the court of law of the sovereign court of the Seven Macdom of Indanan Sulu. Queen Helen is guided. Queen Helen is being maneuvered by the divinity to do all these things. It is not mine at all. I am just a vehicle. I am just the representation. I am just the embodiment of our divine being. Our seven magnum had been operating in all the global earth, in all the four corners of the earth, in the seventh continent. Now, are you willing to listen more every day so that you will be able to understand and assimilate in you that my mission is done in the most legitimate process? You will be judging for yourself, and you will be able to put justice on these governments that had defied the divine law. I have already stipulated in all those documents from Royal Decree 101 up to the Royal Decree 115. It is the substance of the law, of the physical law that had been handed by the divinity in this brain of mine, put into law what is going to happen in this new generation of the golden age. You have been roaming all over the globe to get the money. The money is just seated in the central bank and all the prime banks of the entire sovereign territory. But since you are claimants and the government is in the side of the claimants, so therefore, no one will be given that right to claim because it belongs to the heirs and successor. That is very strong, forceful, and I'm sure each and every one of you listening right now, you can see the difference. You have enslaved the poor so that they will not know the reason why. You have controlled the media. You have all the money to pay the journalists, to pay all the broadcasters, to pay all those that handling the major print ads and the major TV stations. Now, this is the difference between an ordinary broadcast than the broadcast that Queen Helen had done for so many years. Now you can see, it is a step by step. I have made use the arena, nothing except the merciful hand of God, of Allah. Now can you still see? A lot of distractors will know now that there is a law, that we are not just simply doing it for our own selves, but this is for the salvation of each and every one of you. We have to benefit the effort of Ferdinand Idrolin Marcos Sr., aka Rogelio Madrid Abram. Many of you still contradicting. Many of you still see that you have the lawful M1. Show the world then, because you will be litigated by the United Nations using the Rule 36, the Special Order 01, which our Lolo Lili Chon Ujunwa has given to me when I was in China. You have not seen who is queen? As the granddaughter of the Emperor of China? Still you cannot see and give all the malicious, immoral attack on my own spiritual standing. You yourself can see the difference, but because of jealousy, because you are on the dark side, so you see, you will always fight the light. That is the reality. That is the equation of the weighing scale, the dark and the light. And I hope every one of you will start to see now, as I will be embarking in the new way, wherein all of you in the government, all of you in the military will see that I have not failed my assignment, because I have my legitimate process that even the entire world will know and bow down to the empire of Lupasug. The Philippine Islands Federal Republic will give you the substance in all the economic developments, in all the financial development. I have given you what is needed to be done. The Mafilindo 2023 is moving with all their units in all areas, in Sabah, Sarawak, in Malaysia, and now I have more on board because they knew that no political government can resolve the plight of the poor and the needs for the program of having the financial stability in its territorial domain of the Lupasug, of the Royal Imperial Lupasug Islamic United Kingdom of Sulu and North Borneo, and the Pearl of the Orient. The true Islam is the true Christian. Precisely, I have done the most wonderful movement that I married Islam, and I am born a Christian. But there is no difference between, because we have only one God, one Allah. Religions must not be used in fighting each other. We have to educate our poor people not to be controlled and dictated by your faith, by your own way of enslaving them just to follow you using religion. Not now. Jesus, Nabi Isa, all of this religious, spiritual messenger, the God that has been sending, you have adulterated the truth. Now, with the order number 5, I'm sure the Pope will listen to me. It is not anymore the power of the Vatican, but it is the power of God sending more to let them realize that the source of origin is back to Lupasug. I come to you now because every day is a process of learning for each and every one of you. You have seen me. You have worked with me. You have cried with me. But I never stop exposing the lies because I need to bring out the truth. And only in truth we can find justice. And this is the substance of this mission. And divine justice must be given so that the world will live in peace and harmony. God, Allah reigns in our hearts so that no more killings, no more greed for power, no more corruption. That is the primary objective, so that we can live with freedom, enjoy the freedom of choice, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, but no one is above the law. Now I can see all the members of the Senate, all the members of the Congress, look into my eye. The executive, legislative, and the judiciary system has been corrected. Follow the rules of law. Follow the projects and the program of the Heritage Accounts Asset for the development of the new government. This is Queen Helen of Durajak, Elizabeth III, giving you today the blessing and harmony. Each one of you, start unearthing whatever law that you know, whatever knowledge that you have. Serve, educate the poor. All of you with the power of the TV station, the print ads, capture this message of today, because from here you will see that the global resolution of the financial crisis is being addressed by the Office of the Queen. The global resolution of the climate change and the global resolution of the health crisis are being addressed by the Office of the Mathilindo 2023. In all aspects, I'd like to congratulate those that have joined on board to really spread the good news. Use the tri-media. Use whatever you have. The special order in the reinstallation and reinstating the president that will help you. All of you that needed to be imparted with the knowledge and abilities that you will be able to have the proper guidelines, come to Mathilindo 2023. Everyone is invited to be one, to be unified. If you will work on your own, I'm sure you will end up nowhere because you have no one to guide you. If you are with me, be with me. Do not go astray, because I'm sure if you started going around, shopping around your leader, you will all be not in the right path. Promise no more, all of you that say you are the signatory. The signatory has already come out. It's not you, but God Himself. Thank you very much, and I'm sure all of you listening will have the heart to pray from today onward. All of you militaries in Liguas and Mars, thank you. All of you that would like to kill the heirs, thank you. All of you that are trying to spread the evil, stop now, because God will punish you. Allah will give you more if you will not stop, because this is now the rule of law of the divinity. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. God bless everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live. This is Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III, the Black Fatima, code 999. Global Earth, this is the episode 02 of season 1. Yesterday, we have made the introduction to the Game of Thrones. September 9, 2009. It is the code that had made the entire world find the solution. Because the start of the divine recovery started in the code of 999. And it was the time when I was crowned as the Queen Sultana of Sulu and North Borneo. The Queen that will recover all the asset of the 666. It is imperative that I have to lay down every day the legitimacy of this program. How and why Queen Helen as Black Fatima, the Fatima that had been looking by the entire global earth, has come with a code of 999. Being sent is not ordinary. This is the season 1, episode 02, The Game of Thrones, Black Fatima 999. The union of two souls can never be destroyed, because before even I was born, I am already destined to marry the grandson. To be able to get the legitimacy that I need, because I know that for so many years after I left the congregation of the Saint Catherine of Siena religious order, I had been already being persuaded by the prima facie Sharif Usman, Datu Ismail Mun Ali, Sultan Toron Lawan Dumaga, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Kiram. It's not an easy job to believe someone claiming me back as the daughter of the seven Makdum, the daughter of God, of Allah. As you can see, I had been running away to find the grandson of Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Brunei, Singapore, and of England, because that is the landmark of the Mathilindo 1963. I had been escaping the guardianship, the watchful eye of Sharif Usman, Datu Ismail Mun Ali, because I know if I have to be the one to find the grandson, it will boomerang into my morals, wherein I could see the accusation that I am going to face from that day if I have to find the grandson. Nevertheless, I know that the divine mandate is carried on to me as well as to the grandson. Raja Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak, Sharif Al Sultan Gamar bin Abdul Ghaffar, escaped the claws of the control of the claimants, because he is going to find the queen of the Mathilindo. That is the primary instruction that is given to him, and up to now, he knows that upon giving that authority to the queen of Mathilindo, he is very assured that his mission given to him is about to be completed. Imagine how difficult for me just to accept the fact that I have preserved my morals, my dignity and credibility. It's not easy for me to follow the order of Sharif Usman, Datu Ismail Mun Ali, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Kiram, to find the grandson. However, I pleaded to him, look, Ama, if I have to do so, you will know that I will be living in ostracism in all the accusation of the blood that I know will really make me suffer once I have accepted this mission. Indeed, it happened. When the day that Raja Mamay was immediately ordered to leave Sabah because the elders, the spiritual elders, already asked him to leave Sabah the following day because the enemy is higher than Kuta Kinabalu mountain. And that is Al-Nas bin Abdul Ghaffar, the brother who killed him in document in 2005. See how the program of the elders come into realization because of Queen. With that, I know that I have to make the legitimate process. I am an ex-nun, and I know the value of chastity. It's not easy. It's not easy to confirm the divine marriage that I have with Raja Mamay from the day I left the convent, or even the time that we were reunited in the Lemurian kingdom. Physical evidence is all I need that I am going to fight the entire world. Yes, I obeyed Ama Ali, but I keep on running away because I know I could help Mindanao with my salary. I went even as far as Saudi Arabia with the nursing post that I have. I went even to South Korea, accepted the highest post of aviation negotiation all over the globe, just because I want to run away. But time indeed came when I have no choice, because I was given the mandate, do or die. That's where I started losing voluminous amount of blood in my body. I was still hard-headed. I don't want to accept. But Ama Ali patiently guided me. My daughter, do you want me still be at the mud of Liguasan Mars, suffering the cold every day and night, just to watch you until the day that you could fight us? Because this is your destiny. Ama Ali and my spiritual grandmom, my mother, Siti Mariam, my aunt, Ina Pindalidayan, the tornado, and my uncle. And I called him my God spiritual father, Gabriel. And most and foremost, the one who really sought for me, other than Ama Ali, is Ama Pandala Pasandalan. You can see this in the next episode that I am going to give you. That's why, not easy indeed. But in August 26, 2009, the first encounter of Raja Mamay and Queen Helen at Shangri-La, together with the person that thought a signatory at that, never realized that I am going to embark into the new world wherein I have to find the 7 layers above the 7 layers below, and the 7 layers left and right, you can just imagine that I cannot run away after the confirmation of Ama Ali that that is his grandson and my husband. August 26, 2009 is already a horrible nightmare of my life, wherein I have already established my kingdom somewhere else because I know I could raise a lot of money for the sake of Ligwas and Mars, computing even the amount that I'm gonna get rather, after 1 year. But all fell down at 360 degrees, came into nothing because I know that I cannot anymore disobey the will of the Father that sent me. So on that night, all my team from Korea were all in Manila for the close contract to be made in the aviation. But from there, I cannot tell them the truth that I cannot be back to South Korea anymore because my mission has started. So therefore, I had to make a final decision. And that decision will ruin even my reputation, which I know that is the start of the severe cross that I'm going to carry in defending the royal kingdom of Sulu in North Borneo and the kingdom of Maguindanao. What was in my mind is only to save my people. Then I talked to Ama Ali. I said, okay, since you told me that I am married to Raja Mamay a long time ago, produce me an evidence. So, in Sulu, from there, the official legitimacy of that union commenced, and my movement started from there. And that is the side of Sulu, Sabah, North Borneo. So the union became intact. The divine code of 999 is intact. That is where I have found the crown of the Queen of Sulu in North Borneo. Maguindanao, Mindanao became one in that saga, in that crusade for me to start the solution of how to fix Mindanao. So from there, it has been registered, and I told myself, this is the part of Sabah, Sulu, so I need to be legitimized in the territory of the Philippines. Indeed, I made myself clear that no one can ever touch Raja Mamay away from me because I know what I have done. To really have all this union be blessed by the heavens and by the legitimacy of the laws of both the Philippines of Sabah, North Borneo. September 29, 2009, the second union legitimized by the Philippine laws. So where are you now, claimants, representing me with the most difficult situation that you have to face for the illegal claiming of my personality, of my identity, and even the identity of Gamar bin Abdul Ghaffar, Raja Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak? Where are you? It has documents. And I made it so because I need to fight the entire world. I know I will be facing a lot of ridicule, a lot of humiliation. Indeed, the Black Fatima never lost that faith, that unwavering faith in me to defend the Sultanate of Maguindanao, the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, the Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah, and the Raja Buayan wherein our grandfather, Lolo Putok, Raja Baginda Ali Abdurrahman, had given me that because before I was born, I am already an Abdurrahman. That is the equation of the Black Fatima. That's why I cannot recover all this asset if I am not legitimately recorded in the Lemurian kingdom, the kingdom below the earth, and the kingdom above the heavens. That is Queen Helen Abdurrahman, the Black Fatima. Did anyone explain to you the reason why I had been doing a lot of fighting in the premise that I know I will be a winner? Because you never have seen the legitimacy of the fight of Queen Helen Abdurrahman. From there, I know that I'll be encountering a lot of the cabals using the 666, the TVMLSM. That is the program done by Ferdinand Idrelin Marcos Sr. Many Marcos, yes. You have so many M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, M6, and even up to 12. And some of you have been assassinated already. And thanks to the command, the supreme command of the entire world, for protecting that. I call on the white CIA, the white hats, to come into fold now and save the entire global earth. Because the Black Fatima had stood for you from the day that I have my union with Raja Mamay. When I embraced Raja Mamay, I know that I have embraced the entire universe because I am still the being that had been coming from the divine monarchy. You cannot understand that because you are only on the level of what the media fixate your mind. And that is the level of those spiritual wizard. All the black magician will implant to you that you are the signatory. You cannot. And you will never be. Because this kingdom is preserved to those that are willing to repent and go back to God, to Allah. Today I know from Sabah, Sulu, Royal Hashemite of Sulu and Sabah, to the Sultanate of Maguindanao, to the Sultanate of Raja Buayan. This is the solid ground that Queen has. In the Sultanate of Lanao, I am calling on you right now. I am calling on you because I know we have a commitment to do so. Because it's not anymore between your people who are mandating you, people that thought they can release your funds. This is not what you think of. The Black Fatima had been delivered to China. And sorry to say, for Maria Aurora Busoy Marcos, aka Marlene Ramos, if you are dead, then so be it. But if you are still alive, from 2009, from Attorney Karina Gregorio, and to the friend, which I call him Salvador, and to the one that have used the connection to the Marcoses, you will see day to day, because this is now the moral accountability, the physical blockage that I'm going to lay down. Why? The Sabah standoff killings was approved by the head of state. Sambuanga standoff was approved by the head of states. 44 Submen sacrificed in conspiracy with Vatican. The Marawi seeds in conspiracy with the other countries. The illegal proclamation of martial law in the Pagla standoff, of the claims of the Rajabuayan Sultan. Whether he is alive or dead, you are all liable to the court of Indanan, the sovereign court of the Seven Makdum of the Royal Empire of Lupasum. As I told you, Queen is guided by God, by Allah. Before I do things, I have really to ask them. Every move that I have, it is blessed by them. So the Black Fatima, the code of 999, the Queen of Sulu and North Borneo, the union of two souls to save our family, our royal clan, is intact. That with this I was able to defend lawfully, legitimately, because I know I am the legitimate queen of Sulu and North Borneo. And that the saga, the crusade to find the truth, lies in my shoulder. For me to defend to the entire world on how to recover all the asset of the 666 to be returned to the source of origin. The 217,000 metric tons of gold that Apu Lakay, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., had deposited in all the prime banks of the world as the backup, the gold backup, is coming from the source of origin. The Black Fatima, the 617,500 metric tons of gold, and the 500,000 diamonds. How about the pearl, that land territory of the entire sovereign areas, the waters, the seas, the mountains of the Lupasug Empire, from the tip of Apari down to the tip of Palimbang, to the tip of Kalimantan Bulungan, and to the Southeast Asian waters. That is the Black Fatima. But other than that, because of that source of origin, that the world has to be part of this union. So the world, head of states, sovereign people of each countries are all indebted to the mother account, the Black Fatima. Can you see that? All of you saying that you are the signatory, you will be put to death if you will not stop. Do you have properly documented yourself, or do you have anything to prove? Because we will be calling each one of you, Marcos 1, Marcos 2, whoever you are, you have to face the court. But thanks to the father who sacrificed so much, Aka Rogelio Abron. Prove yourself then, all of you claimants, because one by one, the arrest warrant has been given. All of you detractors, go ahead by all means. But be prepared, because you are all documented. The Facebook, I have the capacity to talk even to the provider of that, to the creator of that. Any tri-media, the Black Fatima has all that aspect to do so. In all this account, do you have a heart to serve the poor? Do you have anything to prove to the world that you are the chosen one? If you could have adhered to me In 2012, by then, there was no killing at all at Sabah. In Zamboanga, in 44 Sapmen sacrifice, Marawi siege, and the Paglas one. If you could have only listened, because the book has been given to you in 2012 by September in all the agencies, major agencies, from the Supreme Court down to the Senate, the Congress. So day by day, this is the Game of Thrones that I have been saying. The claimants versus the heirs and successors. As I have given my introduction yesterday and today, October 23rd, 22nd rather, 2023, will give you the episode that will give you now the milestone how this mission started. You cannot defeat the truth because the truth is like a two-edged sword that could slice you in a second, less than a second. That's how it is. Truth will set us free. Many of you are dead now, but you tried to be placing yourself as alive. For what? To be able to be accepting that defeat, that you will be incarcerated forever, that even your soul will be put to the empire of Satan. Nevertheless, that is not my problem anymore. As I called the office of the Supreme Court yesterday, adhere now. Because there is no government that could refute, dispute, nor battle the queenship. Because in every year that I have the title to move on, and that is given by the Court of Heaven. You will see that even the Court of Heaven is stipulated in the Royal Decree 113. All of this can be given justice. Justice that the world is seeking for, wherein the poor majority will have also to live in comfort, to live in peace, to live in harmony with the brothers and sisters in the community. You have failed the people, politician, military, because you thought that forever they can control the money, they can control the gold. In every era, there is a treaty to follow. In 2009, in the span of time, you can see how Queen moved, that after that, in December, I have really to find a solution. Because we know that I need to be recognized. Because right there from there, I have seen the necessity to protect the grandson. Because the claimant, the brother, is ready to kill him, to annihilate him. Upon the instruction of Ama Ali, I have to pull him out from the facility, from the house of the cousin, of whom the wife in Brunei of Al-Nas are together bringing the poison. Just imagine, because of power and money, they can kill, despite that they have killed him in documents in 2005. All of these are put into documents because even the head of state of all the countries should be litigated for conspiracy, for bribery. All of this. You cannot escape that because the Court of Heaven is putting justice, and that is divine justice. All of you are talking about divine law. All of you talking about divine government. All of you talking that you are the signatory. All of you talking that you are the blood of the Kirams. All of you talking that you are the Marcos. But where are you? Can you prove to the world that you are indeed worthy to become the servant of God, of Allah, to save the poor? Are you? Or are you just because you are fixated already that you are the ones, and yet you did not recognize the one that is documented by the Lemurian Bank, by the bank that belongs to the Heaven's Court. And that is the infinite account that each one of you trying to destroy and to assume and presume that you are the signatory. From now on, I command the DILG, the CIDG, and even the Department of National Defense. We cannot trust the OPAP, but I can trust the PAPO, the peace and prosperity against poverty and oppression. You have to act on it. You are the embodiment of the divine justice. Thank you for doing your job. I do not trust anymore the military because the cabal is still the one they are following. I don't trust the government of the Philippines. I do not trust anyone of the clan that has claimed, because they have put us all to death for their claims over the money, the wealth, the asset, and even the kingdom itself of Sulu in North Borneo, of Sabah, of Maguindanao. It is clear enough. It is clear enough that up to now, they are abiding to the precedent that they have inculcated to the minds of the poor, that even BBM is the signatory. Prove. Prove. Because this is the time of justice. This is the time where you are going to be put to jail or even to put into the severest law, the strictness of the law of Rule 36 and the Special Order 01 and the Special Order 05. You cannot blame me. I am going to expose your wrongdoings so that the world will see that you are contributory to the killings even of Israel in Palestine. Fear no more, young people, with a mind to prove that you are called upon. Join all together the Union of the Royal Philippines against poverty and oppression. Join all together now. This is how we defend the rightful people, the people that have lived in righteousness, but only were covered by the lies of the politician and the military and the claimants of the asset of the global earth. Fear no more, blood that has joined me. You are with me and you shall be protected. I have spiritual warriors watching you. I have the Father now in the global earth who can see beyond. And I am happier than ever because we were able to reinstate the president of the Philippine Islands. Come now into the open. Govern as I governed since 2009. As I told you, we are loaded with proper documentations. We are loaded for something that will prove to them that they are the claimants and we are the heirs and successors. The world head of states, the president of China, the president of all the countries in the world is only looking who is the heir and successor. The hardest part of this is because you do not want to accept that I defeated you, that I was able to prove and I was able to make my legitimacy that no court can deny me. I had been crowned as Universum Magnum, but those people under the spell of the cabal, under the machination of the bad dark forces, can just utter bad against me. However, as I have made myself clear, I am not alone. This government is supported by the heavens. I am not claiming. I am recovering in the name of Black Fatima. The 999 code, the bearer of the code, is alive. Can you still imagine yourself being the queen? Look at the mirror. Are you worthy? Can you prove to the world that you are the one? Because even the Supreme Court is liable to the Court of Heaven. All the Mafilindo high courts are all liable into the Court of Indanan, of the seven Makdum of the Royal Empire of Lupasu. I made Maharlika known to the world. The true blood of our forefathers, but everyone mimicking, patterning of what I have doing, of what I had been doing for them to claim the crown and the throne. That's why all this episode is named the Game of Thrones. The crown has been given already to the Queen of the Universum Magnum. What remains is the throne that you people are trying to claim. With this, I would know how to defeat you again. Because the political, the military governance are all temporary as governed by the agreements, by the treaties. You are all loaned authorities. You are being paid by the taxes of the poor people. You do not want the real authority to stand because with your little knowledge, you can oppress, suppress your people. As I said, September 9, 2009, the Union has been legitimized by the territory of Lupasug Empire, of Sulu and North Borneo, and that includes the Malaysian waters. The Union of the Philippine Islands has been legitimized in September 29, 2009. That is the mind, that is the wisdom of the Queen, so that all of you claimants cannot prove that. And if you did, then I will be the one to put you into justice because you have been claiming, and that is first and foremost, identity theft. Stealing the identity of someone is a crime of conspiracy. I wish to inform the entire globe. The Queen, the Sultana of Sulu and North Borneo. You will see that every time I will be speaking, I will be putting you into the queenship, the crown, the scepter, the throne and the birthright of the Black Fatima and the grandson of the Matalindo countries, Raja Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak, Sharif al-Sultan Gamar bin Abdul Ghaffar. Slowly but surely, every day will be the message of truth so that justice will be served in all aspects. And this is my word today, as I keep on saying, the episode number 2 of season 1 has been broadcasted to all the world to see. And I'm sure every day is a process of seeing the light so that you yourself, as individual citizenry of the Philippines, of the Matalindo countries, can decide your existence, your creation into this world. Your identity not lying in the BBMI, but lying as citizen of the nation under the supervision of the king and queen of Lucasug Empire. But the management right now with MA 2023, Mafilindo, Malaysia, Philippines, Sandakan, North Borneo, and Sarawak come into one because I have good news. I have things to lay down to you on how to save the poor. Again, thank you very much for this day. Let's move forward and may God bless us all. Allah protect us all. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV. This is Queen Helen Abdurrajak Elizabeth III, October 23, 2023. Nice morning and nice evening to each and everyone listening all over the globe. The Game of Thrones continues. Yesterday, we were able to bring out the code of 999 versus the code of 666. And thanks be to God, to Allah, because you are being marked up. You are being seen because I know I will come out into the open to exposed. Today, this is now the legitimacy of the legitimate kingdom of Lupasug. Under this umbrella are all the sultanate that our forefathers established even from year 101. Sultanate is a kingdom. Terminologies may differ, but it is the same. It is a kingdom. Now, I know that I have created already a very good attention all over the globe that even detractors has come to pattern what I am doing. The relevance is you can see the difference. Who is who? What can they do? Or what can I do in the next years to come? As I said, I have started my mission upon the union of two hearts, the heirs and successors of the entire global earth in the name of the Kiram, of Alam, of Usman on the Islamic side, and in the name of the kingdom of Maharlika of the Philippine Islands. I have recalled the kingdom of Lemuria Maharlika after they have abused, misused, and used horribly the name of Maharlika for their own collective purposes of raising funds for themselves. Even the president caretaker, Bongbong Marcos, cannot do so because it has been given an authority from the Queen of Finance. This is the time that you will see, because today is the battle as we continue the Game of Thrones, as the detractor has adopted the game of the generals. She doesn't know what it means, because right now the generals are indebted to the true president the owner of the sovereignty. Are you not going to stop? Good for me, because from there we would know who is going to jail. You have not seen right from the start that the Queen walked in the valleys of mountains, in the rivers, in all the valleys wherein I could see who are the people to be liable in suppressing and oppressing the poor. Queen Helen of Durujak created a lot. Do I have still to ask permission from you? We are the umbrella of all the governments of the world. The United Nations, the League of Nations in the past had been created by our grandfathers. From Lily Chon Wuzhunghua of the World Bank, all of this rooted in one, the kingdom of God, of Allah. I have also mentioned in my introduction to this Game of Thrones that we cannot use religion in gaining supremacy into this land of promise. Today, this is between the Sultan of Sulu versus the caretaker loaned authority given to the office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, the claimants that utilize the power of the revolutionary claim of the ARMM, the Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, of which they have just upgraded after I surfaced and Raja Mamay surfaced in recovering the asset. Wow. A lot of Marcos. I have the picture of all of you. I can show to the world who is who. And one thing I appreciate so much, because I am armored by truth, and the truth will give you the justice that you need. The Black Fatima, as I told you, it has been used by the claim of Maria Aurora Busoy Marcos, which the funder, the packager from the Soler Group, brought her to Macau. And there are some witnesses into it. And this is the document that proves the Black Fatima, the lineage that has been stipulated, and it is inside the Trimedia. She has been grilled by the elders. But because of the padrino system, that even everyone that I have introduced, she claimed that she is the one, and I am just a nobody with no background whatsoever of the lineage of the royalty. She's not alone. As I said, that is a conglomerated operation to block the real Sultan of Sulu, of Maguindanao, of Lanao, of the Ratchabuayan, and even with the Sultanate of the Royal Hashemite of Sabah and Sulu. Today, I bring out the prima facie. Sharif Osman Dato Ismail Mun Ali, Sultan Muhammad Ismail E. Kiram, The royal decrees had been stipulated because I know I am backed up with the strength, the foundation of the royal family. He was the one who guarded me, together with the twin, Princess Nazaria of Basilan, Siti Mariam of Liguasan, and Maria Makiling in all the mountains that had been in the land of promise. She has the names that each of you would like to imbibe in yourself. But I got all those aka in representation to the Queen Mama who guarded the earth, the heavens, and below the earth. Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikiram, his twin, is the mother that have given me all those power, those authority to stand in front of you all over the globe as the Black Fatima. If anyone would like to get this again, you will see the transformation that you will be eaten alive by your own greed for power, for money, that even the creation you challenge because you play God. In this light, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikiram, the prima facie, the one that I have in my heart and soul, the alive witness, together with Ama Pandala Pasandalan. They are both cousins. Because in the past, I was able to uncover, to unravel from the file of Pentagon that Sultan Pandala Pasandalan is the cousin of Sultan Jamalul Kiram II, aka Sahibul Gari Abdurrajak, aka Sahibul Permancha of Brunei. The one that had been killed in 1936 is Ama Ali, who was then also the Jamalul Kiram II. They killed him. They killed in documents Sahibul Gari Abdurrajak so that he could live in Brunei in watching the Raja Saleha, that is the first wife of Sultan Hassan al-Bolkiah, the first cousin of Raja Mamay Gamar bin Abdul Kapar. As I told you, I have all the necessary linkages to prove to the world that my mission has come into fruition, wherein they thought that I am just the one that they have put in the box for them to accuse and attack my morals without any reservation, because they thought they are as pure as the holy water, that they are the chosen one as the signatory. Come into the open, because even the office of Malacanang has to undergo the process of justice for blocking the queen of the imperial Lupasum. It is sin. I put Ama Ali and Fidel B. Ramos in one picture, because when I was in Manila Hotel, when I attended the gathering of whom he was the guest speaker, Apo Ramos instructed me, with all the public eye listening, that I must pattern the government either with the strictness of the law of Brunei or with the Timor-Leste government. Apo Ramos knew, of who is queen. Because when I presented Ama Ali into his face, the shock was there because he thought Ama is dead. Remember, the packagers are all inside Malacanang. Even up today, I can prove it. And this is where you are going to face me, because the court of law of the divinity is putting into action. And if you delay, you will be more given the crime added to the conspiracy that you have started since the day you killed Jamalul Kiram II and assumed and presumed by his advisor, Amirul Umra Amir Bangsa, who became a congressman, and that is the father of Princess Lola Maria Ilaw Gusilatar, the dayang-dayang that had been known in Malaysia because of the trusteeship of Jamalul Kiram II, aka Sultan Bantilan Amirul Umra Amir Bangsa, who was then in conspiracy with the father of the then ex-president Fidel V. Ramos. They were the ones who misrepresented even to the courts of America, to the World Bank, because they thought they can forever conceal the truth as a claimant to the throne. This is the game of throne. The crown has been there all along, kept by England, kept by Buckingham Palace, and kept in all the capsule that had been secretly buried, the documents for the eventuality that the Queen of Mapalindo will come out and recover the holy asset. For those that say that they are Ferdinand and Jerlyn Marcos, Emmanuel, you have your picture with me. All the claimants, all of you, I have asked my brother to really have to get each one of you so that the litigation will be done for you to stop. It is not anymore the play of the general. As one of you trying to proclaim, look at my face in comparative to your face, my dear. You have belittled the one that is guiding me, but you didn't know that all of you that are with her are also liable for supporting the lie and blocking the truth. Ama Ali, the prima facie, he was with me from the day that I left the Dominicans, because they were the ones also who kept me inside the four walls of the convent, for the reason that I must be pure to stand tall into the world, that I have nothing, that I have no secret in my closet. How about you? You want to become the queen? The queenship of the entire global earth, the four corners of the earth, is given to the queen of the universal magnum, the queen of the global earth, of which, when the day that Queen Mama Elizabeth II died, I was already in Sabah, receiving the crown, the scepter, the throne, and the birthright. Where are you? Can you still contest, refute, and dispute? I am not a claimant. This is the fight of the claimant 666 and the heirs and successors of the code of 999. If you are with me, you are going to walk in the light. But if you are not with me, you walk into the darkness wherein your boss is Satan himself. When I was in Sabah, the grandfather Aksadam came out because I asked him already to reclaim the souls that had been astrayed because of Siroy. And Siroy, in October 19, was incarcerated at my command. Now, you will be laughing at me again. I don't care. But what I am telling you is the truth and nothing but the truth. The eye that could withstand even your mockery, because I know that the humiliation that you had been spatting on me will revert back to you. You see, Ramos is the godfather of ex-president Gloria Arroyo, Rodrigo Duterte, Benigno Simeon Aquino Jr., Joseph Estrada, and now the caretaker president, Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Secrets upon secret is being unraveled. The direct link to Hassan al-Bolkiah down to the lineage of Ilocanja, as I have said. No secrets will be forever hidden, because this is the time that the light will shine and bring out even the inner secret of your heart for us to rule in the divine governance. You want to be in the divine government wherein Siroy trying to presume the identity of God, of Allah, is just the same as me. Many of you who would like to become Queen Helen, and the poor people with little mind are believing in you that I am just a decoy. But your Helen can speak out. Your Helen can tell the whole world, your Helen, where is she? Because we know also the duplicates that the packagers are doing. Yet, in fact, the packagers are just using the documents, using the identity of Queen Helen Abdurrahman. Nonetheless, I had been prepared, I had been trained, and I had been given the art of speaking engagement wherein I am a Dominican in and out. All of you listening all over the globe, you are questioning why just now that I come out. Because I tried to be humble, not to let the government be in severe shame into the face of the earth for being the one who really blocked and killed the true blood of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, the Sultanate of Maguindanao, the Sultanate of Rajabuayan, the Sultanate of the Royal Hashemite Sulu and Sabah. That is the basic principle truth that you do not want to listen. That's why even the people that are not worthy, they just have known that they are, and now they are the kings and queens and they are the signatories. This is what the Bible said. Time will come. Many will surface. Many will be used by Satan himself to be able to block the true heirs and successors. The true blockers then as governed step by step by the letter done, signed by Gloria Arroyo and W. Bush. It's all in the internet. It's true. Precisely all of you in the barn, all of you named, all of you governors, all of you congressmen, all of you mayors have a name in that document. Who gave that to me? It is himself, the implementer that Maas, Professor Normiswari, had given. Ama Ali is an MNLF combatant. He is a warrior that defended the sovereignty from the pirates of Borneo with Maladjok of Cotabato, of Mindanao. They were there. And we know who are the blood, who are the really blood of the Sultan. Now you are trying to tell me that I have no blood? You are all wrong. I had been kept so that I would know how to say and to defend the kingdom of Lupasug. And all of you claimants of the asset, you are boldly saying, why should you return to Lupasug the asset? You didn't know. You do not know the Commonwealth Kingdom of the Philippine Islands. That is himself, Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth the First of the Sarawak Empire. Where is Queen? And who is Queen? You just have known the Queen from Takurong City, the poor one, and everybody would like to pattern its life that I have. That is what you call the struggle in trying the claimants to achieve. That's why I call this the continuity of the episode 03, the season 1, wherein you will be all sorry for delaying the tactic of not recognizing the legitimacy of the king and queen of the Royal Imperial Lupasug Islamic United Kingdom of Sulu in North Borneo. The one who really destroyed for selling us to the foreign land is President Gloria Arroyo. She is a blood, and I face her for 3 hours just really to hear from her that she is indeed a claimant. Therefore, going back to the prima facie, it was Sharif Usman, Dato Ismail Mun Ali, Sultan Toron Lawan Dumaga, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikram, who mandated me to find the grandson of Malaysia, of Sulu, of Brunei, and of England. Because this is not my program, this is the divine program. To become a winner, I must be with the Creator. Because if not, I am like you. You didn't know the impact of what I have done. You just see the 350 collection of the identity card. I am working day and night, but I do not need to broadcast to you what I am doing, because everything I do, you just have to get for you to maneuver the blocking that you had been doing since the time you killed Jamalul Kiram II and Ama Ali. Now the prima facie had been guiding me. I have been running away, but to no avail, because the obedience must come from me. I am called I am chosen like my mother Mary. So with all humility, the humility that you cannot remove from the queenship of the universum magnum, obedience is necessary. So after that, I have made my commitment to do so. Everything changed. My life changed. This is where the time that I have made my structure in Saudi Arabia. All my comrades every now and then are coming out and enjoy the shopping spree, but Queen inside the flat to design how to fix Mindanao. You people that say I have not done, you that say why just now, you decide for yourself, judge for yourself. If Queen did not come since 2009, for sure, the killings will be continuously done in Cotabato, in Maguindanao, in North Cotabato, in Cabacan, in Takurong, in Bagumbayan, and even to Jensen. Because that is their way of telling the whole world that we are the most terrible being, the ISIS that they have put into documents. But the document that Madam Gloria signed and W. Bush, clear enough, and it is being implemented up to now by the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, wherein the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, I have already blocked it because they were the one who blocked me in the past. But now I am your blocker. Why? Because I have the authority and power. Because I have recovered after the treaty has expired in September 16, 2013. And that is the Mactolindo, 1963. With your hard-headedness, I proceed on by giving you the grace period, at least for you to realize. But what you have done, you insisted, you persisted. The barn. That's why, as I have marked it, continuous killings, branding of ISIS, but you are the ISIS as the one given in the documents of Gloria Arroyo to W. Bush in the implementation of war and chaos in Mindanao, Sulu, and Sabah. Here you go. Ama Ali, the prima facie. And this is the one that I have given you the opportunity. My journey is being documented, and it's all in my brain that one day you will see that I could lay down with my closed eyes that you have wronged, that you have illegally governed the kingdom because the authority that had been given to you had all expired, even the Carpenter Agreement. The Carpenter Agreement, the 100-year signed treaty with America and the Sultan of Sulu, expired in March 15, 2022. Just imagine, March 22, 2015 rather. Imagine how you have made the blockage that killed so many people. Therefore, with Ama Ali, I was able to make my platform real, physical, tangible, that no one of you can say, I have just played my game. But you are the player. The Game of Thrones that you want to get from the heir and successor. That's why that lady, thank you. The more you show up, the more the queen will shine into the world. Because if there is no traitor, there is no villain, and she is the director of the dark side, so be it. So be it. Now, all the generals that come on board, please work hard. I am giving you limited time already. The Mafilindo 2023 is moving side by side with the Queen of Finance. This book, as I have asked you, find it from BARM. Find it from the office of the President of Congress, from the President of Senate, from DFA, from the Royal ICJ, and all of you, the Department of Foreign Affairs. This, once I lay down this to you, you will see how difficult for you to face the royal family of the Philippine Islands and of the Lupasug Empire. Little knowledge can kill you. Little knowledge can make you at the four walls of the incarceration, of the jail, wherein you will not be able to see the light again. You have abused, misused, and who are you? You became strong because of the packager. The BBMI became strong because of the packager inside Malacanang. And I thank those people that really continuously having the Special Order 01 signed, because anytime I can proclaim to the whole world that we surpass the time when the EDSA revolution, they were not documented. They are only a dot of the total population of the Philippines, but because they are being packaged by Vatican and by the United States, they were able to claim the government of the Republic of the Philippines. Republic of the Philippines since 1986 is a revolutionary government that is primarily, they cannot kill the documents of Miss Rory, of anyone claiming to be Miss Rory, to be Murad, to be Pax Mangodadato, where in fact they are all 6 feet below the ground. Now, if ever you are alive, the book will have to hammer you in the name of justice, in the name of the sovereign justice. You will be litigated. And I am 100% sure that you cannot get out from this litigation. Justice must be served. The documentary has been given to you. There is a law in everything that we do. The royal decree, from the time that I have executed the 101 up to the 115. Continue your job, because one day, when it is being broadcasted all over the globe and Hollywood will buy my life, you will all be part of this game of throne. And that lady will be part of it, because how would I shine if there is no villain? Little knowledge can kill you. And this is what had happened to those that had claimed. Just in a while, they were able to see. They were able to hold the so-called unearthed gold. And now they become arrogant that they would say, oh, that is ours. They didn't know that all the gold are under the sovereign power of Lupasug. Congressmen, Congresswoman, senators, office of the president as caretakers I have given you 5 years grace period. And the 5 years transitory period ended in September 16, 2023. Precisely, we reinstalled the President of the Federal Republic of Philippine Islands, Ferdinand Marcos Sr. You cannot accept the ACA? Not mine. You will see. You have your Marcos who will validate you. Have you seen how I had been doing this? I had been going to you, elders, in December when I bring out Ama Ali. You can see I have already coordinated to the office of the president, and it was Gloria then. I came to see the office from my friend, from the office of the little president, General Ermita, because I wanted to bring Sultan Mamay, because that is the instruction of the Gaib, of the elders, spiritual elders of Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, to be recognized by the President of the Philippines. However, sad to say, because automatically the claimant brother flew from Brunei to really hurt and make the brother suffer. So the old man Ama Ali instructed me to pull him out from that house. Imagine how hard it could be for the queen. But because of my obedience to the Father, who really molded me from the time that I was born, I had been with him. And we know that Lola Maria Ilaw, Maria Santa Ana in Takrong, knows who is Queen Helen. The more secret that I will be exposing to you, you will know. And I don't want you to know more because you can use it in your claim. This Game of Thrones is divinely rooted because of Satan. All the films that you have seen, it is only one thing that is being shown. The true ones and the fakers. You classified me as the fakers, as the claimants. I don't care. Because I need to present myself of what you think. But underneath, I had been working silently to gain the trust and confidence of my forefathers, of the leaders of the world. Imagine who is really the blockers that you can think of. As I mentioned, all the presidents after they have ousted Ferdinand Marcos Sr. I have also done my public proclamation that the one who died in Hawaii is not him. So therefore, the more that you keep this, the more the world will hammer you for telling lies to the sovereign people of the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands. You can have your laws, your decrees, your Republic Acts, all with no authority. Are you going still to proceed on your electoral process with the barangay? It's up to you. Listen, because you will be the one to shoulder the crime of conspiracy of your predecessor. That is what I'm going to do. From the time that Mafilindo expired, supposedly they have already acknowledged the return of the power and authority to the one who gave them. But they did not. I just hope and pray this time when they started to see that they have all the power only for themselves, but not anymore to be recognized by the global earth. The United Nations is governed by our fathers, by our forefathers. And the secret will be handed on to you as we continue the Game of Thrones in every day of my broadcasts. Ama Ali, the living witness, is the one who ordered to the Queen to come out and fight. The fight for freedom. The fight wherein they would know that oppression and suppression is their art of enslaving us all. The Union of the Royal Philippines against police oppression is the same manner that they have established the Philippine Constabulary for their own claims and became the highest blocker at the office of Malacanang Palace. The Philippine Constabulary was handed on to the Philippine National Police. And here you go. Why you are so powerful? Because the money, the one paying you, is from the office of the peace process. All of you born. Now that you cannot take out anything from central bank. And those people say that they are the signatory. Come on. Come on. You control the central bank? Go ahead. I am not stopping you. It's good that you go there and present yourself. Properly be documented so that we would know who are the blockers in consonance of your claim. It's not only Philippines. There is the global conglomerated conspiracy because of the asset of 617,500 metric tons of gold and the 500's 10-carat diamonds. 500,000. That is the asset of the entire sovereignty from Sarawak Empire, from Majapahit down to Rajakayan, down to the Srivijaya, down to the Mongolian account, down to the Empire of China. Now you see, I have my authority. But those people belittled it. And those people that presented our Marcos got the original and give me a tenure. And now, what happened to him? 6 feet below the ground. If Maria Busoy is alive, he is liable. She is liable. Now they are together with this lady because the pictures are already being compiled and they are just in one cobwebs. The claimants. You would want to become a queen? that if you are going to be allowed by the court of heaven, there are so many coins, but have they served the poor? In every day that we are going to lay down, remember as always, Ama Ali had given his succession as Trukiram to me and to Raja Mamay. Precisely the brother Alnas bin Abdul Ghaffar is in trouble because they have stolen the identity of Raja Mamay, and the same manner someone is using my name, and accordingly it was Busoy, but I know there are more. Because the little-minded people in the ground can allow to say that I am just a decoy and there is the true Helen. Wow! Then prove to me that you are the Helen. Because the light, as given by our Heavenly Father, it's not belongs to you. It belongs to the chosen heir of the Universal Magnum. Blockers upon blockers, spearheaded by the office of the president. Now, do you think you go around into the world presenting you are the signatory? Do you think you will not be put in the hot seat? All the royal families all over the globe are related. And one day you shall see who is the leader amongst the royal family. The documents, the prima facie. We asked for recognition from the office of the president then in 2009. October, November. But sad to say, the brother, upon the padrino, the sponsorship of Malaysian government, upon the sponsorship of the claimant sultan, I want to have your name, but still, because you are together with my friend. But where are you? Can you still sleep on this? Because of you, the substand of the killings, you are liable. Office of the President. From Ramos, down to Estrada, to Gloria, to Aquino Jr. Of course, from Corazon Aquino, because he is the number one, she is the number one who claimed, as sponsored by Vatican. That's why the special order certified, it will be laden out. You do not know the secret of the world will come into the open as exposed by the Queen of Light. Look into my eye. I don't prepare what I'm going to say. I allowed the Spirit of God to come into my brain and speak to you face to face. Because the Game of Thrones is the basis why there are so much killings. Because of the politician, the military that had been given the authority. They have overstepped that power and authority that even the true sultan is being put to death. Look at what is happening to Sultan Kelly. Money talks. Money from drugs. Money from illegal gun running. Money from the Tripoli agreement. Money of the Malaysian ringgit flowing to the killers of Sulu and Maguindanao. It has been their part because of the game of supremacy. They have seated on the throne that is not theirs. They didn't know that there is a limit in all this. You can see now. Sabah standoff. We know we were there. That's why we can point we can exactly tell who are the players, who are the claimants behind, who are the militaries behind, who are the head of states behind. Because we are physically present. Sambonga, stand up. I was going from one precinct to the other because all the wives of the MNLF are being kicked off. Pregnant women, small, large, as we say, even the pregnant women are being kicked off because it was the order of the president and with the vice president Marrojas then. I was there. I was there listening when they have tried to implement that. That's why, can we still trust the OPAP? The Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process? Can we still trust that? I was there listening. How they would implement the bombings, the killings. Peace? No. Because you are governed by the power of claim. The claim will never win with the heirs and successors. Ownership, the law of sovereignty and ownership. That is what we are. I was educated. I was given this power and authority, the intelligence that is not being claimed. It is being given. And I thank our dear Father. Because this is my time, my rule. And I'd like to tell you that you cannot compete. You cannot contest. You cannot refute nor dispute the throne that I have. But can I allow you to have your play of the Game of Thrones? As you say you are the director, then that's it. Let's play the Game of Thrones. As I speak out every day, you will learn from me that I have started from the day I was born. I was inside the war zone, and I know the difference between being put to death and being saved by our family. There are so many militaries. Run a wall, run away from the system because they cannot fathom the evil of the superiors. We know the game. Just because of the land, just because of the business, they have the ability to kill. I have one still alive. In Rile, the Commander Dante, as we know, in the implementation of the saturation of war and chaos in Mindanao, so that Saudi Arabia can benefit from the oil. Now, why did Gloria Arroyo become the princess sponsoring the war and chaos? Because of Malampaya, the oil and gas that has been entrusted to him. Who made money into it? Brunei, Ramos, Hazanal, and the Petronas? What about the people? Can you still continue that kind of life? Now they say she is alive. I asked already my friends, prove to me that she is alive. Because I know her. 3 hours we were able to have our face-to-face talking about the claim of Sabah, the claim of Mindanao, the claim of the oil and gas. Ama Ali Sharif Usman with the twin Princess Nazaria, Siti Mariam, never failed me in every moment of my existence because I am born the fighter for freedom. The book will speak for itself. That's why all the Congress, all the senators, this was submitted in September 2012. From there onward, every year, you will find the Black Fatima will run after you. You have not given me my comfort of sleep. Every day is the fight in the defense of the truth. Because lie after lie, you have made the lie as your pseudo truth. That's why the poor people will believe in you. It is not anymore. The court of law must know. We have been armored by legitimate process. And we know the game of throne will continue because of the office of the president, the caretaker of the Federal Republic, of the different Mapilindo countries. But as we say, as we reinstated the cousin of Ama Ali, I am happy about. Because all of us will be learning quite a lot in this mission. I know for sure that each one of you will realize that we are armored by legitimacy. If only you have adhered to my call in 2012, we could have prevented the wars up to Israel and Palestine. But even so, every day is a process of decision making. You are all liable. You are all liable. The court of heaven is intact. Now all of you try to pattern of what I am doing. Welcome to the Game of Thrones. I am trying to let you see that Queen never abandoned my people. That I never retreated nor surrendered to this mission. Every day is a process of new beginning for me to let you see the real fight between evil and the good. I am with the light. You are with darkness. If you will not join me, it's okay. Because in every era, and this is the golden age, you believe me or not, you are stepping on the sovereignty that belongs to God, belongs to Allah. You deny me of my right, I have nothing to worry. Because every day is an expose. Ama Ali have executed a lot of affidavits, a lot of mandates, and it has been given to the entire world. Tomorrow you will see how the blockers from the office of the president even instructed the embassy of England, of Great Britain, to block me, not to be given the visa. Because the instruction was to go to England. The instruction to Raja Mamay is to see the grandmother. But it's okay. We even went up as far as Macau. And I have documents to prove that one day you will see how Madame Gloria Arroyo followed everywhere I go. Because I'm sure she lost, I win. Now if she is alive, thanks be to God. But if she is dead, whose fault, whose crime will shoulder all this? Because we know the Game of Thrones. The dead is alive because of your claim. We know who is who, and I will always find the truth, even if you will have to put more blockages. I never contested. I am just trying to tell you that it's beyond contestation. It is beyond refute. It is beyond your mind. I am armored with the legitimacy that I have because I know my husband is the grandson of Sulu and North Borneo, is the grandson of Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and of the whole world. I am aware that because of this fight, you will put my morals into jeopardy. Long, long before I have made myself clear, I am not a claimant. I am the heir and successor as appointed, as validated by the court of law of the sovereignty of the heavens, of the earth below. Here I am. I can smile into you, right into your eye. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow for the more episode that you will love and hear from the Queen of the Universal Magnum, the Queen of the Global Earth. Bless everyone. Ama. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our land of forefathers. This is the Imperial News TV of Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Itong episode na ito ng Season 1, Episode 04, will give you a wonderful experience on how the journey towards the foreign land of King and Queen Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdurrahman Maria Helen Panulino Abdurrahman. We know that I have given you already the introduction. And this is not just an ordinary proclamation or what we say broadcast, but this is an information dissemination program of the Queen and King themselves to be able to dispute, refute, and contest the claim of the brother Al-Nas bin Abdul Kappar in conspiracy with all the global programmers in relation to the wealth and asset of the entire law of sovereignty and ownership. Queen Helen, been guided by Ama Ali, the prima facie, as we have discussed yesterday, together with the claimant himself, the Supreme Sultan that they have acknowledged, Sultan Fidel V. Ramos, whose power has controlled even up to Vatican, up to the United States of America. I have given you that veracity that I was able to talk to them and acknowledge me. But however, because of the conglomerated conspiracy, as I had been telling you, this is not only them. That is the global conspiracy. And yesterday, I put out the signed documents as handed to the right hand of Professor Nor Miswari Sahiburasad Asgali and all the right hands of the MNLF, Moro National Liberation Front. Lahat ito sila, all of them had followed the rules of the implementation as given, signed by two head of states, Gloria Arroyo and W. Bush. How they sold us? Because of our oil and gas, because of our rich natural resources. And that is the primary reason they have put us into war. The continuous killings in Sulu, in the border ESCOM of Sandakan, and even in the very heart of the Raja Sulaiman Sultanate of Maguindanao in Ligwas and Mars. I am saying this because unknown to you, you have been the gadgets for election. Every time there is election, money comes from all sides, funders from all over the globe, so that they could benefit in all the assets and properties, in all the heritage accounts, in all the banking instruments, in all the conspiracies of the banking system in itself. Have you realized that all of this have been dissected by king and queen? I never slept in my whole life as comfortable as you have until such a time that I know I will be proclaimed with all the world's head of states through the United Nations, through the global supreme command of the royal family. You are all claimants against the heir and successor. In this path, we know that our life is already a step towards the grave. Because 1,000 years, si Roy, Satan operated the human race. He was given the chance to rule, but there is an agreement between God and him that when a woman comes and declared that he has already overstepped into that agreement, then he lose. All of this, si Roy, what we call the followers, they are the one operating right now to really reclaim your soul and bring you to the fire of hell. As I said, laugh at me at the top of your voice. Destroy me, but I am indestructible because I am born as the heir and successor of the heavens, the earth, and below the earth. I have given you the saga, the crusade of the Game of Thrones from 2,000 years, from the time when Cain and Abel contested the love of the Father. And it is carried from generation up to generation. That is still the program of the divinity. And all the contending parties are always the direct blood of the true heirs and successors. You have waited for me. You have waited for Raja. And now that we are around, you have intently blinded yourself for blocking us. Why? Because you do not want to surrender what you have stolen from us. I have named up your names in my proper attestation for you to see that you have failed indeed the royal family of the divine monarchy. Each one of you would like to be the queen. Be a queen. Even in your own house, in your own little palace, you are a queen because you are the mother of your children and the queen of your own property, of your own domain. That is supposedly the queen that follows the rule of law of the divinity. The queen who follows the purity of heart. And God, Allah, will bless you. I have encountered so many queens in the past. In fact, I have installed and gave them the title. But who are they? What are they? What can they do in the service of humanity? Instead, they have just confined themselves on what knowledge they have that they could benefit comfortably under the protectorate of the Philippine government in the very heart of Malacanang Palace. Conspiracy will never win against the era of the Golden Age. This is the seventh generation that the world, the heavens, the Lemurian had declared the Golden Age. The seventh generation of the Golden Age will make the heavens win because Queen Helen belongs to that generation. September 9, 2009. September 29, 2009. Day by day, I have labored much on how to make my structure fight the entire world. Because as I have made my step towards the highest post of Malacanang, I saw immediately the conspiracy, the bribery, how they have sent a lot to destroy me, to destroy Raja Mamay in favor of the claimant Sultan. But now, mind you, at that early time in 2009, someone from the office of the president, the shadow government of 490, the kapatiran ng espiritual ng Pilipinas, we call them the shadow of all the shadows of the rule of the claims of the Sultanate of Sulu in North Borneo. It has struck into my mind because what they say, what this fellow leader said to me, if Malacanang will honor you and honor Raja Mama, you win. However, they have already made their decision to validate Almas bin Abdul Ghaffar, who killed the brother in 2005. They have killed the elder, just slept in the night and the following day dead. Because to validate the true heirs and successors, you need to be Muhammad Ismail Ikram. You have not seen the hands of Allah. You have not seen the guidance of the divinity on how I started this holy mission. Have you seen for yourself the transformation of every time I speak? They are the ones behind me, teaching me how to implement this program. When I went to the office of Malacanang, I knew immediately that I am fighting the dark side of the 666. Why? Because I have seen them. I have seen how they live. I have seen the lifestyle that they have. I have seen how they speak, how they govern, and how they dictate how to kill. Legitimizing the OPAP, the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process. And I have even written Malaysia about the legal brief of how they implement the killings in Mindanao and Sulu. War in the guise of peace, peace in the guise of war. That is OPAP. That is even the peace process they have done up to Tripoli Agreement, using the claim of Miss Rory and all the armed groups, using Malacanang, using Putrajaya, using the head of states of the Islamic nation in their desire to control the oil field, because Liguasan Mars is the pipeline, the volcanic vein that extends as far as Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Afghanistan, in Borneo, in Brunei, in Batangas. That's how the conspiracy, the hidden wealth being machinated, programmed by the Black CIA in support for their countries, in support for their greed for power and supremacy. But now, no more. My 7 Makdum elders never abandoned me from the day that I was born. I am prepared. As I lay down the documentation in the book of 476, you have to find us, Congress, Senate, DFA, Philconsa, all of you, even you, Court of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, you are liable to this. Executive Secretary, look into my eye. If you believe that you are one of those chosen to rectify the errors of the past, do it now. Because you are all liable for all the global wars, from Ukraine to Russia, from Israel to Palestine, at the expense of the poor, the victims of your atrocity, of your greed for power and money, because that is your way of putting down the sovereignty, destruction of the sovereignty, the people in the land. I have sent you, my big brother, to stop the war. This is not anymore pertaining to the rule of the United Nations. This is now the decision of the queen of the global earth, the global Lemurians below the earth, the global heavenly bodies, the intergalactic power. I call unto you, the Father of Bulungan, Kalimantan. You know of who I am. Never failed me this time. I am asking you, break the wall of conspiracy. The claim is a claim. No one can claim. I have laid down the structure into you. But you delay, it's up to you. Now, I will be reading to you, most likely, in a separate broadcast, how Gloria Arroyo sold us to the Black CIA. By this you will know that up to now it is carried out into the office of the caretaker president, how they went to the president of the United States with the President Biden. You cannot defeat the truth. Truth will always come out, and your lie will be the basis of your life to be sentenced. I have done my part. Precisely, I keep on giving documents to Malacanang. But however, because of PGMA, in conspiracy with a brother, and in harmony with the Sultan of Brunei, Sultan of Johor, Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram, all of you are classmates in the United Kingdom as scholars by the royal family. PGMA knows that. Muniera Pendaton knows that. That's why I made my promise to buy Muniera Pendaton that never should I sell Ligwasan Mars. And it is the same promise that I have with the Chief of Staff of the MNLF, Kaka Abdullah. If you are with the side of truth, they kill you. They can send a lot of emissaries just to annihilate the real servant to help you have a comfortable life. From September 9, even from August 26, 2009, because I started stepping back to Ligwasan in July 2009. This is your way of saying it. You want to control Ligwasan Mars? If I was not able to stop the Afghan that they have ferried to Clark, war could have erupted again in Mindanao. And thanks, because I could see the chaos and war being staged by the United States of America in conspiracy with the caretaker president who carried out the mandate of PGMA. Now, as I said, she is alive, then triple justice will be given to you for killing us. Remember what you have done in 2000. Camp Abubakar in Mindanao. How you destroyed Mindanao. But yet, all of you top leaders, Congress, Senate, the executive, legislative, and the judiciary condoned, tolerated this illegal, this criminal act. And yet, you live in peace? Every time I see you, I can see death because you are the one giving the final step, the approval to put chaos in war. It was the saga, the crusade between Alnas and Gamar. I was even humiliated by those who sided with Alnas, destroyed the moral of Rajamamay so that I will disengage with Rajamamay. But they didn't know that I have committed already with the union in Sulu and Sabah, with the union in the Philippine Island laws. I am bounded to obey the rule of the marriage life. That is the start of my calvary to defend the grandson. Imagine the 14 years that I have. But you people, you detractors, you can just utter bad words because you are under the dominion of Satan, the darkness, the cabal, the Illuminati. You know what I have done? I went on going to the Senate, to the Congress, presenting the grandson, presenting the prima facie. But I made up my mind. I have lost all my savings. I have lost all my goals in trying to find a solution. Because Raja Mamay has also nothing. Because the brother has been sufficiently funded by the Sabah government, wherein Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram are the ones being given the share of the Sabah in their claims. That is the claims. That is the claim of Sabah, wherein they were able to get something from there because they are the one in conspiracy with the Sabah government, with the Malaysian government. We have known this a long time ago. And Muhammad Abdullah Kiram is the son. And that's why Lola Maria Ilaw is in support of this. Because they are the ones being used and abused by the loss of the claim over Sabah. They knew that Raja Mamay has been validated a long time ago, in 1999, when Queen Mama Elizabeth II and Queen Victoria Elizabeth I even went to Kota Kinabalu to meet the grandson. But that is the crime of conspiracy of Mahathir, of Sultan Brunei, of Sakaram Danday, and the IGP at that time, not to let the grandson face the Queen Mama and the great-grandma. They knew the truth. Now, what can you say about the government not knowing what Queen is doing? That is not, I can utter a bad word, but I am not yet. They have the intent to conceal the truth. Pay the media, pay the journalists, pay everyone that would come to me. And I have even documented a journalist calling all those friends of mine not to support me because I cannot release anything That's how they are. But all of these are documented. All of this. All of this. And you will see this in the Game of Thrones. The throne between the Sultan of Sulu and the claimants. But they didn't know that the winner is the Sultana of Sulu in North Brunei, as it was proclaimed by Black Fatima. You can see that in the future. This is the saga, the crusade, on how to enlighten you, all of you in the sectors of the government, the society that has been blocked by the truth, and let the lies operate so that they will remain in power and the supremacy to impose the electoral winner to those that they are favored so. So when I started going to Malacanang and they are trying to block me, I consulted Amma Ali. And the same, it was the instruction that I have to proceed to England. With the support of the attorney, in fact, Karina Gregorio, who is the best friend of Gloria Arroyo, who had been trying to release the funds of 10 billion US dollar that had been brought by the Queen Mama Elizabeth II and Queen Victoria Elizabeth I in 1999. And there you will see the creation of the Abu Sayyaf. I will be discussing this. So when Gloria and attorney Karina knows that, with the one in Central Bank, they transferred the funds in Mindanao. And that's the one. Not only that, there is another 9 billion US dollar and another 13 billion US dollar addressed to the king and queen that they have concealed because they want the BARM to benefit. How evil you are, Office of the President, at that. How evil you are in trying to produce forgery. Because accordingly, if Malacanang will favor Raja Mamay, he must disengage with Queen Helen. That is the conspiracy in itself. So everyone trying to find a way to find a woman suited for Raja Mamay. And that is the evil movement of the family. Imagine that. Imagine how they could dispute me with the woman that they want to be the wife of Raja. And Mahathir wanted the ex-wife to be together when in fact the ex-wife married the grandson and be with Alnash bin Abdul Ghaffar. The brother married because of the stealing of the identity. So the woman, but accordingly to what I have known, there was no marriage at all. Now, when I have my marriage in Sabah, they claimed again. That's how demonic they are. Because Raja Mamay is also Alnas in conspiracy with Malacanang. They can produce documents, and that is the highest crime. Identity theft. Misrepresentation. Forgery. In trying to be myself. Because I know how the family of Raja, the clan of Raja, the Sangkula at that, would fight me. This is what you are going to see because I have documented properly how you have destroyed the succession from Jamalul Alam to Jamalul Kiram and how you destroyed Amma Ali. I will see to it that the world will have to rectify the historical account of the royal kingdom of Lupasu. I went to Hong Kong together with Raja because I wanted to get my visa. First, we went to England Embassy, the Great Britain Embassy. But what they say? Wait. But when we came back, we have known that Gloria made a call. You are the president. You can call and block me. Fine. Thank you. So we decided, with the help of the religious sisters, I went together with Raja to Hong Kong. And with our attorney, in fact, brother, I just don't want to mention your name because I wanted to lay down this process by process. You are still alive. And the rest of them are dead now. Because, as I told you, not mine to give justice, but God Himself. So I went to Hong Kong. When we were in Hong Kong, we were followed again. That's how conspiracy is. We have nothing in our pocket except with the faith that we know we can get it. That's where we were trying to seek the support of the ground. But the ground were covered and was stolen again to be back to the ARMM and the claimants, sultans. I will be giving you the clear impact of all this, because from there you will see how the top level maneuvered, machinated, and intently covered King Mamay and Queen Helen in favor of the brother and the ex-wife and the wife and all who will become the wives and so many wives. And this you will see how they have made the process and make the barn to be able the final to really block the queen of the Philippine Islands. When we were in Hong Kong, that was the first mission offshore wherein I have really to tell the world how difficult it could be walking with nothing, that I have to sacrifice more. Yes, we were poor. You are rich, but you are getting it from our heritage asset. You people in the government, you officials of the top levels and military, you do not know how hard it is for the Queen to validate from day one from the Code of 999 versus the 666 as instructed as the implementer, President Gloria Arroyo, under the banner, the mandate of ex-President Fidel B. Ramos. I have my documents. I can prove it. Besides, I am the queen to rectify the errors of the past, to give justice to each and every one of you. When I was there, we have know enough that even our meal, I cried. But no one can stop me. I need to find the truth. My desire to reach England with Raja is really very, very intense. That I have really to suffer the most of it. Living in the park, sleeping in the park because we have nothing to pay our hotel. But you, claimants, you have more than enough because you are being well fed by the government. And this is the thing that I'd like to give to the family of the claimants themselves. The government itself, the TAN themselves, how they are being paid rather, by the government of Malaysia. Because of that claim. Gloria Arroyo and Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram are classmates in England. So they knew what to do. They were given that way how to really be blocking the truth. They have killed Ama Ali many times in protecting me. The prima facie. That's why. This is not anymore the game of the general. This is the game of the spirit. Because all of you, I have my book, I have my legitimate documentations, and I have my research that could really make you, that could hammer you, that you are all on the other side of the fence. We were denied in Hong Kong. The embassy there just informed me that, sorry, you have to go back to the Philippines. Wow. Thank you. So I made that as my landmark. Why PGMA trying to make me, stopping me not to reach Buckingham. Because the secret could be unraveled with the Queen Mother. I went as far as Macau to have the visa, but it's the same. Someone is tailing me not to procure anything. Now they have poisoned the mind of Kuya Raja. We were there celebrating our Christmas, our New Year, with nothing. Only the tears. What have I done? What have I decision I made? I am already at the height of my career. I'm earning so much to help my family and Ligwas on Mars. But that is not what the elders wanted me. So this mission is the severity of the power between the dark and the light. Kuya Raja suffered more than enough. We have put ourselves into the feast of all those claimants. I have all of those posted in the internet, and from there you will see who they are. Yet, you really give them the highest respect. Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. You give him. But you do not know that it was him who advised me that you cannot win because Ramos is the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo. That's where they started the Sabah standoff. I have my records. You cannot defeat me on that. Besides, I have spoken to Fidel V. Ramos. He instructed me even to pattern my government either to Brunei or Timor-Leste. I have even sent my emissary regarding the BDO account, the 443 trillion. And he knows I am not stopping. From there, they transferred the account. Where? In Malaysia? Where? That is the reason that all of you are liable. Why do you have to do something when I just asked about it? I don't claim. I just want the share. Slowly but surely, I am gaining my stand, my legitimacy. Why? They have bombarded me a lot of pain, a lot of destruction, and even succumbed to war just to weaken my foundation. It is not mine, but yours. You lose, I win. Because in every year, I am gaining my crown as given by our forefathers. Limorian has been with me from the day I was born. Or even before I was born. I have been given already what I need. It is just now the art on how to recover them all. Because the sovereign territory of the global earth belongs to the Creator Himself. That's why I was challenging each and every one of you. For those who do not like to get the SIC, fine. We have still the process on how. All of those that would like to remain under the authority of the Security and Exchange Commission, you are just the barangay. Where is Queen in comparative to what you are doing? What kind of mind do you have? Precisely, I am hitting Malacanang because he is the one liable, the one seated there. From the time they have ousted the president, and that president just walk out. But those that duplicates will also be liable. Are you still alive? Then come out. Because all of you will be litigated by the law of the sovereignty. And that is the Lupasug Empire. Now and these people that are just saying things without even recognizing that they will be quoted. Since 1100, Sulu Kingdom is already standing tall throughout the world. And that is the one that you should realize. Why I am back, why I am here. They have really blocked me. They have really put me into test. I had been in Macau, shivering because I need to extend my visa, so as Raja. I have experienced how the plane in Macau got delayed because I forgot I am carrying the Philippine passport. To enter Malaysia, we should have a return ticket. But because of Queen's ability, and I have already some problems to face, but I thank the Hong Kong authorities because seeing the Queen in the internet, they have given me that respect. I told you, legitimacy is very important. And from there, from the time that I have start my mission, everywhere I go, I know how to deal with everything that you accuse me, that you block me, that even the time when you put Raja into difficult situation, after that you failed to kidnap him, you put a case on him. Queen has the ability to fight each one of you. Besides, I am trained to speak for the truth, and the truth will always win against the lie that you put out. From Macau, we proceeded to Kuala Lumpur. From there, you will see how difficult it could be for me. Going from one place to the other with nothing on the pocket. I have already exhausted my savings. I have sold out everything that I have. In trying to find the solution, how could I defend Raja Mamay when in fact it is being claimed already by the brother? How could I defend Raja Mamay is the legitimate one wherein all the head of state support him, feed him, give him a lot of money, arrest all the non-documented Filipino in Sabah, and gave to him the money to steer war and chaos in Mindanao and Sulu. How could I fight you? And that is the one that driven me to find the solution. That's why I went as far as Hong Kong, supposedly onward to England. But you failed me, PGMA. You failed me. All of you. Nika, you were there. But nonetheless, I told you, I would always fight in relation to what I need to prove, because I am sent to rectify your mistake and to be able to live in peace and harmony. I must win. I entered Malaysia. Although I had been traveling quite a lot in the past, but that could be different now, bringing Raja Mamay. You have questioned him? It is the Queen's program that you have to bear in mind. I have told you immigration on how to do it. At that early time, I knew already that I can beat each one of you. I even traveled to China alone, traveled to different countries alone in trying to find the solution on how to defeat the claim versus the heir and successorship, the law of sovereignty and ownership. We presented ourselves as someone very low on the ground, so that I could see for myself the illegal activities of each and every one that are claiming to be the true Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo. I started in Maguindanao. I went through the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, gaining all those crown, because I know I have to make my platform on how to save each and every one being oppressed and suppressed by the class of the politician and the military, as powered by the programmer seated in Malacanang. I am not going to apologize for bringing this, because only this way you will know that you are contributory, you are attributory to the killings of Sabah Stand-Up, killings of Sambuanga, 44 Sapmen, all of this, Marawi Seeds, Paglas, and even the medical tyranny that you have imposed globally. Without us, I'm sure you have been living in hell all the time, wherein the poor becomes poorer, the rich become richer because of the conspiracy of the office of the top ranks of the military, the top ranks of the government, because the ones seated are the one programmed. You don't win in the election at all. You are being programmed to be winner. That is politics, the highest business of the world. Politicians are being paid. Now, if you continue to have your barangay election, I am telling you, you will shoulder, you will inherit the crime of your predecessor, and you will be liable. And where is your budget anyway? They say that they can release the funds. Now I am asking you, all of you that had been given the authority from the office of the Queen, move now. You have the authority. Move now. If I don't talk to you because I am talking to you in Lemuria, I know what to deal with you. That's why at my early speech today, I am calling my father from Bulungan, from Kalimantan. Stand now. Because all of us are called to defend the new generation, the new world order of the cabal, or the world order as commanded by the Queen of the Universal Magnum. That is the two different paths that you are. Because live in purity, live in humility, wherein from that, the purity of soul, of speech, you can have that. It's not a life of glory that I have. It is a life full of courses because I have to do my job. I have to break the walls of conspiracy. Now, every day is a process. Every day, this is the mind breaking. Wherein the Holy Spirit, the one there up using my brain, it is also tiresome. This human flesh also craving for comfort. But I have no choice but to tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Can you simplify the process? The process with all simplicity. Surrender and give it back to the owner. And who is the owner? God himself, not Siroy. Now you tell me I am talking in a highfalutin words. Not at all. Not at all. Divine justice is being given to the different lands now. Look at Israel. Look at Palestine. God saved Mindanao from the flooding of blood to be sacrificed. Do not ever encounter against such, because Queen had tried her best to stop the war in Mindanao. And that is my crusade. And I keep on saying to the entire world, once I stop the war in Mindanao, in Sulu, I can stop the war in the whole world. Because the whole world is governed by cabal, by Illuminati, by ISIS. And this is the one that we put into demarcation in all the states. United Nations has been poisoned by the cabal. The World Bank has been poisoned by the cabal. But we are trying to rectify the process. That's why there is a new financial system being instituted. I am inviting you. I am not forcing you to believe in me. But look beyond what is going to happen to you. The little knowledge that you have, imposing what you want. You are just there. All of you people, you are just there. Go ahead by all means. Because I can make you just be there. And I will just have my people be the one to benefit from what I am doing. I am offering you already the solution. But you deny me of that solution that I am giving you. Because you have your own fixated mind. You have your own belief. You have your own belief that you do not want to accept defeat. At all costs, I am asking you now. Whether you like it or not, God has made up his mind to save those that would like to be saved. Salvation is not for you if you deny him. Go back to the one who created you. But if you continue defying me, I have no more chance to be pleading to you, begging you, but instead, I will let you see the crime that you have done so that justice, we can already leave you behind under the dominion of Satan. You have underestimated Queen. You have put Queen at your own thumb. You have spreaded that I am a nobody. But out of that, I thank you because I know God bless me more. Allah protects me more. So that every day of my life will be dedicated in the name of truth. So that justice will be served. Truth is God, and God is truth. I'd like to tell you, my brothers and sisters, learn the art of living behind the lies. Live in truth, and harmony and peace will be yours. Good morning, good evening, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News and TV. This is Queen Helen of the Rajak Elizabeth III, The Game of Thrones, Season 1, Episode 05. The continuity of the journey in Malaysia from Macau. After that, I have really surpasses the blockages and the trials, even by just staying at the park of Hong Kong, of Macau, and I have not stopped from there. But I am going to proceed why the family of Raja keep on calling him, because they are threatening him not or never to proceed to Sabah or to Malaysia because he could be killed. From there, I have seen that that is a signal for me to find the truth. In January, at exactly 2010, I landed in Kuala Lumpur. From there, I have seen that I have to find the truth. Just imagine how hard it could be for me to find the solution in trying really to break the wall of all the threatening calls, of all the stoppage of the family not to go back to Malaysia because they knew that I could be able to see their plan and strategy how to cover forever Raja Mamay. From there, I have known the basic way how to protect the grandson. So I started finding the truth that indeed Alnas, the brother, is supported by Gloria Arroyo. That is the basic foundation of breaking the walls of conspiracy, brother against brother. So I tried to find the family of Raja, the children of Raja, for me to see exactly who is telling me the truth and who is behind the family of Raja Mamay. I was able to meet the comrade, the trustee, the ally of Alnas bin Abdul Ghaffar, how they have berated my personality, how they spat on me, how they really ridicule me, and how they have made a lot of nasty words against me. I just swallow it up because I know I have to be humble and I will know the truth. In Sabah, the fear of Raja heightened because he said I could be arrested. I said, why? You have done nothing, but your brother had offended, have made the crime of conspiracy by taking your own identity. See? Brothers against brothers. Who is against him are the supporter of Alnas. I went one by one and I see the difference. From there, I have known that the real identity card of Raja as Malaysian was taken by the brother. So I fought hard into it. I have really to give him a blow. And I really told Raja Mamay, if you want the truth, if you want me to fight, recover your identity card. From there, you will know who is Queen Helen. The woman that you married will always side for the truth, and the truth could kill us, but I will still have to fight for you as the grandson. That's where I found out the family that really made stories against me. And that is properly documented, especially those people that has no education that could just simply accuse me. They have tried to tell the family that I just lay down and just have something for Raja. They did not know that for 3 years I did not use Abdurrajak. I used my own name as Helen Panulino for them to tell them that I am not after the asset or whatever the claim of property of Raja Mamay, because they knew they could have accused me for that. I fought as I am, as Helen Panulino. That's where I have outsmarted the family, because I told them I am not after of any of what you are trying to fight for. I am here to defend the grandson I am here to find the truth. Just see how I am being really humiliated, attack my morals and all of those things by the family itself, by the clan, by the government who supports him, supports the claim of Al-Nas bin Abdul Bakar. This is brother against brother. It's like Cain and Abel killing each other to gain the love of the Father, to gain supremacy. And this is the same thing happening. That up to now, I could really say I won because I was able to recover the identity card of Gamar bin Abdul Ghaffar. It is the program of the Queen to be able to find the conspiracy in support of the immigration, of the police, of the military, of the top ranks of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and all the agencies that support the claim of Sabah. Now, can you still say that I am not doing my job? And those detractors that say that I am not known? From now on, the Game of Thrones will be put into your place. The face that will put you into shame for maliciously attacking the morals of the Queen, the spiritual and even the professional standing of the Queen. I am not just an uneducated as what you have put out to the world. I have my degrees, I have my credential to defend of who I am. But no need. Why should I level down myself to your thinking, to your intelligence? I am here to defend the kingdom of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, Sultanate of Maguindanao, Sultanate of Lanao, Sultanate of Ratchabuyan, Sultanate of Panay Islands, of Visayas, of Luzon, of all the federation that I have made. And that is the reason we are the Lupasug Empire, because it's not only the Sultanate, it is all the tribal kingdom that are under the protectiveness of the Queen of the Universum Magnum. In 2010, Queen earned the title as the Queen of Raja Sulaiman of Ligwas and Mars. That's the one that you should realize, that I am coupled by crowns that made me stronger in every battle that I face, because I need to find the solution of the stoppage of the war and chaos in Mindanao, in Sulu, and in the borders of North Borneo. See? Brother against brothers. I was able to redeem that prestige when I have started my mission, finding who are behind the claim of Sabah, the claim of the Moro National Liberation Front, the claim of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and of the claim of the Bangsamoro Freedom Fighter. See? If I am not guided, if I am not being mandated, can I withhold my strength in all the attacks of the top ranks of the military, of the local government, of all those governors that can just simply dictate the office of the president, especially when they have gatherings with the Philippine Constitutional Association? And I am not sold nor sold out, that you do not know what I am doing since 2009. The fact that you are the blockades, of course, you are trying to maneuver everything. Why do you think there is no publicity in me, nor the Raja? Why do you think you cannot publicize my work? Because it is your promise that never to touch coin, because it will trigger like a volcano when you have to touch whatever she is doing, because that will be the start of everything. But however, despite that I have all the books, all the coordinations given, all the instruction given, still, because the blockers are all the head of states of the global system. I told all those claimants, can you fight the world? That's why you people, poor people that come to you bringing all these documents, never believe. Can they fight? They cannot even fight in the ground. How much more if you have the validation to go as far as the royal kingdom of the supreme commander of the entire globe? Can you do so? Yes, I have been blocked, but I can still fight. Because I know my fight is the fight of the new generation. Precisely the golden age was able to come out. This October 25, on this episode, you will know that God, Allah, has really made me whole in and out to be able to save humanity from the cobwebs of conspiracy, from the organized crime of drugs, illegal human trafficking, of illegal transport of armaments, ammunition, for kidnap, for ransom. All of this can be stopped. Because that is my vow, to stop the war, to stop the chaos, to stop the supremacy of the politician, of the claimants, royalties that defy the rule of law of the divinity. I was in Sabah. Raja was able to slowly recover that fear that has been instilled to him. Was there really a claim on the part of Raja? No. The claim was handed by the politician to the hands of the brother. That's why the brother became a claimant, not at all as an heir, because he got the support of all the claimants to the throne. The crown is already given, but the throne has been contested, disputed, refuted by the head of states in support of the brother and all the claimants that they have made as a federation to fight against the true sultan, the genuine heir and successor. Didn't know that Queen is intelligent enough to find what they had been doing. Just imagine they would tell Alnas is lawful, legitimate. In what ground? Because he is the elder sibling? And they have to refute that by saying that Raja Mamay is not and is a claimant. Wrong. If I have married Al Nas, then he is a sultan. But I never married him. The Nene, the elders, programmed that I will marry Raja Mamay. So he is the heir and the successor. The holder of that power and the holder of that legitimacy, the holder of that validation lies in the queen of the universal magnum. Why on earth are you going to England in the past to find and seek approval of your election? Of whatever major decision of your country, Mafilindo? Why? Because he is the queen that has been installed and proclaimed by the royal family. However, the queenship has been blemished because of the association with the cabal. I cannot blame Queen Mama because it was the suppression and the oppression of the wealthy family, the Rothschild, the Rockefeller, and all of you members of the Illuminati. I cannot blame her because as the Queen of the Commonwealth of the 54 nation, now 56, and now because of the power and authority of the United Nations, who is also being polluted by the cabal. And this is the time that we are trying to cleanse, to purify the ruling. It has been created by our grandfathers, Lili Chunu Zungwa and Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Hajj. Then can you still say that there is no secret embedded in that authority that has been given to the Queen? Please see how Queen mastered the art of finding the true solution by finding the truth in every lie that you say that you are the ones. From there, you could imagine how difficult it could be. Because this time you will know that Queen tried to go from one place to the other, marking that in every feet that I step on will be my sovereignty, to be able to make my landmark, to work my facility. That's why I loaned money for me to invest my own program. Imagine the tractors. Do you have facilities in every place that you have, or you have just a saliva just to tell the world? I am not lifting my chair nor bragging myself, but I have a performance. That's why from 2009 up to 2023, I have received my crown, and the throne is set up for the finale of the Queen to stand in the global earth. Do you have that? Do you have the grandfathers to back you up? Do you have proper documentations to defeat the claim of the entire world? You have nothing. Instead, you get my documents and just change the heading, reword, rephrase, but it's the same substance. It's coming from Queen. And one thing you didn't know, that every word has someone to watch on, because that is the product of the divine mind instilled into my brain. "2010 is the start of the divine revolt in me, because I have seen the lie after lie, the machinations of war in the premise of peace, utilizing even the agreements from Tripoli, from Malaysia, from the office of the president, in the name of peace, peace, peace process." That is the one that I had been seeing since 2010. Who are you people to enslave the people of Maguindanao in the name of peace, but you are dictating the war, the installation of chaos by putting the lives of the young men military, the young men Marines, Philippine Army, the Air Force into death? Why? Sacrificing the lives of the poor in the name of peace. But that is the war that you instigated. Precisely the one, the letter of PGMA with W. Bush, inscribing the process on how to implement the axis of evil to gain supremacy, is already a landmark that Queen must fight this atrocity, this machination, this enslavement of the poor through your greed for power and money. That's why you sell us to America. And who is behind that? Who are those politicians supported that? From the time that you ousted the true president of the Philippine Islands with the support of the duplicates Marcos, with the Kirams that had seated there, you sponsored the killings of the entire globe. That is the process that you have not realized. You are held accountable from 1986 up to 2023, September 16. Because on the strike of September 24, we are back. We have reinstalled the president of the Philippine Islands. That is the tenure wherein you will be litigated in the court of law, because the royal family just slip it off, because we know that there is an agreement to be complied. And that is the Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia 1963. And it was done. It was planned by Tunku Abdul Rahman and all the governments that are involved under the supervision of the royal family, Muhammad Hassan of Lupasug. Yet, you did not know that the Mafilindo 2023 will be the one to account, to inventorize, to put you into the world wherein you have failed the management, the administration of the royal family, of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, of the Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah, of the Sultanate of Maguindanao, Raja Buayan, Lanao, Visayas, Panay Islands, in all the federations of the Sultanate, not only in Luzon, but all over the entire global earth. That is the mission of Queen. to find you and to make you suffer for enslaving the poor. Because in all your political campaign, I will save the poor, I will build the bridges. But where? Where are your promises? Your promises are all just a pretension that you are a good politician, but no performance at all. Instead, you enrich your pocket, you enrich your family, business. You want to be in politics so that you can protect your asset. Now, Sabah became my stronghold in this fight because of your claim for Sabah. Because you want to continue the claim for you to benefit, and Malaysia will benefit at that because of the oil and gas. That's why Petronas became so powerful. Shell and all the oil and gas corporations because of the conspiracy over the land, the properties of the Sultanate of Maguindanao, Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, and the Royal Hashemite. You claimed even the kingdom. In every queenship, in every kingship, the backbone into it is God Himself. And the Queen Mama that guarded all these assets and properties. I have not failed every minute in trying to beg the mercy and compassion of God for you to understand the real essence of this mission. I give you all the leeways. 5 years grace period is more than enough for you to realize and internalize that there is power in all that we do. But you were so lax. You were just saying, oh, try to check Queen. Oh, you return back. She cannot make it. Because all of this are being planned to kill me and the Raja. We have surpassed all of those. You have sent so many. You have sent a lot. And I have seen the top leaders into it, physically present on how to implement the kidnapping and the killing. Yet you patronize the killers. That is the job of those politicians under the banner of Siroy. They don't fear at all the justice that is going to be given to them at the expense of their own loved ones. They don't know that justice is justice and God can just take off that even to your loved ones. Many are dead now. But I am just telling you that 2010, the first quarter, I am in Sabah. From there, I have seen that I have reached up to Brunei. I am supposed to see Hassanal. It's the same. It's just a phone call away from Gloria. And they are together. And they thought Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram can remain into power as king, as Sultan of Sabah. They didn't know that even the one in Hong Kong, Dr. Albert, was dead because he cannot explain and defend, because he put an ink the veracity and even used the United Nations in Manila in conspiracy with Fidel V. Ramos that the Sultan of Sulu and Sabah is Muhammad Abdullah Kiram. That's how Queen works. That I'd like to see the legitimacy why they are seated in power illegally. The Queen of Justice will never be able to stop until the truth is let out. That is the weighing scale of how we put the final decision in every case that we do. See, in Sabah, when I see the family, I know that the humiliation, the laughter that they are doing behind my back, because I never showed them of who I am, except that they say I am just after the money of the Sultan. They didn't know that I have more than enough, even if I have not married the Sultan. But however, the divine program is to be this way. And I have to suffer in trying to stick on with Raja, in trying to preserve and protect the grandson, despite of the evil inculcation into the brain of Raja, even putting physically women to destroy him. See? What do you think of Queen? Queen has the highest moral to defend the chastity that I have, the purity. But did you know that I have secrets that the world finally knew that one day it will be a revelation that they themselves will bow down to the throne? I know that for 4 days now, I had been all over the world, letting them see of what I can do for humanity. It is not mine, but yours. I have already embraced you. But since you do not want me, I have still so many things to do. What I have created is intact. And I have my people to carry on the mission that I have given them, provided that they follow the rules and they will not use it for all the things that they want. Because what they want only is little money. They did not see that if they follow the rule, if they follow the regulations, we are heading for the releasing of the big asset. They didn't know that. They just want to be contented of the little things. They didn't know that it will hamper the bigger things. What I am just showing you is the fact that the delay has been on the side of the stoppage of the conspiracy, that even all of them are involved. The court, the Supreme Court, the High Court of Sabah, of Putrajaya, all of them into one, by magnifying the claim of Sabah and putting the wrong sultan. What happened to them? So they are all liables. They are contributory to all the wars that happened since 1963. See? I am not just carrying out the 1986. I am going back up to 1963 when they have not honored the Mapilindo. That's why in the book, It is my fight to honor Matilindo because you cannot resolve the global earth without taking into consideration the last treaty, and that is the Matilindo 1963. Apulakay never, never stopped doing his job. He knows who is queen. The only difference is I keep on running away. But when the time that I have to double up, that even myself has no time to take care of myself. This outward service is the priority by protecting the Raja up to now is already a part of a severe journey. How much more? I have children to take care. I have my family also that needed me most. That is the ironical part of Queen. But you people doesn't know that pain of a mother being separated to the children. And that is the one that the world didn't know. From Kota Kinabalu going to Labuan, Labuan going to Brunei, and to Sarawak is a painful journey. Because I want to see, I want to feel the spirit who are clamoring for justice. Many had been killed because of the greediness to be in power, that up to now they carry it on and on and on. But I thank the mind of Tunku Abdurrahman in me, of Saiful Rizal, of them, all of these forefathers that day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, second per second, been delivering that mandate to be strong and be a leader that the world needs with the basic foundation of respect, humility, and love for our brethren. Can you find the same Helen that you can see now? All those that are duplicating me, please arrest them immediately because they have no right to duplicate me. I did not even allow the grandfather, Lily Chon, to give me duplication because I said if I have that, the mind difference, the decision making are all different. I have learned my lesson on the past regime that my father had done. Trust and confidence, betrayal is the essence why the world is in chaos and in turmoil. The enemy, as what my brother said, is just at the tip of my nose. Just the tip of my nose. I had been giving you the love, the respect, but what have you done to me as a person? These people are being covered by the dominion of the black folks. They do not want to go to the light because they can make themselves sufficiently supported by the top ranks of the cabal. That's what they want. They don't like us. And they don't want us to be part of them because they are scared of the light. But to be with the light is what the world needs now, to be able to stop them eating even your fetus, human trafficking, women abused and used. You do not know that these are the secrets of the cabals. I call for justice. I call that the world will listen. Stop it now. Adhere to the voice of the mother that are ready to defend their children. As the mother of all mothers, I have given you the authenticity of that love beyond compassion. I have suffered more than enough. And I cannot stop from that. Suffering is part of my mission. As long as that I am alive, it is always coupled by sacrifice. And that is the reason why I asked each and every one of you, from Sabah, the haven and the protector of the claims, up to Kuala Lumpur, up to Singapore, up to Brunei, and up to England. You will see how the Queen Mama returned back all of those grandsons went to England, trying to tell them to bring Mamay instead. They failed us. They failed us because of Gloria. Gloria doesn't want that I and Raja will reach Buckingham. They didn't know that after her death, the real thing came out. The real fight came out. And the real throne surfaced, even if they will continue the game of throne. This is the main reason that I keep on saying I survived, because I have to complete my mission. Every day is a process of decision making, to stand by humanity or to disown them, to live in comfort or to live in sacrifice for the sake of the entire human race. You have been listening to me, Global Earth, and I know that I am hitting your heart and soul, because what you need is all from Lupasud. Come now and be rectified. Accept that we are being misled by our political leaders, by our military, by the advisors of the head of states. We, the royal family of today, with King Mamay, Raja Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak, Sharif al-Sultan Gamar bin Abdul Ghaffar, and I, Queen Maria Makiling Helen Fatima Nazaria Panulino Abdul Rajak, Jusi Mulan bin Baginda Ali Abdul Rajak, Elizabeth III, vowed into the throne of our forefathers, into the throne of Allah, of God, to carry out the divine mission offered even our lives for the benefit of humanity. Inshallah, that all of you listening today, whatever religion you have, consider and adhere to my voice that God is waiting for you. Allah needs you. Let's make this whole world a haven of peace and harmony. Stop the war. Stop the chaos. Stop the greed for power and dominion. And be with Him who created us all. Good afternoon. Bye for now. And hope to see you again tomorrow and every time that I have the free time to come back and talk to you again. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV and from the land of our forefathers, this is Queen Helena Durajak Elizabeth III, October 26, 2023, the justification of all the things that I have been saying about the fight between 666 and the code of 999. I'd like to read to you the special documents that I keep on saying that it is signed by Gloria Arroyo and W. Bush of the United States of America. If you contest into it, this is the time that we have to litigate them all and prove themselves into the court of law. So, this was signed and given in November 20, 2001. Remember, that was the height of the war in Maguindanao, in Cotabato, and in Mindanao. President of the Republic of the Philippines, Gloria Arroyo. My great and good friend. That's how he addressed the President George W. Bush. I have the honor to inform His Excellency, the great world leader of my government's unequivocal and unconditional support for Your Excellency's strong political will and determination to crush the pillars of the global terrorism masquerading under Al-Qaeda's global Islamic movement, wherever it is and whatever form it takes. The Philippines is with America and not with the terrorists. Your Excellency's long-range program for global repositioning and crusade against terrorism deserves the commendation and explicit support of all the countries in the world that face the danger of this global phenomenon, which threatens the politicians' stability and the very existence of their global respective governments. As a country besieged by the communist insurgency, Moro secessionism, Abu Sayyaf banditry and terrorism, military coup d'etat, and anti-mobs, the Philippines cannot but look forward for a stronger political and military assistance from her mother, civilizer and colonizer, the United States of America, for survival and prosperity. My government is the view that the United States of America is now in a position to execute her noble program of global repositioning and crusade against terrorism, even though the current war in Afghanistan and the establishment of American military bases in all strategic countries that could be fully utilized to further stabilize the economy of Your Excellency's great union. These countries, mostly third world countries in Asia, in black continent whose rich natural resources are yet exhibited are vast markets of U.S. surplus products like information technology products and various types of war hardware. For example, Your Excellency's active military postures in various strategic countries already identified by the State Department and Central Intelligence Agency, etc., the Philippines, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, my dear friends, these are the specific language, the lingo that our former President Gloria Arroyo has really written to W. Bush. Just imagine, that is already a very powerful avenue to really give justice to these people that up to now do not surrender. We are all terrorists as branded by them. How the government used the peace process, how they have utilized the office of the president to do such a very inhuman loss in the protection of their interests and their conspiracy with the United States. To continue with, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan may push forward and strengthen the grip of your great nation's control over the world's politics, economy, and military capabilities. Once the bases are established in these countries, the emerging role of Your Excellency as world leader and your great country as global policeman stands unchallenged, feared, and undisputable. It may fill the vacuum of balanced power of the region once the great Asia Pacific co-prosperity rim envisaged by Your Excellency's government is realized in this decade. My government, wow, he already assumed herself rather, to be able really to give that strong support to the government of America. My government, Gloria said, is fully aware that oil, gas reserves in those Muslim-dominated states in the Caspian region and Central Asia are vital to the economic interest of Your Excellency's government. Once the United States controls Afghanistan, which is the most feasible route for the gas pipeline to be built soon by the conglomeration of Unocal, Exxon, Shell, and Bridas. The dramatic terrorist attacks against the towering symbols of American economic and military might last September 11 had intensified the American resolve to lead the world politically, economically, and militarily to save mankind from Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda terrorism and global Islamic movement, who unruly uses Islam as a means in topping down moderate and American-friendly Islamic governments in the Middle East, Central, and Southeast Asia. Your Excellency, the planned establishment of military bases will strengthen the borderless crusades against the rising menace of Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism all over the world. Like all democratic nations, my government believes that Islam has virtually replaced the threat of communism after the collapse of the former USSR as democracy's archenemy. Portions of recent CIA reports furnished to my National Security Council by the U.S. Embassy in Manila identified Islam as the world's fastest growing religion in terms of population count, with specific concentration in Indonesia, India, Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. The rise of Islamic militancy in the Southeast Asian countries poses a big threat to the political stability of moderate and monarchical Islamic government like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei Darussalam. Southern Thailand is also threatened by the influence of the militant opposition Parti Keadilan Nasional and Parti Sim Malaysia, which has recently created its armed group like Kumpulan Militan Malaysia. Myanmar is also endangered by the global Islamic movement, which had created this well-armed Arakan Rohingya Islamic Front and the Rohingya Solidarity Organization. The stronghold of the Vatican in Asia Pacific, the Philippines, is also endangered by the global Islamic movement, which local role is played by the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Moro National Liberation Front. That is the MILF and the MNLF. I humbly submit, Your Excellency, that the immediate liberation and eventual alliance between the Philippines and the Christian-dominated areas in the region such as Sabah, Sarawak, Malaysia, Moluccas and Sulawesi, Indonesia and the Fast and the East Timor can only be realized once Your Excellency's government is in full control of the Asia-Pacific Rim. Christianity must have a base and power in Southeast Asia and the Pacific to break the monopoly of the Antichrist nation in the archipelago region. My government, however, has overwhelmingly co-opted key MNLF officials to form a breakaway faction we christened MNLF Executive Council of 15. Wow! Gloria Arroyo is the author of the Council of 15. We have set regional elections for expanded autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, the ARMM, this month to install them as protege, who's replaced Normis Wari, who is now hiding but is currently under attack by the armed forces of the Philippines in his coastal lair in Sulu. Our cooperation of Malaysia to arrest Miswari once he flees to Sabah and turns him over to Manila for future persecution. As soon as installed in different ARMM agencies, we shall cripple the MNLF EC, Executive Council 15, afterwards so that it remains leaderless, toothless, and incapacitated like its mother front. What a terrible mess, Madam Gloria! You create and you annihilate like what you have done with the former one? Such a life of killings. Terrible. I feel like nauseated of what you have done. I just read it now. All of those Iminilek that suffered quite a lot, that had been killed. This is very, very inhuman. I further express my appreciation, Gloria said to Bush, for re-enlisting the new People's Army, the NPA, in the State Department updated list of terrorist organizations that are targets of future military strikes in the US-led war without borders. Wow! That is why America can land anytime. They are open sky. This is now the proof why Malacanang has to be given justice. Bongbong, have you seen this? You will shoulder the justice that the people would need from MNLF, from MILF, from BIFF, from NPA, all of these people using Malacanang. This is the basic proof that you shall be put into the litigation of the poor people. Using the diplomatic action, using the government's properties and assets, using the leaders, the military, to be put to death. She continued rather, in saying the president, the bilateral diplomatic actions of my country and Malaysia against the Moro separatists will save both countries from dismemberment due mainly to create the Republic of Sulu and Sabah as envisioned by Miswari and former Sabah Chief Minister Tun Mustafa bin Dato Harun and the Bangsamoro Islamic State being pushed through violently by the MILF in covert connivance with Malaysia's special branch and Jabatan Perdana Menteri, which assists the MILF gain control, recognition from the Saudi-controlled Organization of Islamic Conference, OIC. My government sought the good office of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, to convince the MILF to resume the stalled peace talks and not to interfere with our domestic problem as what he is doing now. This is very, very, very bad for you, Madam Gloria, putting us into the worst conspiracy, the worst kind of doing with all of these things that you have done. You know, my heart is really pumping so hard because you people, you love her, you love the government. This is the proof why they have been using the governments to put war, because of their desire to control the oil field. She has been assigned already the Malampaya. Where is the money? Where are the proceeds of that? Mahathir is here. Remember how he really annihilated the camps in Abu Bakr in 2001 war? Now, they are hailing Murad. So, what kind of government do we have? It's a playground of the Game of Thrones. Your Excellency, she added on, the success of the CIA and our National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, the NICA, in creating the Abu Sayyaf and the Pentagon kidnap for ransom groups as part of the counter-insurgency programs to justify the return of the U.S. bases in the Philippines can be now in use as cost caliber in eliminating the risk of dismemberment of challenge of secessionism being posted by the MILF. The MILF fighters have the bravery of their forebears who survived the Crusade of Spain and who defied the barrel of the gun, where the MILF can succumb. Our one-man pressure group secretary Norberto Gonzalez, oh, you are here, is doing his job well to dismantle the MILF leadership like what he did to the MNLF. Though failed, the capitulation of Professor Moner Badjunaid is enough evidence that MILF hierarchy would soon be penetrated, if not destroyed, in the second all-out war. The peace talks we have with MILF are nothing but tactics used to delay time while my government is negotiating financial and material assistance from Your Excellency's Defense Department. I feel like crying. People of Mindanao, as I read this one, the world is watching. I was asked by this, where did you get this? From Miss Wari. It was given to me. Let the dead come. Or let this Miss Wari you are talking with to read this. And let Gloria Arroyo read this. Because the people of the world will know of who she is in conspiracy with the top leaders of the world. You know what she said more? I avail myself of this occasion to convey to Your Excellency the apologies of the Filipino people for the kidnapping of Guillermo Sobero, Martin, and Gracia Burnham last May 27. The entry of OSPACOM in Mindanao through Balikatan can finally free them soon. They made the Abu Sayyaf out of the money of the 10 billion of Queen Mama give to Raja Mamay in 1999. And what kind of people are you? The money of Raja Mamay from the Queen of England, after knowing that the grandson is alive and the true Sultan, you made the Abu Sayyaf. And now you made the conspiracy. You kidnapped. Yalla. Such a very horrible woman. Yet, they love her, Malacanang. Bongbong, you still love her? Do you still have to bring her out? Or you are going to declare that she is dead? This is already the people will decide on this. May I inform you, Your Excellency, that while pursuing all-out peace policy with MILF, my National Security Council has resolved not to revoke Oplan Mindanao 2 Black Rain because we are of the view that the MILF is still the Philippines' foremost threat to national security, which, if not eliminated at this year, will elevate itself into regional security threat, considering its vital experience and expertise in the previous global wars. With your assistance, my government is firm in crushing the MILF by undermining all agreements and commitments we have in the past, including those agrees upon the Tripoli and Kuala Lumpur. I have already ordered the armed forces of the Philippines to redeclare all-out war against the MILF in March next year while the Kalayaan Agila 2002 of Mindanao Balikatan 02-01 in progress. You see, my dear people of God, we were misled. We were oppressed, suppressed, killed because of the greed for power and money, because of Malacanang doing. All of you MILF, you are all crazy. You were put to death. And now you follow Murad. Murad is only a puppet by Malacanang. Such a horrible way of making all these things. I feel like vomiting. You see, these are names after names now. Because you did not want me. I wanted to keep this already buried. But you push me to the wall so that you people will be put to justice. Maybe Gitmo is good for you. Now, those people telling me, stop bickering. You will be the one, the next that I will be arresting for being a conspirators. All government officials, all military are part of this schematic killings in Mindanao. You know, he continued wooing Bush. I have also advised the Confederation of Governors and City Mayors in Mindanao, led by Cotabato Governor Emmanuel Piñol, a mortal enemy of MILF and the Moros. Wow! Mr. Piñol, Gloria Arroyo has branded you that? Hala! To pass a resolution calling for the expansion of the war games from Basilan and Zamboanga to include Central Mindanao, most particularly in Maguindanao, Lanao provinces, the Davao provinces, Cotabato provinces, South Cotabato, Sarangani, Sulu and Tawi-Tawi, where the MILF, MNLF, and NPA are concentrated. It will become a formal basis for the destruction of all remaining MILF strongholds in Mindanao, particularly the mineral-rich of Liguasan Mars. It is just but right, Madam Gloria, that I surface, that I told you that I'm gonna fight you. Now, with this, you will see that names after names will be given to the entire world because of what you have done, as evidence with your all-out war in 2001 and 2002. This is the greatest harassment that you have done, the killings. This will have really to give you the blow of your mind. Congress, Senate. This is part of the book. This is the part of the book that I give you. But you take for granted because you thought you can still conceal the truth. You see, even the National Security Council's chief that time, Roy Legoles, has renamed Oplan Mindanao 2 Black Rain into Oplan Kalayaan Agila 02. Very minimal has been changed from the original Oplan Mindanao 2 Black Rain, especially now that the MILF does not have camps to show. Phase 2 reactivate of Oplan Mindanao 2 is modified in Oplan Kalayaan Agila 2002 to read as A. Conduct of the three-pronged strategy: development, siege, militarization, and forward political negotiations. Galing! Wonderful! Very good, Gloria! And the Department of National Defense, and all of you right now, listen up. Listen up. America has no more authority. After March 22, 2015, the police power That's why I am using right now the Union of the Royal Philippines Against Police Oppression. This is the basis of what I am reading to you. Letter B, conduct of increasing military warfare and psychological warfare operations. C, conduct of military advanced training of on anti-guerrilla warfare under the disguise of Balikatan 0201 RPUS military training exercises in consonance with the VFA and other treaties. Wow. Very, very promising using the government, using the law, using the immigration law, using everything just to pressure and to kill the leaders. Letter D, increase pressure on the hardline MILF Central Committee members to drop Islamic State demand. The pressure group of Secretary Bert Gonzales is now composed of respected Muslim puppets working in the government, namely, 1. Professor Munir Junaid, DILG Assistant Secretary Abraham Eribani, DPWH Secretary Simeon Datumano, SPDA Administration Sam Marmin Apatuan, Representative Jerry Salapudin, ARMM Governor Regional Governor Dr. Parok Hussein, ARMM Regional Vice Governor Dr. Mahi Mutilan, Governor Andal Ampatuan, Governor Pax Mangudadato, Governor Wahab Akbar, Governor Yusuf Jikri, Mayor Omar Sulaiman, and Mayor Muslimin Sema. It is Gloria telling you you are the puppets. All of you Muslim leaders, you are nothing but puppets. Letter E, to grant ethnic groups political entity in consonance with the activation and application against the MILF of the invisible war doctrine strategy developed by Colonel Victor Incorpus, Philippine Army. F, increased political strategy both on local and international front to be spearheaded by Vice President and Foreign Affairs Secretary Teofisto Ginggona Jr., Presidential Advisor on Peace Process Eduardo Ermita, and Secretary Norberto Gonzales. Membership of this front may include Muslim government officials who have capitulated earlier and Muslim envoys such as Abraham Banarim Gimnumla, Ambassador Candidato Gutok, Ambassador Mualam, Ambassador Sukarno Tanggol. My government will try all means to sign as early as January next year the Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement, now renamed RP, U.S. Mutual Logistics Support Agreement, the RP Mutual Defense Treaty, and the RP U.S. Military Assistance Agreement. The approval of these arrangements and its terms of reference can pave way for the establishment of permanent U.S. military bases in Southeast Asia once the planned Balikatan exercises, which we dubbed Kalayaan Aguila 2002 or Mindanao Balikatan 0201, have been materialized. Kalayaan Aguila is synonymous with the Asian countries' demand for freedom from MILF and global Islamic threat through the might of the American Eagle. Wow! And now you used BARM using MILF. What a strategy! Muslim are puppets by the office of the President of the Malacanang Palace since the time of Aquino. Wow. Can you just imagine? Can you still continue, Mayor Amin? Can you swallow this kind of treatment from the president's office up to now, you are all little human being puppets. Nobody, nothing. That is the category of all the Muslim as stipulated by this. The coastlines of Sarangani province. The U.S. built and funded Makar Wharf and the General Santos City International Standard Airport have now become ready for occupancy bases for the U.S. Pacific Command or other unified commands. The following ports, air bases, and seaports have already been approved and cleared for Kalayaan Aguila, used to wit airports: Zamboanga International Airport, General Santos City Airport, Standard Airport, Davao International Airport, Cagayan de Oro Airport, Awang Airport, air bases: Edwin Andrews Air Base, Buayan Airport, Benito Ebuen Air Base, Fernando Air Base, Antonio Air Base, Nichols Air Base, seaports: Port of Zamboanga, Makar Wharf, Port of Pulyok. Wow. It's really very, very, from here you can see how evil the woman that could do this. But who is behind him or her that really have done this? Port of Davao, Port of Cagayan de Oro, Port of Iligan, Port of Pagadian, Port of Isabela, Port of Jolo, Port of Bungao. Our choice of Mindanao, where the MILF has gained global military prominence, is logical, strategic, and necessary decision if we have to bring to an immediate end the MILF's emergent role as Taliban of Southeast Asia. We are like chicken targeted to be killed because you belong to the group of MILF. No wonder Ama Pandala told me to save the poor ones away from the killings that has been planned by the government. This is it. Now you are still carrying it up. Can you deny me of the fact this is being done by you, not mine? Terrible. After thorough analysis and evaluation by the Defense Department, it pleases my government to express its approval of different areas in the Philippines that are targeted zones of joint military exercises, except for the international disputed oil-rich Kalayaan Islands. I wish to reiterate the approved targets as per recommendation of the National Security Council, to wit, red targets, all in PA Regional Operation Commands with special concentration to Medardo Arce Command, C-555, and Melito Glor Command, C-63, and older fronts to include Bayan Muna Karapatan, MCPA, Gabriela, Khadija, LFS, KMU, etc. Black targets, all kidnap for ransom groups including Abu Sayyaf Group, K-6666, Faisal Pentagon, Maruhum Zar Group, K-391, Pentagon 3, Lorenzana Group, K-393, Samrod Mamansual, Pentagon 4, Baloyot Group, K-394, Bagis Group, K-396, and Ping Lacson Group, K-12. Wow! Ping Lacson is the target. For the green targets, we have all known MILF players, specifically Pagulintangan Base, I-01, Lake Michigan Base, I-02, Sultan Bantugan Base, I-03, Green Wetland Base, I-04, Mamlu Sierra Madre Base, I-05, Salman Rodsdig Base, N-15, Mayor Base, N-16, Maharlika Base, N-17, Labuan Base, N-18, Nara Base, N-19, Marwan Base, N-20, Admiral Coast Base, N31 and Turtle Base N32. Mutual benefits from MLSA. Through this arrangement, the AFP may realize its long overdue program of modernization, thereby maintaining the capability of our security forces to combat terror and protect Philippine sovereignty. My government is pleased to seek financial and material assistance from Your Excellency's Defense Department that would include the robust training package equipment needed for increased mobility and maintenance program to enhance AFP's overall capabilities, law and enforcement, and counter-terrorism cooperation, and new bilateral defense consulting mechanism. Specifically, the AFP needs to have the following defense hardware included in the material assistance. Identified all the requisition from Gloria Arroyo, 3 units F-16 Falcon jet fighters, 3 units B-52 bomber planes, 10 units of C-130 Hercules transport planes, 5 units MC-17 Globemaster transport planes, 10 units MG-520 Bronco attack helicopters, 10 units of AS-1 Cobra attack helicopters, 5 units MH-47E Chinook heavy assault helicopters, 30,000 pieces of M4 carbine assault rifles with night vision goggles, 50,000 units of M14 assault rifles. These armaments will be used by CAPGUS, CVOs, and militiamen such as the Alliance of Vigilant Christian for Muslim Mindanao, the Filipino Crusaders World Army, Ilaga, Tagtad, the Spiritual Soldiers of God, and the Ejército de la Cruzada de las Islas Filipinas, DCP. These arms will be supplied to the Philippine-backed Tentera Republica Sulu dan Sabah, or the Royal Bangsamoro Army of the Republic of Sulu and Sabah, in claiming the North Borneo state without prejudice to the similar support enjoyed by the indigenous Kadazans. A half of these firearms will be shipped to Vatican and CIA-aided Christian guerrillas in Moluccas, Sulawesi, and East Timor, with the clandestine mutual collaboration of the air forces and navies of Singapore and Taiwan. Congratulations, Madam Gloria. Now you have stipulated the relevance of your request. The exact word, the Vatican and CIA aided Christian guerrillas. You are bingo. You are now exposed. 1,000 units of 105 mm and 155 howitzers. 12, installation of the Philippine Air Sea Surveillance System, the PAS, to protect Mindanao from the Islamic Revolution predicted by in 1997 by Your Excellency's predecessor, His Excellency, President Bill Clinton. Classmate? You are all classmate. Madam Gloria, your classmate is Bill Clinton. The arrangement can also provide the Philippines economic and trade assistance, access to loans, and the grants from IMF, the World Bank, increased bilateral trade and investment, and the adoption of the immediate conduct of Upland Kalayaan Aguila 202 will ensure my government's political stability till 2004. By eliminating the threat of military coup d'etat, it will also guarantee my victory in the forthcoming 2004 presidential election with the support of Your Excellency's economic recovery, one the target so balikatan are eliminated and peace and order reign. On the regional level, Balikatan will greatly enhance the fighting skills, knowledge, and experience of the 750 strong guerrillas from the Barisan Nasional Pembasahan Kadasan BNPK of Sabah, the Pertubuhan Paduan Pembesahan Iban Bidayo Dayak, the PPPP IBD of Sabah and Sarawak, the Liberation Tigers of Perak Silangor LTPS, the Gerakan Maluku Merdeka GMM, the Barisan Revolusi Nasional Sulawesi, the BRNS, Gerakan Ambon Siram Merdeka, both of Indonesia, and the Fuerza de Defensa Internal de Timor Oriental, the FDITO. We include as part of the AFP personnel participating in Balikatan War Games. They are strictly chosen from the respective movements who have been covertly undergoing guerrilla warfare and commando training in AFP camps in Palawan, Cebu, Bukidnon, Cotabato, Tarlac, and Nueva Ecija for almost 20 years now. Congratulations, Madam Gloria, for exposing what you have been doing in the most illegal way. And as we say, your crime is tripled because you have no authority to do so, and you have no right to kill us all with your program with the United States of America. Since 1986, there is no government, legitimate governance. Only. This is a showcase of claimants. This is only for claiming. This is only for you as a claimant leaders. Just imagine with all of this now, you are trying to hail the Lord of Lords of the Cabal. As you continued, you can see on the part of your Excellency's government, the MLSA can be used to protect the four vital American interests in the Asia-Pacific region, namely, 1. Preventing denomination of the region by adversarial power such as China and the global Islamic movement. 2. Providing security on the Korean peninsula against possible North Korean, Chinese, Japanese, and Russian invasions. 3. Ensuring commercial, political, and military access through the region by taking direct and involvement in regional economic groupings such as BIMP-IAGA, Sijori Group, Triangle, Pearl River Delta Triangle, and the IMT Growth Triangle, and creation of conditions of various countries that would justify the intervention of the United States to force them seek U.S. military assistance. And 4th, containing nuclear weapons and missile technology being proliferated by adverse countries such as Pakistan, Iraq, Iran, North Korea, China, Malaysia, Brunei, Jerusalem, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Japan, while at the same time tolerating Israel, India, South Africa, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea. My government understands your Excellency's government will soon proclaim the adverse countries as axis of evil, an axis of evil, and subject to the attacks like Afghanistan and Mindanao. Wow, Madam Gloria, you are the queen of the axis of evil. The MLSA can serve as a ground for developing our southern airport and seaports in line with U.S. Air Base, standing without necessarily describing so in anticipation of permanent basing in line with the global repositioning and crusades against terrorism. While the U.S. is still developing this, my government has committed to allow your Excellencies OSPACUM and other unified command of permanent unrestricted access to all airports, air bases, and seaports every time the U.S. deems necessary to use as launching pads for future military action against China, Burma, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, as well as the Islamic terrorists. The presence of these bases may also retrain the brewing threat of Chinese intrusion and hegemony of the Kalayaan Island and in the Southeast Asian countries as a whole. New bases can serve as alternative to the impending closure of U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea. May this humble representation of the Christian Filipino people inform Your Excellency that the signature campaign to have at least 7 or 10 million signatures from all over the Philippines and the Christian-dominated states and provinces in Malaysia and Indonesia being launched by the Discovery Crusade of the Philippines, petitioning Your Excellency's government to recall the 1935 Commonwealth Constitution and eventually declare the Commonwealth of Las Islas Filipinas, Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, Sabah, Sarawak, Perlis, Penang, Selangor, Perak, Nakuku, East Timor, Sulawesi, or simply the Commonwealth of Christ in the Asia Pacific is now halfway to fulfillment of its holy mission. Very soon, the 10 million signatures sought for the purpose will be submitted to Your Excellency's governmental for appropriate legal action, including sponsoring it to the United Nations Security Council and General Assembly for direct recognition. Accept, Your Excellency, the prayers of my family for the prosperity of the people of the United States of America and of the people of the Philippines, and to the assurances of my highest esteem and consideration. Your good friend, GMA Arroyo of the Republic of the Philippines, signed by both of them with their Malacanang seal. Congratulations, everyone who are listening to this. No wonder Ama Ali strictly advised me not to deal with Malacanang. Ama may not know how to speak English. Ama had been deceived by Vatican, had been deceived by the claimants, royal family, had been deceived by the head of states. He is right. He is right. He knows that Malacanang is the greatest culprit of the history of mankind. You know, it's just my first time to read this. There are more into that. I know there are more into it. I will see and I will know. Because there are still things there I just did not name. Because I know they are there. I am asking the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, Mayor Amin, can you still swallow this kind of documents? I met you. I have seen you. All of you, Yusuf Jikiri, we were together in Congress, but I didn't tell them of who I am. Now you can see by yourself. May all the soldiers of the Islamic defenders that they have targeted as their puppets rest in peace. I address these feelings of mine to the top ranks of the armed forces of the Philippines, of the armed forces of Malaysia. Your names are all there. Indonesia. All of you of the Southeast Asian continent. You are just puppets Gloria Arroyo and his predecessor and the successors of Malacanang. This is very clear enough to see why you want to remain in power, to complete the conspiracy that you have. The barm is very clear. It is the work of Mahathir. It is the work of Fidel Ramos. It is the work of Benigno Aquino Simeon III. It is the work of all the governments in there. And now Bongbong is there. You see the connectivity from the claim. Now, no wonder Bongbong is classified as terrorist in Malaysia because of his association with the Sultan claimant Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram. Now, they tried to kill the MILF, but because of the schematic program of the OPAP, the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process, the enemy becomes the friend becomes the enemy. They can just simply switch off. Now, if really Maas is alive, he will not tolerate this. He's a very highly intellectual person. But look at that. Look what you have done. We are all puppets because we are Islam. You want to establish the axis of evil or the axis of light. You really would like to kill the Muslim. So what can you say now? And I would like to make this document as a part of what is happening in Israel and in Palestine right now. America, the padrino, the godfather of all this war and chaos, because of the oil field. Because of the oil field. You cannot blame the poor people to uprise against you because you have really severely used them at the expense of their lives, killing them in hunger because you want to take dominion over the power and authority that is not yours. Congratulations, Bongbong. I'd like to see the Gloria that you have because all I know, I was waiting that he would be declared dead because I know she is not the one. Do you see? But even if she is alive, this proclamation, this one that documents that you should read. And do you have still the face to go around? If I were you, you better make a decision now. You are not the president. You better have to use your brain. Now your padrino, your godfather, and the one, because I can see now the claim of the side of Bulungan and the claim of the entire schematic collective move of the claimants. I can see that now. You have used different tactics, but still you cannot win because you are all doing the lie of your life. The government full of lies. The government full of strategy just to oppress and suppress the poor people of the sovereign. Thank you, dear Father, for enlightening me and brave enough, brother, to really tackle on this day. What is done is already known to the world. They can pay to annihilate. They can pay because they want to remain in power. Thank you for guiding me, for shedding light, and may this light reach us to the far end of this world so that they would know who is behind war and chaos. Trust no more. Stand up, you people. Save yourself and save your loved ones. This is Queen Helen of the Reject, giving you my love and support. To all my Muslim brothers in Sulu, in Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, and in Sabah, I have not failed to defend each one of you. But if you continue to support them who are the puppets of Malacanang, then you yourself cannot achieve what you want in life. Peace and prosperity. Defend your life. Defend yourself. Defend your family. This is all I want. Because we have been governed by liars, by oppressors and suppressors, by the claws of the politician and the military. They have no more authority. They have nothing. We have to fight for it. And I know what I am doing now is very strong. I am courageous to say this because I love each and every one of you. I don't want to see you more suffer because of their doing. They should be the one to serve us, not to hurt us. And that's what I want. Give them the share of the pain that they have to suffer for killing us all. Thank you very much. Good morning. God bless everyone. Allah protects us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from the Imperial News TV, this is Queen Helen of the Reject, Elizabeth III. We are now on our 6th series from season 1 of the Game of Thrones, October 26, 2023. Wow, this is very, very important that each one of you must really subscribe so that you will be given a lot of information from today and from the time that I have made the Game of Thrones. This is a divine game, not simply a general's game or a political game. Today, in this episode 6, we are going to really put into the whole world the irony of war, of peace, as used and utilized by the hidden agenda of the cabal of the ISIS for their own protectiveness of their secret to control the world in the oil-rich territory of the sovereign land of the Lupusub Empire, Sultanate of Sulu in North Borneo, Sultanate of Maguindanao, the Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah, and the Sultanate of Palawan, Sultanate of Panay Islands, all over the archipelago. I am telling you right now that time has ended in their own control. We have already exposed the special documents that had been handed to our elder Sahibu Rasad Asgali and to all the survivor of the Jabida massacre. BARM is the power and the authority coming from cabal and sponsored by Vatican. we have already given you their supreme claimant Sultan, Fidel V. Ramos, and the implementer that they have is Madam Gloria Arroyo. So the scenario of Mindanao conspiracy, as laid down by one of our support late general who labored so much in this, and he was the one who gave me this diagrammatic, the linkages of all the top personality that would really tell the whole world how this involvement came into reality and how they implemented the war in Cayos, in Mindanao, in Sulu, and in the borders of North Borneo, and even to Sabah. It is stated here that America, from W. Bush, handed to Clinton, handed to Obama, and Obama is really identified in this Mindanao scenario of conspiracy. He got the number one towards the ARMM. And from him, it goes to Mahathir. To Mahathir, the number two, just imagine with the three Ramos and Pinoy, Aquino, Simeon the third, and it goes back to Mahathir, how they have made the linkages into this. So the other groups are the MNLF, MILF, the private armies, the political barm that they have put into positioning, the BTA, all of this. So from ARMM, they just simply put the B, the barm. So this is a conglomerated scenario of conspiracies that they cannot anymore just simply conceal, because the smoke had already surfaced that they cannot cover the secret of killing us in Mindanao, Sulu, Palawan, and Sabah. This is the plight of the poor people, the true heirs and successors. As I said, from Hong Kong, from Macau, I want to Kuala Lumpur. Just the mercy and compassion of God, of Allah. There was a time that I have to shout in the middle of the street, if I am indeed chosen, then give me the needed money that I have just for me to survive. And all of a sudden, I got a ring from a friend asking for my bank coordinates on how to transmit $2,000. It was really indeed a revelation. And from there, I have with me the scientist of Dr. Mahathir. You do not know, Queen. Before I became the wife of Raja Mamay, I had been in the aviation. I had been in the training program. I had been in the educational program of the top level investors of the countries. So this is the main reason that all of us are given all the chances to go forth on how to establish the kingship in Mindanao. So we have the very good reason for now to really continue on this mission. I can read to you all what I have done and publicized in the whole world in the tri-media. So literally, all of this had been covered already, but the government just want this kept aside because they thought I would trust someone and listens to them. Didn't know that I can go forward, that I can go on to really move myself into the top level. So upon the expose from Fidel B. Ramos to all the presidents that had really controlled the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo. So here comes, I even written the educational system of Malaysia, related the legal brief, and it is publicized. It was done in 2010, and in a series it has been there, and I know that I have moved the world. But, as I said, they are also strong. Cabal is a very, very powerful organization. They are not just organization, they are the government itself, because their members are also the head of states and the wealthy family of the entire globe. So Queen had made this mission a very impossible mission, but I have to do it. I have to obey the one who sent me, because the recovery program is not only with the heritage asset, it is you that had been covered and driven by the dark force. God, Allah, just want you to be back. So the war and chaos is the game plan of the cabal, of the Illuminati, utilizing the ISIS. They are just one cobwebs, and we have read that in those documents that are combatant MILF have that kind of proceeding for them to implement war and chaos in Mindanao and Sulu. So can you still say that we are just a piece of what you are in your assessment? No, not at all. So as I read to you, you can find this in the internet. You can find this in the Google. When I have said war is not a solution, Bangsamoro basic law is not a resolution. It is grabbing the freedom to live. It is oppressive. This legal brief of the war versus peace in Mindanao and Sulu had been publicized in the tri-media. And I know that this is the ironical part of what the government had been doing since 1800, wherein they have signed the pact, the agreement of the deed of 1878, that they were just given the lease authority, not the selling of the land, nor the sovereign people. What the cabal did is they thought they have already paid us all, and that's why they can enslave us by putting all their means and avenues, by the use of war, by the use of control of food, of our agricultural needs, and all of this, even the educational system. They have controlled all of this. They have adulterated the historical account. They have doctored. They have amended. They have really made a lot of things to conceal and deny the real truth. So the irony of peace and war is the game plan to achieve a hidden agenda in the guise of humanitarian services and peace and order. War is the means of the top leaders to cover the secret of achieving the peace and harmony of the sovereign people in the sovereign land. Oppression and suppression are the pattern to implement this mode to control even the mind setting of the people. This continuous inculcation of fixated mantra of the top leaders is the projection to contain the subject target into a cage of fixed and consistent packaging, funneled by the power of media projection and perception. This is Mindanao and Sulu to Sabah, 100 years of struggle for liberation and freedom from machinations and manipulations by the top leaders in the high post of the ASEAN nations. Mindanao and Sulu, the land of bandits and terrorism. Subject: MILF, MNLF, BIFF, Abu Sayyaf, NPA, private armies. War is a technique to put the poor at the mercy of the powerful leaders using the art of divide and conquer. This is a superpower strategy to have dominion over a territory for the secrecy not to be unfolded and unraveled. It is the mechanism and the marking to identify that a territory that succumbed to war is a powerful indication to summon the world's major agency and agencies all over the globe to play their corrupt ways and leadership that defied the original mission, vision for the sake of peace and harmony and global support when necessary arises. Power and influence became the gadget of each head of states to become a person who can mobilize even the major agencies of the world, such as International Court of Justice, United Nations, Organizations of Islamic Conference, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, Central Bank of the Philippines, Federal Reserves, Pentagon, Negara. This is played by the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process, and through that time, Datu Anwar bin Abdul Aziz and the Sultan of Sulu, who is himself Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram. War must be stopped to attain peace and harmony. Stoppage of war is a cure of all nations in order to minimize and lessen its corrupt and greed for power and money. Until it is fully stopped and world peace is gained and universal brotherhood will reign in all nations, regardless of faith, creed, and denominations. Stop the war in Mindanao and Sulu, and the rest of the nations in the whole world shall follow. Our secret is projected 1,000 years that Mindanao is a promised land filled with riches of gold, oil, and diamond. We are now the people to lead the world to achieve global peace, for we are tasked now to resolve the global finance and the global climate change. Major agencies are involved in Mindanao and Sulu, but the people are still not well guided because of corrupt leaders block the implementation of the global resolution The power of divinity is not ours to control, but let us be the power of His hands to serve our brothers and sisters in the light of faith and love for the seen and the unseen beings. Let us take care of the territory entrusted to each nation, as this is the part of our existence. Respect must reign and start being human with kindness and generosity. Mindanao is a powerful leader of all nations as to decide the fate and destiny of our fellow men, of the new era, of the plight of New Jerusalem. We must listen to the signs of the times. Mindanao must redirect, rehabilitate, restructure, and rebuild the governance of the entire Philippines towards the ASEAN and to the global earth. No more Moro National Liberation Front, Moro Islamic Liberation Front. These are the offshoot of too much greed by our former head of states, the faker, the duplicator of Ferdinand Idrolin Marcos and Tun Mustafa Harun, to control the authority of the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo that led to the global turmoil and war in the Middle East because of the conspiracy of the leaders that control the oil field. Professor Normie Suari can attest to this. That is the main reason the 15th Council held him against his will as protected by the local officials and the armed forces of the Philippines. The chess game been played since 1936 upon the death of Chamakalul Kiram II. This is the milestones of all claims that Marcos, Kiram, Diaz's, Santa Romanas, and Tagiantalianos are the pillars of the conspiracy towards the no resolution of the ownership and the authority of the sovereign territory of Sulu in North Borneo and the Philippines Islands. This is the bulwark of the machinations and the manipulations and payoff schematic funding of the Malaysian political and military packager headed by Datu Anwar with 490 Mabini Hall of Secretary Ochoa and Attorney Serapio, whose authority from the Sultan Sulu assumed and acquired by Sultan Fidel B. Ramos as the adopted son of Ismail Kiram, son of Punjungan, who was the blood that killed the last monarch as recorded Jamalul Kiram II. And the financial law firm of Serapio Araneta controls the global asset bank accounts manipulation using Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram I, whose documents are all declared stolen document as protected by the Sabah and Sarawak High Court and for the World Bank. Edita Ibarita took the passport name Princess Fatima Montenegro Abubakar, stolen from Lazaro T. Manaay, former priest, G's Father Jesus Manaay, who were the trader of the Marcos and Mustafa. OPAC, Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process, brokered the peace with Najib, as funded by Anwar Aziz, who claims the AAA, and been finding and funding the ARMM for the takeover of Ligwas Mars, and allied with the claimants Sultan Sulu to claim the wealth and assets and properties and to control Ligwas Mars using the money of the GPLF in funding framework agreement, CAB, and the support of the armament from MNLF, MILF, BF. The latest was the MNLF of Rolando Olamit, who claimed the new chairman of MNLF, since no more MNLF, MILF, as the co-terminus of the expiration of Mapilindo in September 16, 2013, and the Carpenter Agreement in March 22, 2014, which I just have to put it that way because the final expiration was March 22, 2015. Then anyone to be used as the entity to play to create economic sabotage and disrupt our right to peace and harmony are considered terrorists and can be arrested by the civilian forces of the sovereign people and the sovereign land of Mindanao and Sulu, as mandated by the sovereign judge of the Royal Imperial Lupasug, Islamic United Kingdom of Sulu and North Borneo. Any claimant Sultan Sulu and North Borneo shall be arrested once proven as conspirators to implement war and economic sabotage, and once entered into the banks and financial institution to claim and get funds directly and indirectly. For many years, the head of states enjoyed the oil extract in Palawan, Borneo, and other parts of the sovereign territory, and thereby should be given notices to return it back to the rightful owner of the Royal Imperial Lupasug, Islamic United Kingdom of Sulu in North Borneo. The usability of chairman of MILF, Ibrahim Murad, got its basis from the 1996 organized council that collected huge membership fees for the release of the revolutionary funds known as BEDCO, Bangsamoro Economic Development Council, whose founder is Salik Buwisan in Pikit North, Cotabato. This was followed by Bangsamoro Development Agency, owned by Murad, whose financier and source from World Bank and the local banks that can make bank arrangement. Development agencies owned by this are all under the watchful eye of the Sovereign Court. After we initiated the Blood Compact in October 20, 2010, and with solid land ancestral domain of Pandala Pasandalan, the group of Ferma Usman, Haji Abdullah Santos, the errand of Lola Maria Ilaw Gusilatar Santa Ana, the daughter of Congressman Amirul Umra Amil Bangsa, the one who assumed the name of the title of Jamalul Kiram II and became the manipulator of the kingdom to Lupasug and trustee of Marcos Mustafa that made Lola Maria Ilaw as the Dragon Lady that released funds until we blocked for the 7 trillion USD for World War III, Obama, and Malaysia using MNLF. In this light, the NGO of Commodore Patrick Lamy, the loyalist of Fuad Kiram I, became ally of Ferma Usman and Romina Findadon, by Conrad Jaboyan, Major by Pangilayan, Danny Macalaw, and Sumimba, one of the 15th Council known as Global Maharlika Foundation, that collected a lot of membership that supported them in Manila, attending spiritual gatherings and Malacanang issues. This Maharlika tandem with Sultan Mangko of Malasila that falsified public documents by registering the survey of entire Liguasan Mars to Land Registration Agency. In turn, this is used by Datu Anwar Aziz as vouched by his trustee, Risolino B. Asuncion, that got sold to Japan together with Morelos, who is the sponsor of Muhammad Fuad, Abdullah Kiram I, that partnered now with Morden Taliano, who collects 125,000 pesos in exchange of certificate of royal titles. This now heightened by the support of the groups of the Task Force Kalikasan, whose horse in the MNLF back of Rodrigo Pavilion, the asset of Bong Revilla, Pax, and Tuto Mangudadato, Binay Bongbong Marcos, and the recent name is the Eagle Squad, in alliance with 38 IB and 6 ID. They subgroup Jutiles, Solar, Women Power, Maharlika headed by Sultan Sambas, the Sultan together with OPAP, and the Islamic Tribal Foundation. All of these entities in the ground, their end person are Serapio, Ochoa, Inrili, who are always out of the country, releasing, as they say, so more collection from the poor. Same with the mechanics of Anwar, more collection from GPLF, since the 20 tons of gold, uncut dollar shall be lifted with Captain Musraf Jonathan Pinid Lumawan is the horseman to shatter the poor and make promises to the hungered MNLF and MILF. This is one of the most important that I have laid down since 2010. Therefore, bottom line, funds from illegal laws being drafted for implementation are illegal and unconstitutional. Control of power and money, assets of Mindanao and Sulu to Sabah, under the banner of the King and Queen of Lupisuc, Imperial Kingdom of the Poor, to benefit and live accordingly, enjoying the basic primary needs, and the GRP, AFP, LGU, UMNO Malaysia, target is oil control, which is not still theirs. It belongs to Mindanao and Sulu and Palawan. And their motive is still the guise of peace, using peace process of the office of the President of the Philippines as brokered by Malaysian funder who is funding act of terror. So who then is the terrorist? Not the BIFF. They are guardians of our Mindanao oil field. As of yesterday meeting with OPAP, Gasmin with MLLF, Parcasio Jimmy Labawan, Bainon of ARMM, then we shall see that BIFF are defender of their territory, the area of responsibility of Queen Helen, the oil field of Liguasan Mars, and the Mujahideen of the mountains of Patikul, Indanan, and the entire Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, are being embraced by the Queen to be reformed and rehabilitated under the creation of the National Liberation Front of Southern Philippines. And that is the raft that I have really made, which, has been given to Bongbong. That's one thing you should be answerable to me, together with that fellow that I have entrusted. You know, this is the reason why Queen has all the documents to prove to the worlds to see. I am adding on this that war is a cover-up of their games of throne, games of illegalities to sit in power and enjoy the money at the expense of the poor. This was given last October 6, 2014, to all the people in the world. But this was done in the research process from 2010 when I was trying to search why Raja Mamay is being threatened to be killed and not being approved to go back home. So therefore, the land grabbers that sold the lands to foreign empires. And this is the capture of the picture. The Sultan claimant of Raja Buayan, Pax Manguda Datu, used Ibrahim Murad, MILF, but only BF contingent troops to deal with Malaysian packager that brokered the selling to Japan. Congressman Tupay Luong is the claimant of Sulu ownership packager that now grabbing the lands of Indanan. Hataman grabbing Basilan and sold to foreign lands, now that it's the participation of Malacanang, and who created the 15th Council of the Bangsamoro, which led to the machination of MNLF and MILF. Norberto Gonzales and Yusuf Jikiri must answer to this. They are both dead. The 490 Mabini Hall of Malacanang Palace, spiritual government of Ramos, with Charlie Serapio, Paquito Ochoa, and OPAP, Delis must be the primary entities to be litigated for messing the peace and order of Mindanao and Sulu. This was still done in 2014 before that I have already made the law in 20 royal decree. So just imagine into this. All of these are properly documented. All of this are all in the Trimedia, in the Google, and in the Facebook, and submitted lawfully to all the major agencies. Can you still say that I am just lying? Can you still see the cobwebs of the conspiracy that you have laid down? Or are you all blinded? Because this was given to us. This was given to us. And Maas called me up. Maas called me up. I know who are alive and I know who are dead. Now what crime can we give you for doing that? Misrepresentation? You have played gods. This is the divine government. You have played gods. You have made the world in chaos. We could have prevented the war in Russia, in Ukraine, in Israel, and now in Palestine. We could have prevented that if you abide with what is asked of you to return it back to the real owner. But you are all very stingy. You are all liking the violence. You want violence to reign. You want all of this to continue. You want all of this to be your pattern so that you can just simply have this at your own hands. Control, power, money, luxury is what you want. So, as we discussed yesterday, the conspiracy, or even today, we know that we have so much to really prove to you. And I would like to read to you the one that has been publicized inside the Trimedia, Why the newspapers will not get it? Because they are also paid. All of this had been let out throughout the world. You can find this. You can find this. Wow, it is not being seen. There's a miracle into it. But you see, I have kept this from 2010 in my saga, in my cruising, in trying to find the truth. Why they are trying to kill Raja Mamay. Raja Mamay is a faker, and yet you support the brother who is not a faker. You that support Raja Al-Nas. Because Raja Mamay name is being used by the government of Sabah, the government of Malaysia. The only difference is the person is Al-Nas. And who is the Helen they are using? Every day is a process of revealing the truth and the expose of all the lies. So that diagrammatic scenario in Mindanao, together with the global scenario of conspiracy as authored by Madam Gloria as the implementor and using the MNLF. And now, because of the case of Maas, they shifted to Murad. Now Murad, because as we know, there is no more Murads. They can use it. They can do it. They can manipulate everything. Because they thought forever the cabal will reign the entire global earth. And they are mistaken into it. So this diagram that we have shows the conspiracy in utilizing the riches of the country of our beloved Philippines by the very people who espouses the so-called freedom. This is the very sensitive issue that no one will admit. They are all scared because of fear to be killed. That is the Game of Thrones of all the claimant sultan. They pay. They can put out billions to kill the one attacking them, the one negating them, the one fighting them. That's why no political opponents will survive in Mindanao, in Sulu, because it's just money to kill. So do you want that? Can you achieve really the peace and prosperity that you need? That is the game. That is the fear of everyone, that when they start to talk, their family are in trouble. That is occurring in Mindanao. This is the sequence of the Mindanao conspiracy. The one who wrote me told me, really, I request to your eminence to keep this among your trusted friends. This was explained to me by one of our fighters for the real freedom, which I readily believe to be because of the foregoing explanation. Nothing to worry, General. I salute you for having this. Wherever you are, I give you my love, my respect. America cannot play their game anymore because the Carpenter Agreement, the police power that they have, ended in March 22, 2015. That's why I read the legal brief that I give them up to 2014. But I was able to do something and became the parallel government officially in March 22, 2015 at the strike of midnight on March 15. However, as the Queen, since 2009, I have been doing my job. I have sacrificed my life to find the truth. So many bloggers, so many would like to help. And I thank my people for helping me bring out the truth. I know. That's why I do not sleep. I know those people who are liking my videos, who are sharing my videos, who are blocking the videos. I know who are my friends. I know who are my detractors. I know my people. You are with me for what? Thank you. Look into my eye and you will see the difference. Because up to now, this the one that they had been doing since 2009, they keep on going, growing, be with me, taking all my pictures, but behind the scene, they are doing their own hidden agenda with the bomb, with another group supporting the bomb silently. That is conspiracy. You are living in conspiracy. You are trying to disturb the process, disrupt the movement, and most of all, you are the planted ones. And you don't know that I spent millions to be able to catch you. I sacrifice my own comfort, my want to have a good food, my want to have a good shampoo, my want to have my own beauty tips. I forgo all of those because I want to catch who are the enemies of God, of Allah, using the power and authority entrusted to them. So the author of this, in trying to tell me that I have to be fearsome of the black CIA, I have to be fearsome with the black Pope using my brothers in the religious community, I have to be fearsome because the one planted is just at the tip of my nose. But nonetheless, I could tell you, it is the love and my faith that even the enemy, I wanted to be softened and really make the confession. Make that confession because who knows, tomorrow you're gonna die. Confess now. What can you get from them? It is not mine to suffer anymore. I have been watching you. If you can imagine this, what I am doing, it's all done. Even if they get my documents, trace it. As I told you, every letter has a guardian. And I know my documents. I know what I have written. I know what I have done. So the author of this that sent me said, the United States has remained to be the greediest nation in the world, and its ways and means of achieving its goals, although it is not the mainstream of the population that desires so, and because there are only a few that control the USA for their selfish motives, to the point of sacrificing their own people, as we have seen in the 9/11 episode, the 9/11. US President Bush desired the vast oil of the Middle East. That's why the Aramco, the Arab American Corporation, the company that they used, particularly Iraq. And so all plans were directed towards getting it by hook or by crook. That's why they could kill. And that is the fear of this author that gave me. The best reason, though, of it, in order to declare war on Iraq, was the 911 scenario. Without that scenario, there would be no reason for the US to go to war in Iraq. It's just the same mechanics of what the OPEP has been doing, the Office of Malacanang had been doing. It's just the same platform, as we say. War in the guise of peace. Now, President Obama's desire is to get all the natural resources from the East Asian nation, particularly our country, the Philippines. Being the least improved and the least capable to defend our own national territory, it is this desire of Mr. Obama that the following scenario was based in the participation of our own ex-President Ramos is to be noted. And I can view as an act of treason against the Filipino people. I expect that to be as he had proven himself as the grand thief during his rise for power, and until this moment, I can say, may he be not a Filipino by heart, because he has always been the American boy since. It's like Gloria. There is no need to reiterate this point, since a lot of instance that has favored the Americans rather than his own countrymen. True. In order to start the ball rolling, Obama's plan is to control the ERMM. That's why they can just land anytime. As I was in Maguindanao, in Ligwasan, American planes can just land in Jensen, can land in Cotabato Airport, because they have been given by Gloria an open sky. And I don't know right now by Bongbong, but since Gloria, the so-called Gloria, came to them with Biden, so what kind of agreement behind the noses of the Filipino people? And this could be an act of treason. You don't know that. It is being very vulnerable point of the country, or the weakest link of our nation, represented by the number one, which is Obama himself. And he will accomplish this by instructing Ramos and Mahathir. This is very good because, at the end of the day, just last year, I have already executed the warrant of arrest to Alnas, including Mahathir. That is the sovereign authority. Because no one can litigate them, but they are trustee of our forefathers. Mahathir is the adopted son. You will know more as we go along in this Game of Thrones. That's why they are the kings. Ramos became king because all the sultan, the sons of Punjungan, revered him as the supreme sultan. And Gloria is with my ama in Bulungan, Sultan Kasimuddin Jamalul Kiram Alam III. You will know who is queen on the process. This is the Game of Thrones. This is the game of the divinity. Not anymore the game of the generals. Because your generals are all the MNLF who paid their rank by 5,000 to be able to be the general. Is that your general? Or the generals in the armed forces of the Philippines? But they could be accused by court-martial as treason. Don't you know the law? To control the world means they have to control the central bank of ARMM. We didn't know that they have already made the central bank of the ARMM. And whose money is that? For God's sake. That is the money of Raja Mamay. Can you blame me now how I am being so upset? Why do you use Alnas? Why do you give Alnas luggage by luggage of Malaysian ringgit? Because you have concealed the fact. The Queen Mother gave 10 million USD to Raja in 1999, and you made the Abu Sayyaf. When the father died, Queen Mama sent another amount because that is the promise, the vow of his royal family. We know when we die, we know where to go and get our incentives. And the 13 billion US dollar that had been given by King Abdullah to the grandson. Do you know that Raja Mamay is the direct grandson of the sister of King Fahad of Saudi Arabia? Yet misrepresented by the brother. And this is my time to have all of this settled. And this could be represented, as I am saying to you, if I have to show that in the other way, it is not seen. Oh, so my computer is being, look at that. So, the very strong point is that from Obama to the ARMM, the strong point, that's why they could manipulate. The central bank of ARMM, this is represented in the diagram as number 2. Wow. So Mahathir is the keeper and the funder of all the chaos. Oh, we know now, huh? Wow. Ramos in turn at the number 3. So Ramos here on top. Neutralizes Pinoy with a threat to his presidency. So you can just imagine how he controlled Malacanang because of the money, because of the power and authority loaned to them. Or will cooperate with the general plan and receive a huge dole out, enough for them, their grandsons and granddaughters to live like kings and queens of a long, long time. I was told it is the billions of US dollars coordination with Mahathir in number 4. Wah, Ramos and Mahathir. How about the predecessor, the successor of Putrajaya? We will know by this. So this is a direct coordination with Mahathir. Was done by the liaison of Ramos, the henchman, Boy Saikon. Wow, they have a name. Remember, all these things are current. The only part that is not consummated as of this time is the control of ARMM, although negotiations have been made. The other groups indicated are trying to get into Obama group and the leaders to be in ARMM as soon as they have their leaders in position as soon as possible. Or we can hope that it is implemented in the next election if we are lucky. One of the proof that Pinoy was paid for the group in his unprofessional handling of the recent Sabah issue, which we were lengthily discussing over the phone by Gloria to President Bush that time. It was really surprising for the president of free country to perform such indecisiveness in the face of an international issue. You see, all of this, the majority cohorts are all written up. The only way we may be able to avert this scenario from being implemented is the leadership of a strong man whose organization that backs him or help her, as it actually characterized by a strong base that will support the aims we are fighting for. We should have people that can't be blinded with money, but rather those trusted men that looks up the future of our children's children. Otherwise, the same people that joined our cause will just return to nowhere they originally came from. It is the light that I am sharing you this information because you have the clout being the Sultanate's throne, whom all the wealth these people are eyeing belongs to you. This is a group that will help us in the realization of this dream. But I will not come easy for us since you have requirements for us to satisfy. Maybe the world is really like this, that you really have to shed out something in return for another. Although they told me not to worry because this is not as compared to the vultures I have cited earlier. This note was passed on to me, but I believe there is another group utilizing this inner circle of the player, even called the direct support of the names identified in exchange of money. This diagram shows the conspiracy in utilizing the riches of the country, our beloved Philippines, by the very people who spouses the so-called freedom. This is the very sensitive issue that no one will admit to that this is occurring. So, this is it, and that is the very reason the United States has always been the greatest nation on earth. Thank you very much for sharing this to me, because now I have a very good avenue that I am not alone in this crusade of gaining back our freedom. ARMM belongs to Ramos, belongs to Mahathir. Now, they paid Bongbong to carry on. They paid all of this to continue. The payoff scheme continues in our dream for supremacy in the name of the claims of Sabah, which is the ARMM. Barm, you are all under the watchful eye of the sovereign court. I was told that they will already make a decision. But year has passed. I have seen nothing had been decided. Whoever you are listening to me, time is already ending, and you yourself will be given the worst of your nightmare for conspiring to Mahathir, for conspiring to Najib, for conspiring to the rest of the group, for conspiring to the Sabah stand-up, Zamboanga stand-up, 44-7 sacrifice, Marawi siege, Pagla stand-up, and for the stoppage of this movement for us to be seated in the throne. I know that my daily broadcast now is different from what had been. I'll be reading to you more and more as I have recalled. Last time, in trying to find a solution in Sabah, I was just in a small room. I failed to open the aircon. For 3 hours, I was really focused. I was really in depth communion with the Father. And I forgot that I was not breathing anymore, but my little computer was able to do something that would benefit you today and would destroy the ARMM and its sponsored. Their padrinos, their godfathers, will have to pay the crime of conspiracy. This is not just what they say. It is the documents that speaks for itself. Malacanang, the very source, the haven of conspiracy, protecting the Godfather, the United States of America. You see? You made the people suffer because you want to be in supremacy. You want slaves so that you will be the kings and queens, being paid, being doled out with the huge money coming from our own natural resources. Are you not shameful of this? Can you still sleep with it? Now see, no wonder my brother told me the worst scenario may come. And this is the thing that we should have to listen up. I'd like to give you the most important one. I am sure I want to continue reading this because this will give you the very important realization that this mission is properly documented. And so that you will know that all of this movement that I have has been given to the Senate, to the Congress, to all the governments of the world that could see. Because we have the basic documents that we could prove to the world. Remember, I was in Sabah at the time, and to be able to know, I was able to get hold of the House of Representatives, the concurrent resolution number 42. This is the Second Congress of the Republic of the Philippines, and this is the concurrent resolution introduced by the Congressman Macapagal, Rasul, Iscarial, Casas, Tizon, Tolentino, and Lacson. So by this alone, you will know that this is the part why they have kept this very much. They have concealed this, and no one is allowed to get a copy of this outside Malacanang records section. So, this is one of the documents that I had been reading because Raja Mamay was just given to me by the grandfather, validated by the grandfather, Raja Usman, Sharif Usman Dato Ismail, Munali, Sultan Toron Lawan Tumaga, Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikram. I obeyed. But of course, physically, I need to fight in courts and into the world. How could I help the grandson? How could I help the legitimacy of recovery? In the past, in all my documents, I never divulged the identity of the true Ferdinand Iderlin Marcos Sr. I just simply put it in general terms because of their conspiracy with the martial law. But in my attestation and in my defense, it was not FEM, the Marcos number 1, who declared and implemented martial law. There are so many Marcos 1 now, and I thereby ask each and everyone because I have my proof. I have my proof. But I am still welcoming you. If you want to help me, then so be it. You have your authority, then go ahead. But however, if you will continue defying the truth, you yourself will be in trouble. Because it's not anymore the political laws that will give you justice. It is the court of heaven that will give you the justice that you need. So the expressing the sense of the Congress of the Philippines that North Borneo belongs to the heirs of the Sultan of Sulu and to the ultimate sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines, and authorizing the President to conduct negotiations for the restoration of such ownership and sovereign jurisdiction over said territory. I'd like to remind each and everyone, many are misled. Many had been given the disinformation because of this ultimate sovereignty lies in the Republic of the Philippines. That's why they thought that the Sultan of Sulu is the one in Malacanang. Wrong. Wrong. Queen proves to the world that you were given only the tenure of authority. But the heirs and successors are by the power and authority direct from the lineage of the Kirams, of the Alams. Okay. You said that it is the people of the Philippines, the owner of the sovereignty. Point to point. The Sultan of Sulu leased the land to the British chartered North Borneo, chartered Borneo. It was leased to Baron Oberbeck and to Maclod Taliano. Gustavus Oberbeck. It was leased, but it was not sold up. Because of communication, they have misinterpreted again. So all of this, America has really made us suffer in controlling all of this together with the Vatican. If you can see this resolution, I put this one as the basic documents for me to find. The focal legitimacy. That's why when I was in Sabah, it was indeed a very good program for me. So, I will be able to give you this in my next episode because I know every time I say things, the lightning just strike in front of me. That is the herald that something must be done. Whether you like it or not, the time has come. All of you, as I lay down, stop the war, redirect the bomb. It's not yours. It belongs to the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo, Sultan of Maguindanao, Sultan of Rajabuyan, and it belongs to the royal family. That's why I am asking each and everyone to be able to become my family. Have your sovereign identity card. From there, we will start doing what is right for the benefit of each and every one of you as the sovereign people of this new nation, restored nation, the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands and the Federal Republic of Lupasug. I will be discussing to you this concurrent resolution so that you will be able to understand the real essence of it. As we have seen, why they continually put wars, because they know they have benefited the 100 years of oil and gas proceeds. But where are we? What happened to us? That is the question. Nobody fight for this for the sake of your people. But now I hope you can listen and help me fight our right, fight for our own sovereignty, fight for our own lives. We need to live in peace and harmony. And see you again as we continue for the next series. For now, thank you very much. At least you have seen the real culprit from the office of the president, from the office of the Putrajaya of Indonesia, as controlled by the packagers. United States, Malacanang, Ramos, Gloria, and all that had been paid to fight the true ones. God bless everyone. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV, this is Queen Helen of the Rechak Elizabeth III. Game of Thrones from Season 1, Episode number 7. Malacanang Records, hiding the truth. Stop being the one to be put to justice. Many documents in favor of the claimants been given to them. But for us, everything has been put on hold because you do not want to reach our records to the president. The House of Representatives concurrent resolution was taken from Sabah in 2010 from the archives. As I told you, from Macau, I went straight to Kuala Lumpur and then to Sabah. It was really the struggle of having all of this together to be able to know the real truth. I had been trying myself to see why and how I could save Raja Mamay from all this pain of being deprived as the true heir and successor to the throne. So this documents the concurrent resolution, as I have given earlier of the episode 6, expressing the sense of the Congress of the Philippines that North Borneo belongs to the heirs of the Sultan of Sulu and the ultimate sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines, and authorizing the President to conduct negotiations for the restoration of such ownership and sovereign jurisdiction over said territory. I told everybody the loan agreement has something to do with these documents. This was done in 1950. It was signed by Nene Pimentel, and I was able to talk to him once. And this was in April 28, 1950. He was then the Secretary of the House of Representatives. Imagine how you have covered the truth and let the lie be operating at the expense of the poor people of Maguindanao, killing them because of the oil field, killing the sultans, the true heirs, the true successor. At least this time you will see that this document is a very vital one for you to understand the reason why we are trying to do all this broadcast, because they interpret this at their own interest in favor of the claimants. The concurrent resolution was a law in 1950. This is the law during the time of the Commonwealth. And this is the time when we have our first independence in 1946. This is a law then. Expressing the sense of the Congress of the Philippines that North Borneo belongs to the Sultan of Sulu. Heirs. That's why everyone claiming to be the heirs and successors. But the Philippines government themselves are the claimants because of this premise and the ultimate sovereignty to the Republic of the Philippines. I can still guarantee that it doesn't belong to the Philippines because Philippines is under the law of sovereignty and ownership of the royal family of the Lupasug Empire. Philippine Islands, it was renamed by Apu Lakay. After that he bought us back from Spain, there are receipts into it. Now, how the divine program happened? I am the heir, and Raja Mama is the heir of the Kurams. So do we have still to fight with this? Do we still need to be putting this into debate in Congress, in Senate? You are have no more authority after the Mathilindo expired. So even if I read all of these things to you, you have claimed this with the Sampa group in Paris, in Madrid. Now everybody's saying that they have already won over the 14.9 billion. Malaysia will not give you that because the new you are claimants. The deed of 1878 is the vital documents of the Mathilindo that was signed in January 22, 1878 by Jamalul Alam, the direct grandfather of Raja Mamay on the mother's side, with Gustavus Baron de Overbeck and Alfred Dent leasing, known as the British North Borneo, for the annual rental of $5,000. These poor claimants, these poor supporters, really blemish my reputation for telling that I am not. I said you are getting the interest. You are getting what the Makaski case just given you. It is not the rental. It is only a compensation in accordance to what the law of Sabah says, the court. Until such a time the true heirs comes out. That's why we defeated you, because of this law itself. In 1903, we know that Ama is alive. Even if they have grilled him, put him in the in the boiling water, put him under the sea, but he is alive. He is the man that could attest and testify that North Borneo belongs to the Sultan. Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah. This is the reason why everybody must know their roots. If you cannot defend your lineage, better not claim. Better not fight in this. So, it becomes 5,300. But these are the documents that could really tell to you the materiality of the British North Borneo with Baron Overbeck and Alfred Dent, and all of this because by that time, in 1950, Apu Lakay has been already the young lawyer, okay, the young prince in relation to the protection of the sovereign territory, because China and Sulu are brothers. And this, at least, even if I have to tell them side by side with you, no use after I got my validation, after I get my full authority from the grandfather, the author himself of the United Nations, of the World Bank. All of this documents, you can use it against us. These are only a process. But what matters is the physical living testament to attest into this law of ownership and the law of sovereignty. You are lucky. I am from Philippines. You are lucky. Raja is from Sabah, from Sulu. You are lucky because we are the people to benefit all of this. You are just waiting, but you are trying to really squeeze the neck of the coin. When are you going to give us our money? You promised. I promise. I did not. I told you I'm going to do something. Now, for those people that are publicizing in the internet, please be careful. It will boomerang to you. Because there are some groups monitoring already in every posting that you have. Please, listen. Because from there, we will be knowing who are with us. Stop accusing one another. Because I am doing the right process, wherein there is no red tape, wherein nobody would accuse the king and queen for collecting money, wherein no one will be put into shame that all these people are telling this, telling that. So we need to put the proper structure. That's why Macalindo is there. So if I could show you how you are being used to do the economic sabotage, the disinformation campaign, so there is no difference. You belong to that group. Instead of making the group become a good group to invite other group to the right path, you are destroying the movement. This is what I am telling you a long time ago. If you are with me, please watch your tongue, watch your lips, watch every move that you have, because you are with me. You do something not right, it will be reflected on the leaders. And the leaders that you have can always defend of what they are, who they are. That is the difference between you and us. So, every time you do things, please look, is this good for me? Is this good for the community? Is this good for the world? Or is just your self-interest, your vested interest that you will be known and recognized? Let other people recognize your good deeds. Let other people give you the reward. Did I have asked for any reward in what I have done? I said, I will ask my reward from heaven. despite of the painful process I am undergoing, from day one of this mission. And some of you just came in. That's why I was talking to those in Liguasan. They just came in. In what year? In what time? And yet you are so demanding that you will be served first. And those people that had promised to help me, promised, with all the documentation given to you, now using these people to go against me and block my mission, you are the first to be put into jail. Mind you, I am not alone. As I read today, that Mindanao scenario of conspiracy, I am enthralled, I am inspired that there are top military already fed up of the political government because they did not tell the truth. They had been imbibing themselves that they are the one in authority. No, you are not. You are loaned authority. Malacanang. That's why I'm trying to bombard Gloria for really destroying Mindanao, destroying Sulu, destroying Sabah. Because of this conspiracy with America. Now, it is a continuous saga. But however, because of my protectiveness, my fight to exposing all of this, they are now being, I should say, they are now being seen in the public eye because they are the villain that really putting war and chaos in the guise of peace. You see, what happened to Saudi? What happened to the Middle East? They were given the chance to benefit from the oil because Liguasan volcanic vein extends up to Middle East, up to Kuwait, up to Afghanistan, up to all of this. That's why America put war. For them, the Aramco can benefits. For the OPEC can benefits. So who are therefore the terrorists? Please. They had been accusing Mindanao, Sulu, all of this. And yet they are the one creating armed groups to play at their own pumps. So that's why I lay down to you the conspiracy, name after name. I am looking for that. There are some more of it. I'm sure I can still unearth the complete documents of that because, they want also to conceal the name of others that are into that documents. But however, nothing can be hidden from Allah. You see, as I have given you the documents, they keep on using this one with all of this historical account, with the Congress, the Senate, all of this. The Senate, the Congress are all no authority. Even the Supreme Court has no authority. That's why if I am you, better stoop down and realize now that you need the empire of Lupasum. Now you can use a lot of detractors, use them. It will be an advantage to me because every time the delay that you have been doing, it is accountable to you, especially the packager, the programmer of Malacanang, whoever they are, they will be answerable to the court of heaven, to the court of Lupasum, to the divine court. So you see, in January to February, I was making step to find what Raja Mamay has done. Why on earth Alnas and the brothers would like to stop him. So I tried my best to go from one family to the other, despite of being humiliated. I have to see them so that I would know the truth. Until I reach to the Sultan of Gloria Arroyo, my ama in Bulungan. Because all the elders, the black ones, the light ones, the white ones, they belong to the lineage. They still consider the queen as the daughter. So Gloria Sultan is Sultan Kasimuddin Jamalul Alam Kiram III. That is also the elder of Alnas bin Abdul Kapar. That is also the elder of Professor Nur Miswari. That is also the one used by the claimant Sultan and used by the High Court when they claim together with the ARMM. You see, it's very difficult on the part of the Queen to put you all into justice because I know you have labored so much also. So there is that connectivity between the Sultan of Brunei and Sultan Kasimuddin. Sultan used in Indonesia. All of these are working together with their armed groups, putting dominion to the oil field. I put them all together. I brought them to Mindanao. Recognized by the documents. We publicize it all. But, you know, the claimants can always twist and put them into their own documents. Instead of joining together, they destroy Ama Ali because Kasimuddin took the identity of Raja Osman. You see, Alnas took the identity of Mamay, so they fight in court. And supported by the court, this is now the product of this Madrid claim. So all of you there, how could you claim Queen is here? Still you cannot. You cannot get it because this is what you call who holds the power, holds the gold, holds the sovereignty. Who holds the sovereignty has the power and authority from the court of heaven. And as the Queen of the Universum Magnum, I know what I am doing. So you want war? I can grant it if I wish. If I want to. If you wish, but not at my time. Because whoever declares war, whoever would like to destroy peace and harmony, you are more liable into it. You see, it is part of the book. The summary report, Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo. It is part of the book submitted as a skeletal framework. They gain from here. This is Queen done when I was in Sabah. And this is dated 26 August in 2010. After I have made my return to Sulu, after I met up with Ama Pandala. In June, I was in Sulu, giving my respect to our masjid there with our nene as king, as I installed the grandson of Sulu as the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo. From there, I moved forward. But first in Sabah, look at this, how important this one. Because this was done in February 29, 2012. But this one is coming from the time that I made my report from 2010. Imagine all of this. Actually, it started from the Code of 999, September 29, 2009. the summary report year 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012 by the first quarter. I have done this on the premise that I have something to look back when I have to make my finale, my final move on this mission. Queen Maria Makiling, Helen Fatima Nazaria Panulino Abdurrajak, coded 999, the union of the daughter of Mindanao and the grandson of Tunku Abdurrahman, September 9, 2009, officially bonded in marriage in September 29, 2009. But both marriages are there and well documented. But I was then trying to do some kind of massage so that no one would ever predict of who I am. I even used my passport as Maria Helen Panulino so that no one would really know of what I am doing. That is my strategy. That's why I was able to catch them all. And I will be giving you that. How important it is until September 16, 2013 has already expired. I have renewed my passport in September 27, 2013 as already Maria Helen P. Abdurrajak. Because I wanted to tell the whole world, I am not after the asset of Raja Mamay, nor the Sultanate of Sulu. I am here to guard and protect the interest of the majority of the poor people of the whole world. Not only Mindanao, not only Sabah, not only the entire Philippine Islands. This is just the foundation that I did. But this is the part of the book, the skeletal book that made the loss of the barn. That's why I could charge plagiarism to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. But since you have no authority either, that you are classified operating in the claim of Sabah, in the conspiracy of W. Bush, of Obama, of Clinton, and of the president from Ramos, from Aquino, down to the current caretaker president. So the number one that I have put in here, the skeletal framework done in August 26, 2010. I had been broadcasting this. In making Mindanao a new territory for massive development and the gateway for economic progress for the Philippines and the neighboring countries, especially the Maftilindo Federation made by Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Haj as deemed and projected to happen in 2006 but failed due to the inability of the countries involved to meet on common interest and in the concept of pro-poor and alleviation of poverty in order to cope with the progressive elite countries. This was disseminated throughout the regions of Mindanao and Sulu, and copies officially were sent through the emissaries of the President of the Philippines, and the compiled activities and the official letters of coordination stamped and received by the local governmental units was hand-carried direct to the office of the President, Malacanang Palace. Director of the Office of the Monitoring Team of the President of the Philippines, the Director Rinaldo Rosas received and duly monitors our missionary legitimate activities in making Mindanao and Sulu a peaceful place to live with. In this movement, all the armed faction groups leaders, MNLF, MILF, BIFF, etc., the bishops, priests, and religious, the sultans and datus, were informed of our presence and our mission to unify the territory and its people for the said business development. We started our focus when we restored in June 1st, 2010, the Sultanate of Sulu in North Borneo at Likup Adam in the Sulu, the first mosque ever erected in Sulu, where the White Palace was the stronghold of the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo. The framework included the business development programs, airline aviation with a outstanding MOU with Airmark South Korea, and plan and strategy in the implementation of peace agreements with armed faction groups and the oil drill exploration and right mining. See, I have made this already as a platform on how to help you leaders in Mindanao. 2009. And this was done in August 26, 2010. You have heard me saying that on and on in my broadcast. I have given all my coordinations. I was laughed, I was mocked, I was even humiliated by the claimant Sultan, the Manguda Datos. I was there all along. But it's all right because I know all of these are properly documented. Number 2, September 13 in 2009, I requested a 5 million pesos to help Mindanao from the office of the President of the Philippines for the initiation of peace and order away from the political, military, and revolutionary approaches as manipulated by top politicians and in conspiracy with the armed group and private armies who created havoc and disunity in the area, fear and terror as a means to dislocate the residents from their homelands and thus letting these people hungry and displaced. Others look at this as a means of their earning by millions since lots of donation and aids are coming from the UN, the World Food, from VSW Philippines, USAID, OIC, aid, etc., and for the so-called branded rebel group as the legged workforce to sabotage the situation of peace and order funded by Brunei and Malaysian entities. But the question is who benefits? Practically not the poor, not the evacuees, and not the volunteers either. Simple, the powerful politicians who make the poor more poorer and the rich become more richer because they can pay the sabotage economically and they gain out of this control. The 5 million pesos for such noble mission was never not released nor approved because I am not a politician nor the chairman of the MNLF or IMAYLF. So I was not given, but the Philippine government gave 5 million USD to one of the chairman of the armed groups. This is the irony and the clear evidence of disparity and sin against humanity. It is well documented then, September 13, 2010. And these are milestones This book has been given to the Senate, to the Congress, but they are blinded because of their greed for power, for position, for their political ambition to remain in power forever. That is the political dynasty. Number 3, September 23, 2010, was the installation of late Queen Moniera Pindaton, the daughter of the late Senator Salipada Pindaton, the man who fought for Mindanao and held the secret of conspiracy and manipulations of the Bangsamoro people, that up to now his chamber at the Senate House is left untouched and locked up. I did ask for the funding for Queen Moniera to start her reign and help her people with the strong knowledge and conviction that I can help her restore the true peace and order in Mindanao and practically realign the leaders of the clan and put justice through the support of the members of each clan. But as I said, the local government has the reason to stop me, since they could not utilize me nor use me for their scheme of corruptions and manipulations. I do business in the right perspective and in the context of business ethics. Unluckily, Queen Moniera was not able to serve her people upon her early demise last December 2010. But now she has the nephew to continue as the leader of the clan, Sultan Nasim Sultan of the Rajamuti Auti clan, together with Bai Normina Bantas, the trustee and confidant of Queen Moniera. I am guiding them now to continue and secure the mission I started, and it has already opened the eyes of the civilians to drive the path of non-violence transformation of the entire Mindanao, away from the dictation of the revolutionary armed groups who connive with the foreign entity, which is totally not acceptable to the masses or to the common people. But however, this Sultan also went against us, sold us to the Bangsamoro leadership of Miswari and Murad. They have been manipulated because of one of the member of the spiritual government. She has a name, but it is better for now because I want them to pay the crime of connivance of conspiracy. They will pay. All of them are dead because of these blockages, because of the karma, because of this curse that they didn't know it will be befalling into them. Fourth, due to the magnanimous critical state of suppression and oppression among the people, I needed to make a concrete move on how to implement the skeletal framework that I laid down in the resolution of the peace and order, since it was the height of the political and military drama, the Maguindanao massacre. As I told the Office of the Chief of Intelligence of PNP and Department of National Defense of the Philippines, that all I wanted is to stop all of these games because we hold the truth and the masterpiece of evidence are with us. And since all the top political figure from the former presidents down to the Senate to the Congress and LGUs are puppets of the political packagers, tycoons and bankers who can dictate because they have money to control. Spiritual and the material have to be blended before I could hit the epicenter of the most corrupt territory that we could change and created to become the pilot and be emulated by the entire world in order to achieve the most prayed in every religion and individual, the peace and unity of the all nations, and for us, the prime objective of our mission is universal brotherhood rooted in respect, truth, and justice. I have done my job. Year by year is a crusade to stop violence, to stop war and chaos. I have my documents, and this 476 pages can already dictate the plight of the government, of the new restored governance, the Philippine Islands. Have you ever thought that Queen has already made the landmark? This is the earmark of the mission, so that no one could just say that I am just nothing comparative to your leaders in the political government. Fifth, October 10, 2010, and I coded that as 10, 10, 10. I gathered all our elders to do the traditional offering to Allah and to all our ancestors. This is the time that I sent to all the world the message of the new hope with our union decoded 999, September 9, 2009, and officially sealed and legitimized in the Philippine law in September 29, 2009. I concealed the marriage in Sulu for me to fight up to the end in the marriage in Malaysia. This is not of your knowledge. You didn't know that Queen is always striving in the legitimacy. This is not my problem anymore because all of you are caught in your own cobwebs of a conspiracy. I also ask the prayers of the Dominican sisters and religious all over the world to help me find good people to assist me and basically to give me more strength and courage to face this mission entrusted by the elders, especially Ama Datu Ismail Ali, who never divulged his identity until I met his grandson, Raja Mamay, and made my life upside down upon the first meeting when he told me in the phone that he is my husband, whom he spiritually united me in 2001. After my return of 2 years and 1/2 hibernation in Saudi Arabia as an OFW on the nursing post, it was the moment of revelation that I must stand for Mindanao. What a life that I have led. I tried to raise funds for Mindanao at my own accord. But I am not just like that. Ama prepared me for the bigger mission. 6 October 10, October 20, 2010. The Blood Compact was well represented by our strongest veteran combatants of MNLF, MILF, Abu Sayyaf, NPA, Pendatun clan, the true elders of Sultan Pandala Pasandalan, the guardian and protector of Ligwas and Mars, and Ama Datu Ismail Ali, who was the spiritual co-founder of MILF, together with Ustad Hashim Salamat. This act had been documented, proclaimed, and submitted to all major agencies. That became the strong foundation for the unification of all the bloodlines, regardless of what alliance they belong, whether they are MNLF, MILF, BIFF, or even the Abu Sayyaf or the Lost Commands. The poor and the helpless sought this kind of belongingness in order to gain their security and protection from the people who sabotage their territorial domain. Therefore, with our inculcations of true brotherhood, embracing everyone regardless of tribes and religion, had given them a new way and concrete path towards the lasting peace and order that they have fighting for so many decades. We had walked barefooted in the legged high mud marshes, canoed in the multi-streams of rivers with strong current, not to think the danger of being lost of the no man's islands, wherein only the strongest and the comrade of full-geared bullets wrapped up in their bodies and tangled with all their ammunitions that you can find in the universe. Who could ever think that the poor country such as Philippines has those kind of gadgets in the war zone infested territories? In its simplest analysis, it is because of the infiltrations of such ideologies that had indoctrinated our young and old brothers in the mountain terrain and the valleys of no return as supplied by the foreign counterparts, knowing that there is a much deeper reason to sabotage the land of promise and the inhabitants of Mindanao and Sulu for them to benefit our wealth of oil deposits so that they can produce on the other end of the oil vein as far as Middle East, Brunei, and Malaysia. We mean to help and re-educate and reform our people's mind and outlook in the governmental issues and helping them to understand that we are selflessly doing our jobs and responsibilities to reach out the poor among the poorest of all. We started the signature campaigns, and as of now, we have sufficient millions of signatures to back up the support of the movement we have. In this plight and critical movement, we have support group that can stand with us. One is Major by Lupia Pangilayan, a retired colonel of PNP, who's been working hard with us, facing all the criticism and played the intelligence as expert that made us strong and more aggressive in the hitting the target date for me to stop the election of the ARMM region in Mindanao and Sulu, since we know that all the poor and the uneducated, illiterate brothers and sisters will just be paid in exchange of their rights to vote. I know because I am born in Mindanao and I can vouch and have seen the trade of political businesses as seen in the outside world in the highest form of the political packagers benefit again in exchange for the protection of their businesses at the expense of the poor and illiterate, non-educated people who are hungry and contented on the few thousands of pesos and groceries, thus selling the rights to vote. Clean elections will never be in the history of the Philippines, that even the machine can be programmed for the benefit of anyone who has the money to pay the reprogrammed accounting of the ballots returned. I had been there. I know how they have already made the ballots. They have signed. They have all of these machinations that whoever they want to win could be won by just the orchestration of one in Comelec. That's how they are. I mean, even up to now. So you want to have your election in the barangay? Go for it. because there is going to happen. I'm sure you will know. I'm sure you will regret, but I cannot stop you. It's up to you. 7. In December 6, 2010, we left Mindanao to find the funds necessary to support our brethren, to seek the missing link of the puzzle that I could find with the foresight that I must act fast before the global syndicates can totally mess out the entire banking system of the prime banks that hold the sultanates of Sulu accounts and the mother account, plus the legitimacy and the authenticity of our inheritance that needed to be unearthed and uncovered, for it had been suppressed and totally adulterated and diverted. Money can change every angle of historical facts, but it can never distort the veracity of the inner truth, as evidence that only with a pure heart and a keen eye could see the reason and the motive that lays in the hidden facts that are necessary in the conformity of our will to fight more to reach our goal in the restoration of peace and order in our homeland, such as the lost kingdom of Sulu in North Borneo and the land of promise, Mindanao. We tried to convince our government, but due to their choice of political sultan in stone, as supported by the office of the president, our chance is getting of funds to help is very, very slim. This priority is to prepare for another election, finding for armed groups in GAO's political dynasties with private armies to utilize in order to gain for sure votes for their winning and be proclaimed as senators, congressmen, down to the lower officials. All of these are funded by political packagers, funders, many sultans of Sulu and North Borneo fighting each other, destroying each other's credibility and moral integrity. And Raja Mamay is not freed from such demeaning and malicious criticism in order to lower his self-esteem and harass his personality as the king, for them to outshine and be recognized as the world per se. We are not affected because we are aware that they are part of the propaganda movement. The more Sultan of Sulu claimants, the more benefit go to the head of states who enjoy stealing the money of the poor, since they are the ones being enriched by the wealth and properties that belong to the heirs and successors. We traveled against the odds of lack of finance, only faith and hope and deep courage and strength to persevere in this mission that I accepted with all my free will, together with the true Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo, as I can vouch and radically stand out in the entire universe that we need Raja Muhammad Kamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak, the grandson and the only replacement of Sultan Hussein Kamaluddin, the predecessor of Law 101, destined and programmed to sit at his throne as the multiracial king of Southeast Asia. He is not a claimant. He is not the one that they have just informed us. He is the grandson of Tunku Abdurrahman. And I am not a claimant either. I am the daughter of Mindanao, the spiritual goddaughter of all elders who stood for me and now dying together with me in my quest to bring out the truth, as vouched by our own people who backed me up to fight till the last drop of my own blood for the sake of our children's children. I have found what I needed in Brunei, Indonesia, Singapore, China, in Shenzhen, Macau, Malaysia, Labuan, Kota Kinabalu, Kiringao, Kadat, Minambok, Tamparuli, Tuwaran, Tawau, Sandakan, Sarawak Miri, and all other areas that I have really to come and see for myself. I have to step the land that our forefathers have traversed for me to link the puzzle that left to my hands to complete. Imagine, as I keep on telling you, the pain. It is a very tiresome mission. I know that I could have already died if I am not being protected. This is not very comfortable. This broadcast is very taxing, not easy, because the whole world is mobilized. In every word that I utter, there is that magnitude, there is weight of accountability, because I am telling the truth and nothing but the truth. 8. In 3 months of thorough investigations, reconfirmations, critical researchers from the alive witnesses, gathering of historical facts from elders, custodians, museums, archives, relatives, and institutions, I finally went back to Philippines in March 28, 2011, direct flight from Jakarta, Indonesia, bringing with me the grandson of Tunku Abdurrahman, who himself got the air of confidence that we can survive the ordeal of mental harassments and the insults that the government officials thrown to us. Their accusations were left unfounded when I came back armed with good battle of specificity and clear-cut truth that what Raja Mamay was fighting was indeed of strong value to the ultimate resolutions of the global financial crisis and global climate change. I was then with Brother Danny, was with us in this trip, and together we dissect the root cause of the problems that had made the entire world suffer and the setback to the global financial institutions that financial experts had ever manipulated and controlled. The severe and continuous inflations that led to the ballooning deficits and escalating debts of all nations to the source of origin that had been abused by mankind. Remember, the years they have suppressed and oppressed, the more that they will be held liable as part of the blockages. 9. In April 2011, we proceeded to Mindanao and reorganized the setup after our men started to make a good strategy, encouraged the locals to go back to the true fold of the law, away from the concept of rebellion and imposing of freedom in the jihad formula as instilled by the top Bangsamoro principles that made money in all the members' Islamic organizations and making their subordinates at the mercy of the hunters, left as the hunted prey for the propaganda movement of the top military officials and political parties in alliance with the head of states of Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Brunei, Singapore, and China. I had 3 cell phones in line 24/7, talking and answering, even the yelling of the threats of the top political leaders, the top leaders of the armed groups, withstanding the provocation and destructive and disgusting words that I have encountered. I faced the worst kind of beings that challenged me and my morals without reservations. The hurt that only the hardened heart can accept. But in return, I know that I have softened their heart and soul to reflect and admit that I am not born to be destroyed by their inflictions. I am born for the humanity that is why I serve them. But I am also human being crying why. Why me? Among the billions of people on this earth, think of the worst unimaginable battle that only seen in the movie screen. But I know and believe that I am not alone. I have one with me who stood with me. I have the religious sisters, brothers, and loved ones who pray hard for me to go on and work harder to achieve the end of the finish line, though it is sometimes narrowed and darkened by the shadow of greed and corruption, tested by the unkind and venomous words of insults. But I hang on because I am not alone. I have more of you working for the common goal. Now we made it and carried to the next level of unification and restructuring of leadership and realign the direction provided the members are amenable and become active participants in the preparations for the implementations processes. Imagine I have done the structure, but they pay my leaders and get all what I have done. Sell it to Malaysia, sell it to the office of the president, even the groups that I have made. Up to now, it's the same, but up to these people to sell me or to be with me. 10. To be able to see the fruits of our dangerous and scary impossible mission that others said we are just dreaming, and some said we are crazy, that even we are dead, we can never make Mindanao peaceful and orderly. But nonetheless, they had miscalculated their judgment and analysis. In May 18, 2011, I called the first historic Mindanao convention held in Cabacan, North Cotabato Gymnasiums. And it was a shocking revelation to all walks of life. Millions of people came and signified their support. It is well documented, signed, and ready for exhibition when necessary. But I know it is not anymore needed. God's intervention is very imminent, and people slowly are being enlightened, though they still await the proof of funds that we are working at. This is the phase wherein many detractors came out. Allied became enemies, and adversaries became the backup, and the non-partisan became the facilitators and negotiators. Threats to take me down and kill me and kidnap me became the worry of my families and relatives, that even the nuns and the religions of Mary, day and night vigil for my safety together with Raja Mamay, whose major contender to the throne is his brother Al-Nasiruddin, now took the name Jamal Kiram III, connived and conspired with Iminilaf groups and all the claimants Sultan Sulu, and even with the people inside the palace of Malacanang, and with the strong support of the AMNO political party in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. I had tried to call for their truce of alliance, but instead I was maligned and ridiculed by their brothers and in-laws. But I did not take this personally. Instead, I utilized this as a proof of basis that in power struggle is mostly the result of sibling rivalry, and the wives are more the key persons towards these directions. It is written in all historical accounts of royalties that killing one another, father against son, mother against son, fighting for their chosen child to sit at the throne. In principle and in realistic views, we are not what they think we are. Rajamamay is a king at the age of 6, but was fully instructed and guided to keep the secret by Tunku Abdurrahman and his father until the danger zone is lifted. I pacify him not to be hurt of any publicity that he is crazy or even mentally deranged, as stated by the group of Muhammad Fuad Kiram at the Facebook, WordPress.com, and even Arturo Sampana, who publicly written such outrageous comments in his wall at the Facebook account. The way to greatness and be famous in the eyes of God Allah is to be called that way. And like Jesus Christ and Prophet Muhammad, bring it back to the Father in heaven who knows everything. This is our mission, and we must take it graciously. We are sent to help our poor ones, and we must not fight them back like the street boys do, but with a heart that can go beyond and see the reason and motive with patience and love and perseverance. But I know that every moment is filled with danger. Many times he was declared dead, destroyed, and was placed in the websites of the political sultans publicly maligned and threatened. But we believe that God will stand by us. No one can separate us from the love and protection of God, of Allah. 11. May 26, 2011. For so many years and separated by distance, the four brothers were united and planned to open the oil gas exploration in Mindanao. The two elders, Sultan Kasimuddin and Sultan Badaruddin of Tawau, Sabah, Malaysia, brought with them the investors who signified this investment to mobilize the projects. However, it did not work out due to the continuous blockades and serious encouragement of the group who promised to finance them, destroying us, so as to gain the members to change camp and side with them. The crab mentality is still very rampant, that this kind of attitude added on the economic sabotage of the territory. And besides my spiritual elder, Sultan Kasimuddin sided with the Imenalip group, as he has taken Nur Miswari as his adopted son. And in turn, Professor Miswari adopted the brother of Raja Mamay, Al-Nasir, who took the name of Jamalul Kiram III, as being paid by millions of ringgit to block his brother. But destiny is destiny. I am the defender of the king. Even they are strong and belonging to the top syndicates. Still I am confident that the truth would come out soonest, even if he, Al-Nasir, is being controlled by the high politician with good connections in the head of states that can dictate the bankers, financial institution. And in fact, this has led to the vulnerable spot of the opportunist to divide us again, wherein some of our appointed leaders attack us and sold us to the other groups with vested interest. As I would always say, everyone is entitled to their own opinion and free to find their greener pasture, and they are free to choose to live or to remain. In the long run, my mission is still for the benefit of all mankind. And my concern is simply to let them see and find their fixation that they are the chosen ones as king and queen. It's not what God wanted for humanity. Spiritual material must be balanced. Our relevance is to carry out this reality in the parameter of human comprehension. The four sultans' union were publicized in Mindanao Cross, Cotabato City, last June 4, 2011. Just imagine how Al-Nas stolen the identity of Raja Mamay, supported by Malacanang, supported by Gloria Arroyo, supported by the head of states of Malaysia, supported by the current one, Bongbong Marcos and Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram. That is your decision. You want the truth? You want them to suffer more? On my life, I can dearly say, not mine to hold, but the God who sent me. 12. In June 14, 2011, on the 58th birthday of Rajamami, including the gestation age and the commemoration of the birth date of Dr. Jose Rizal on the 150th year, we had another tremendous gathering that was practically stopped and put us in the most troubled situations, wherein we could not cancel nor reschedule because delegates were already sleeping here by trucks of trucks. Plus, I had to beat the limited time as mandated by the wisdom of Amma Datu Ismail Ali, Sharif Usman, and as per guidance of our ancestors, and the enchanted Allah God in the support of the observers and the crowds that filled the gymnasium of Isulan. After we were accommodated in the big dome, newly constructed in Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, due to the stoppage order to abort the assembly, despite of all the coordinating letters sent, basically, they could not stop the people to see and hear the good news in the principles of truth and justice and the common ground of struggle on how to find food and source to pay for their day-to-day living. Again, it was a successful event wherein Raja Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdul Rajak declared the federal state of Mindanao that alarmed the Bangsamoro people since they fight for independence. And they control the peace process as GRP, OIC, MNLF trilateral negotiations under the intervention of Kuala Lumpur. Again, who are the participants of such proceedings, many gone by no specific and concrete resolution that has been made. The panelists must see the actuality of the situation. There is the April Law 8371, and I had been recommending that peace is achievable if it is well represented and let the consensus of the masses be heard. The ancestral domain law is powerful to resolve the issue, but we do not treat the problem, but add more in the problems. Therefore, in this stage, we had to make the voice of the people to be heard and documented, as this is the way to fight a good cause. We did it, and as I said, we do not go against the government. We are making the way to unify everyone. Gathering in the midst of terrible threats of bombs and hunger due to lack of funds to sustain, but I am confident that God would never let me down. And with humility, I faced the LGUs, the police force, sent that disrupted the big event and shortened the program. But I still thank God we made it. What matters, Raja Mamay was able to proclaim the federal state as the voice of the people. And I know this is spiritual and natural combination that made the mission stronger than ever. Yeah, look at that. You didn't know that I have the basis why I declared the Federal Republic of Lupusum. Why I declared and reinstate the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands. Because in our mission, and in this book, we have really stipulated, rewritten again and again, that we should go back to the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands upon the federal state of Mindanao been declared in June 14, 2011. Just imagine all of this. You can just see how this been given. You see, it is a very long summary report, but it could make you realize, and this is a powerful avenue wherein you will see how the Queen's intellect being utilized by God, by Allah, the wisdom. And this documents, this 22 pages was done for 6 hours inside a small room wherein I was already suffocated. When I finished, I cannot already have my breathing, And I was standing, jumping, because I have nobody. Rajamamay was out then. And this is how it is being laid down to you. You can see how it is done really with clarity. The participation of the divine intervention. The intervention that He has given to me. So we go to the number 13. As part of the unifications among the faction groups and the strongest force to be subdued and neutralized, the military tensions and pressures, we made a binding agreement with the MNLF Special Batch under the command of General Rodrigo Pabellon in June 29, 2011. Was a full declaration and recognition of the Sultan Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdurrajak and Queen Maria Makiling Helen Panulino Abdurrajak of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo. General Pabellon is a war tactician, and his alliance with the military retired group and his loyalty to Professor Miswari had created an ambiguous situations that put him into a delicate situation, and his commitment to defend the moral credibility and integrity of the entire MNLF organization. A good leader is a good follower. We supported his greening program last October 5, 2011. I advised my leaders to attend his launching, but my people were disappointed when he continually addressed us as King Kong. So he entered into us with the knowledge that he could twist everything. So that's how the devil works. But he didn't know that his documents here in conspiracy with the retired generals and officials of the armed forces could be litigated. And this man even made an affidavit forcing Ama Ali to be the father. So there is that already an intention to claim. His stint now is utilizing the company of Sultanate Kingdom organization. That is the one that they have been spreading. Oh boy, he's a good man being hailed by the poor people as the king. But did you know of who he is? So with this, he became a claimant because I sent him to Sabah to get the documents. But after getting the documents, he combined with Alnas, the brother of Rajamamay. And this is the story goes. So, the one who gave him the general title is our elder, Al-Nasser, Sharif Nasser Sangkula. He died defending us. But this guy will pay the crime of conspiracy. He will be paying quite a lot when that day come. Because Ama Ali denounced him for doing such move of going against us. His subjects and officials realized that they need to join me and Rajamamay in resolving the armed struggle and become productive in the community-based cooperatives. General Pabellon is expelled from in LNF as reported to me by Dato John Epperson. Now he is being utilized by company based in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia, to invest Philippines called East Malaysia, Jadi, that would invest 800 billion as Independent Provisional Fund for Country Development submitted at the Office of the President of the Philippines and utilized as the paraphernalia to attract people to join him and registered as members, then subjected to a crash course of warfare and techniques to kill and must pay to be able to become general. This is what we call the paid generals. This is the game of the general of the lady because this is general. They have the generalship. They have the title by paying an amount. And we call this the scenario that people will believe in him. And this is part of the book. The congressman, the brother of Rajamamay, all of this utilize this guy, this fellow, because he has an art of deceiving the people. So all of this is diverting the funds and seeking the involvement of the President of the Philippines, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and the Department of Finance. You see, all of this are being taken by the conspiracies. So you see, all of this, I have gotten a lot of things now, but I'd like to read this for your benefit. My mission is to unify. So, Pavilion got all, because he was even sent to the OIC as supported by the MNLF. So therefore, can you imagine all of this? When we are already there, we will be screening all of this and they will be put really to justice. Because all of them are contributory to the Sabah standoff, Zamboanga standoff, 44 Sapmen sacrifice. He was there. He was there when they were looking for Marwan. He has pictures. He was with the Americans. So how can you say that these people are doing the right thing? So all of these are the Game of Thrones. So they are being used really to contradict or to divert the truth. So I know that I was able to ask the president in the past to give me 200,000 sacks of rice. It was approved, but they have stopped it. They were able to release it. And I know that all of them, even those mentioned names previously, had went against me. So we will see, because even the office of Malacanang hailed Gloria Arroyo as the most moneyed individual of the entire Philippines. So therefore, we can see in how they were able to go together in really making a way not to let us come out. So the conspiracy lies there. So for me, I could see that all of this now, you can see that I could read this up to the end, and you will see that all of these people will be given justice. So, because I am trying to let you see that all of this has a basis. All that I have been doing as a report, and all of this report are vitals in all the evaluations and all the things that I have done. These are the parcel of these things, which I know I can defeat every law that they have made from 2011 in sponsoring the Bangsamoro. I have a lot, all of these people that they have taken, and we know that all of those who went against me are all named after named here. So if I have to be calling them and put all of these programs, you can just see how the government really made things difficult for us. So day by day, it was given such the analysis and all of this. I know that right from the start, I can achieve what I want. I really would like to be reading all of this to you, because this is the book that also made me suffer day and night. Because this is the book they used to ratify the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, from skeletal framework down to the Bangsamoro Basic Law, down to the Manila Accord, and to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. I don't know if they can achieve still what they want. But all I know, I have given them my analysis and justification, because their names are all here. My movement has a basis. My movement has something different from what they are doing. In here, I have even put my analysis and justification in the name of humanitarian services. And it is written here, just to make you see, I am positive that we can only achieve the unity and peace and order if we face the entity of the true Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo, issues and related sovereignty, claims and long contested and struggle of the Bangsamoro infiltrated by other entities that misled the whole members and resulted to the offshoots of other much ferocious group to fight and kill against each other, MNLF against MNLF, MNLF against MILF, and thus the BIFF left to be the culprit and the stumbling block because this entity fight for the right track. I have instructed them to merge as one, and then it would be easier to deal with the peace panel if even if there is the interference of Malaysia or more with the presence of the foreign observers. Truth is truth, and justice can only be there if they follow the rules, reality, and sincere honesty in facing the problems objectively and go beyond subjectivity of its leaders and head of states. The recognition of the President of the Philippines of the true heirs and successors under the watchful eyes of the superpower nations, especially the US, England, Saudi Arabia, and its major agencies that had played a special role in the economic stability of the ASEAN countries, that had forgotten the very source of origin of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, the kingdom that had been forcefully shut up for the sake of the 54 countries that had benefited from the wealth and properties that had been utilized and programmed by the former President Ferdinand Idrolin Marcos. We must not blame one another. Instead, face the root cause of the problem. As for me, I helped the President of the Philippines to dissect every nature of the problem that affects the individual, to the family, and towards the community. From here, we can resolve the perennial and long-standing problem of the entire nation. Our communications from the time I made the skeletal framework to the date it is well documented and would be a solid evidence for the next level of negotiation. Unless otherwise, as the caretaker of the Philippine government, he would act on it. Since we have already sent and informed the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, via diplomatic channel at the British Embassy in Hong Kong and had been faxed to the Queen herself in Buckingham, with this we were able to expose our identity to the immigration officers of China and Hong Kong. And thus, in February 9, 2012, on the evening of our last night of staying in Hong Kong, the delegate emissary of the Dragon family and the top official of the Immigration and Office of the President of China met us. That made me realize that November 11, 2011 videos had traveled to all nations bringing the message of goodwill and good news of true peace and development. In fact, as we reached Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia in February 10, 2012, I got relief upon seeing that the well-kept secret of the Mafilindo Agreement, Federation done by Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Hajj, have been displayed and posted at Mandarin Hotel, formerly Jesselton, North Borneo, where Queen Elizabeth II of Queen of England was crowned last April 22nd, 1953, and that the first bungalow-type building of Hong Kong Shanghai Bank Corporation's HSBC was established in Jesselton We have now submitted our files at the High Court of Kota Kinabalu to Lord Richard Maladyum, the Chief Justice of Sabah and Sarawak, and to the Chief Minister Musa bin Aman, especially in the resolution of the influx of illegal Filipino immigrants that are victims of the co-Filipinos that became an informer to the immigration's police for monetary extortion, as reported by Among Sipo Alex Cook, the friend of the Commissioner Police in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. We can send back our people to Mindanao and Sulu once we start development that would also help our natives remain and would get their identity in Sabah and Sarawak. Luckily, they followed our formula and also make cooperatives for their way of uplifting the economic standard of our people, since as of now, the local government recognize Raja Mamay as the grandson and the true Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo. Bribery and manipulations will not succeed forever. Let the court decide. But who is inside the court? Much better, let the heavens decide by sending his angels to give the warnings until they bow down to the truth and justice. See, all of this has the power and authority. At least you would know that Queen had done his evaluation. He has done all his things up. Wow. If I could only read all of this, you will see that the government is really liable for making this book at their own vested interest by making and approving the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. This book then will give justice for them. I want to read more because this book is skeletal in nature, that they cannot have that just like that for them. If they will be able to see inside of it how they are mandated with the 10 points recommendation, they should be ashamed already for themselves. They are operating how many in Congress, in the Senate? Queen is only operating with God, with the elders, dictating me. It is very taxing also, tiresome. Imagine how to do all this day and night. But as I said, I have my documents. The bad people told me, oh, he's just making that. Those illegal, illiterate ones, sorry to say, because they become sultan when they have been paid by the claimants. I know them. All of those people using my documents, all of those making things, nasty words in me. Who are they? When I saw them, they are also nobody. I have pictures with them. Oh, they will be ashamed if I have to put that out. Because they were nothing. When I say nothing, because they were gotten by the claimants to go against us. But thanks be to Allah. Thank you, Lord, for giving me the strength and courage to at least by one trying to see the value of this book so that Malacanang will know that they cannot forever deny the fact that I have outsmarted them because I am born Mindanaoan. They did not know that I could go as far as this. Now my broadcast is being accepted, is being listened by foreign lands, and they will be put to shame. They will be put to shame. Because as early as 2009, I have already the statement that they were given coordination. I asked money from them. Up to now, they don't even care. I asked money from those people said they will help me and say that they will release all the money. But because they are part of the conspiracy, because they want the Malacanang to stand. Are you going to continue? You know, one day, if I see you again, do you still have the heart to tell me? You lead me on and on and on. I have given you what you need. But when the times I am needing, I thought I will be helped back because I invested what I have. But sad to say, is it because you wanted me to suffer? Is it because you don't want me to succeed? Is it because you want someone to be in power? My dear people of God, this is only one. But how much more inside the Facebook? All of those that had been given to the different agencies in the whole world. What face my government would see? What would be the reaction of the central bank? What would be the reaction of the media that destroyed me? It's better for them. What services that they can give us? And I thank the people that say, I don't listen anymore to them. I just waited for Queen so that I could earn more and I could see more. I could be enlightened more. Thank you very much. That's why even if I am already tired, I tried to be talking to let you see. Hope is a reality. They have blocked me, but they cannot block me forever. There is a law into it. Now you are waiting. I have been waiting the same. But there is a timeline. I let the old man do his timing. Although sometimes I would want also a good sleep. I want also a good bath. But I cannot. Why? Because I have to watch. Many are now being misled because of hatred, because of tantrums. Didn't see that there is something good in everything that we do. Truth will always come out, even how you tried to conceal it. That's why I have to be watching everyone. If you are the leaders that I need, don't impose yourself to be what you need to be known. Because the people will respect you of what is really in your heart. It is better left unsaid and do the good work than being criticized because of your greediness. Greed is not only for money. Greediness could be accounted for something that you want to present yourself. It is not because I want to attack any one of you. It is because I know that there are some time that we need to be humble, accept what it is there, and wait for the right time that everything is settled and learn the art of saying it right so that no one will be hurt. Again, I say thank you. Thank you for those people who hurt me most. Thank you for those who attack me. Every day is a process of reconciliation. But for those who would like to live in darkness, for those that would want not to be with me, it's okay. That's why I told them it has been the trend of the past that you become leaders because you have an alternate move, because someone is paying you to do so. You didn't know that this moment that I had been talking, this is the divine intervention now, wherein the world is being enlightened by Queen's message as it being heard in every corners of the world. Today, I come again, and tomorrow you will see me again. Thank you very much. Every day is a process of learning. Every day is a step by step of shedding light, of stopping the war, of stopping violence, of stopping the illegal positioning of the people inside Malacanang. God bless everyone. Allah bless you all. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from Imperial News TV, this is Queen Helen of the Richard Elizabeth III. Game of Thrones. We are now in our season 1, episode 8. This is a wonderful day wherein I do not anymore give the time, the date, because the flowing messages coming from the brain of the Queen and this crusade for the game of the throne that had been contested being made by the claimants to the throne. As I've laid down from the time that I have reunited with Raja Mamay, officially sealed by the legitimacy of the union. And with that, I was able to test the claimants, especially the government of the Republic of the Philippines. I did not use my marriage passport. Instead, I utilized my single passport for me to check, validate who are the key players in the economic sabotage in the claim over the oil field of Liquids Mars, and who are the culprit in putting Mindanao in the land of bandit. Helen Panulino faced the ordeal, the mockery of all the claimants, Sultan. But because I am armored with that unwavering faith, I am not backing off to anything the blood of the claimants been putting out into the tri-media. I have all of them recorded. And they knew that if they will not come back and ask, then the law will be after them. Why? Because they didn't know that I am confirmed, validated, and legitimized before even I was born. That's why the code of 999 is the one that had been surfacing, because that is the combat between the 666. You have seen how Helen defended the kingdom of God, of Allah. You never thought that I would be able to have a head-to-head collision. Even the laws, the political laws, the human laws that needed to be rectified comes 10-10-10 when I was able to let Raja Mamay sit into power as the Sultan of Sulu in North Borneo. That is the code of 10-10-10. And as I have read the documents, the documentary programs that I have, as written in the book, you have seen that it is the blood of the Raja Sulaiman putting validation to all the royalties of the world. And it is cast in the hands of Queen to check, recheck, vouch, and revalidate each family, clan that are directly under the family tree of the royal empire of Lupasu. The code of 10-10-10 is already a significant moment wherein I was able to defend the right as heir and successor of Raja Mamay. Why? Because the enchanted were there in Takrung City. How the thunderstorm supported me. How the entire global earth, when I put it in Yahoo and sent it to all over the globe. It is part of the book that even the Wikipedia tried to amend their program, their publicity, because the grandson coming from Lungan Gito, Parang Sulu, the true Kiram, the true Alam from Indanan Sulu. If I have to continue day by day, you will see the truth coming out into the very mouth of the Queen of Truth and Justice. It is a day-by-day struggle, facing all the mockery and humiliation. Because they have money. I am poor. Raja is poor because the luxury of the funding from Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram, who is being funded by Malaysia, is already being shared by the brother Al-Nas bin Abdul Ghaffar. How evil the brother was up to now. When the supporters of Kuya Raja keep on sending at least support for the survival of the Raja, of the Sultan, they cut it up. And it is the same mechanism of all the supporter of the barm, of the claimant sultan. They have been crawling all my support group, distort the mind, and present their Xerox copy of banking instrument of the support of the government that the true one is Alnas bin Abdul Ghaffar, and that the five federation of the Sultanate been programmed by the 15 Council of the claimants ARMM, no other than Ramos himself and Gloria herself. As I read the conspiracy assigned by W. Bush and Gloria, is that kind of blood from Brunei would do such? Madame Gloria sold her rights to Sultan Hassanal. Didn't realize that it could be unearthed, uncovered, all this conspiracy, bribery, blackmail that they had been doing from the day of the Maplindo 1963. They did not honor. They tried to doctor, to speed, to adulterate the agreement to suit their claim. That is how the claim of Sultan Amirul Bangsa, who became a congressman, supported by the Philippine government, by Ramos. That's why they have manipulated even the Carpenter Agreement in the United States. But Queen tried to be in one corner, dissecting everything that had blocked the Sultanate of Sulu in North Borneo, true heirs and successor. It is my job, because I was the one who was sent to school in the premise that I would defend the kingdom. I know right from the start that I will be facing the severe ordeal of this mission. Yes, I kept on running away. Not to be the wife of any sultan that Ama Ali keep on telling me to find the grandson. To find the grandson. But it was my belief that I am the woman, and it is not favorable to my standing and as an ex-Dominican to be finding the man. I really cried so hard for that, and I told Ama Ali, if I am really chosen, then let your grandson come to Manila. Oh, I was in South Korea doing my job. I was laughing at him when he told me, please go home. You have something to do. I was obstinate, defying the old man. And his choice was to put a disease process on me. But even so, I defy. My knowledge and abilities in the nursing that I have to survive, even to face death for not obeying him. So I have to sacrifice the big needle just to extract the blood in my artery, because I don't want to accept the mandate of the forefathers. I have my doctors to prove that. when I was already at the edge of really defying Ama Ali, I have done a terrible blockaging, not for me to be reached by them, but they are powerful that I cannot breathe anymore. So I have to come home from Seoul to Manila. From there, I found out that Kuya Raja is already there, as sent. Can you say no when they are the one putting your life in every day-to-day existence? That is Queen Helen now. You have to see clearly that our lives, if we allow them to be within us, we will never go astray. So all the claimants, all those people that have brought Raja Mamay, when they found out that I become the apple of the eye, they didn't know that the grandfather already asked me to be with Raja because I was already married in 2000 when I was still in Saudi Arabia. But even so, in 1996, the Lemurian were rather revealing that I must do something. Still, the human in me overruled because I want to help Mindanao with my salary that I know I can save more for them. The code of 10-10-10. After my research process in Sabah down to Borneo, down to Sandakan, Tawau, all of this, wherein I met even the Sultan that had been really with Gloria Arroyo, Sultan Kasimuddin Jamalul Alam Kiram III, who is the one that supported Professor Norm Miswari and this barn. But however, they are in tandem with the brother of Raja Mamay. And they have deceived other people, proclaiming that Ama Ali is not true. So look the scenario of conspiracy. After they have embraced each other as brothers, after tracing the history that they came from one, from Taif, Saudi Arabia, from the Arab Malay. And here comes, because of the support of the government, because of the insinuation, the persistent distortion of the office of the Malacanang in the name of peace process, they have made Ama Ali as the faker. That when the time I made my appeal with the former chief minister of Sabah, a family at that, but since they are in conspiracy with the family of Raja in the Alam side of Tuan Muda Gulam Hasan, and these are the blood that really hammered me in the Facebook, and they are in the government. They are working in the government because that is the favorable incentives being given by the Sabah government for those that they knew are the true heirs. They presented themselves. However, the claimant heirs and successors, they belong to that. That's why the government of Sabah pampered them by luggage after luggage of Malaysian ringgit, of which these people also are trying to get from the poor people? How? By arresting the non-document Filipinos, or blood of Tausug, blood of Visayan, blood from Simunul, and the blood from Palawan. Once they are arrested, they have to pay lump sum of money, and yet they are already born, had been in Sabah for almost 20 years. And this is the greatest business, the highest business of the claimant Sultan in conspiracy with the government of Sabah. That's why they could operate in Sulu, creating war and chaos, the violence. I was able to face one, the programmer, the implementer of the bombing. You know what they say? Small scale bombing is 50,000 ringgit. A bigger one with how many people dead? 100,000. But if they want so much impact, they can pay as much as 1 million ringgit. And that is already more than enough to let me see how they are making Sulu in the border of Sabah as their haven, to project to the world that that is the land of the most evil persons or family in the whole world. Families that had been victims, but families that had been cuddled, used. They have really enjoyed the business. They have enjoyed the smuggling. They have enjoyed the trafficking because there is an accessibility in the local government, especially at the side of the Eastern Command. Even the kidnap for ransom is the business that they have. Now it is coming into the open. When I already declared into the whole world that Raja Mama is the Sultan of Sulu and North Brunei, that was the start. That the government of the Philippines sending emissaries to me. And now you can still say to me that I am known to them? Wrong. They knew me, but they distort the truth so that their claims will be the one to be followed. And these packagers, I am knowing now of who they are. As I read yesterday, my 1 year and 6 months from the international monitoring team that the peace process been doing, sending all of those people from different regions of Malaysia and Indonesia to present they are the Arabs, the OIC. They have recreated the Organization of Islamic Conference in Indonesia to present to the ground that they are being funded. And yet it is funded by Malaysian government and the Indonesian government. This is the severest crime of conspiracy. So, Raja Mamay and I were brutally humiliated in Kota Kinabalu after they have declared that we are the fakers, they are the true ones. But they got defeated when I got the Malaysian identity card of Raja Mamay. Because I really hammered Raja. I said, when it comes to legitimacy, You have to produce back to me your identity card. It was a battle with the family of Raja because they had been enjoying already their stay in Sabah in conjunction with their claims as the true ones, as supported by the High Court. But they didn't know that right from the documentations that I have in Hong Kong, it was simple, but that is already the start of the paper trail of letting the Queen Mother, we are alive. But I know that in October 10, 2010, I know that Queen Mama has already realized because, as I told you, the mystical side of me in support of my godfather, the enchanted, I call him Ninong Kambal, godfather twin, which is the twin of Ama Pandala Pasandalan, whose wife is the first cousin of the twin, the tornado, Ina Pindalidayan, Siti Amina in Sulu. With this, I am comfortable fighting the whole world. Because first and foremost, I got validated by the enchanted of Liguasan Mars after I set foot again in Liguasan Mars in July 2010. Just imagine. Imagine how it is to be doing, as I reminisce, as I recall, the difficulties that I have experienced in finding the truth in the defense of the kingdom and the recovery of the law of sovereignty and ownership. Can you blame me for not shedding the light or for shedding the light? The truth will set you free, as I am the bearer of truth and justice. As the Queen of Freedom, I am bounded to that mandate to free you all from the bondage of poverty and from the claws of the politician that controlled, that enslaved you because of this claim of Sabah, because of this claim of the global asset that belongs to the Lupasug Empire. Go back to this mystical transformation that we have. On that day, when Raja Mamay was installed, proclaimed as the Sultan, physically, he was dead. But because Ama Pandala was there and my godfather, Angel Gabriel, I know that he would be returned back to life. That is the first time that Raja Mamay has experienced death. You know, after which I have seen the uncle, Sultan Jamalul Kiram, second Sultan Sahibul Gari Abdurrajak of Maimbong Sulu, also known as Sultan Sahibul Ray Permancha of Brunei, the father of Raja Saleha, the first wife of Sultan Hassan al-Bolkiah, was there when Raja Umamay was proclaimed as the Sultan of Sulu in North Brunei. I have seen, and some of my companions can attest to that. That is how Queen moves. There is always that confirmation from the divinity, from the enchanted, from the incant spirit, from the land of the fairies, from the land of the fairies. Now tell me again, crazy? Because you are the one that is crazy, because you didn't even know of who you are, of what you are. You are just confined on what the media fixated you, on what the media is feeding you. I know right from the start that I am blessed. I am being guided by them. So from there, on October 10, 2010, with the presence of my mother, Siti Mariam, Mama Mary in the Christian, Princess Nazaria of Basilan, Maria Makiling in all the mountains, the holy lands of the Lemurians. I wrote the Queen of England, as well as King Abdullah, as well as Pope Benedict. Can you thereby say that whoever seated there knows who is Queen? Because I have seen from the small plate that I have put the letters that my godfather brought it immediately as it evaporated from the thin air. That is Queen. Request. That is how I am doing. So mind you, all of you that had kept my documents, all of you that just changed my documents, all of you that had adulterated my documents, surely you will feel now the curse of that documents. As I have recalled, even Malacanang been blocking everything because the claimants has been living with all the comfort that they need because they are rest assured they are being protected by the law of the Philippines. Laws can be overruled by the law of the sovereignty. In this crusade that I had been working from the ground, from the small people, from the family, to the clan, to the community, to the barangay, and to the municipalities, to the region, to the national, and to the global setup. I have not given you my abilities and talents. I go level by level because I know that this is the era wherein, whether you like it or not, you are bounded to obey the rule of law of the royal family. under the mandate of the divinity. So where are you going to go? Government, military? There are checks coming around, being patronized by the claimants that they could release the money. Congratulations. As I told you, there are secrets that are not known to your level. But I could also guarantee you that you cannot release anything without passing through the door of the royalty. Claimants versus the heir and successor. You have been bringing a lot of documents to the different countries. You have been bringing a lot of instrument to withdraw. Travelers check from different governments, what they themselves has no money. Why? Even the rich are suffering right now because who can produce the printing of the money? There is always a law in everything that you do. But Queen just smiling at you right now. Because how the claimant morally attack me and mock me, belittled me. Oh, just imagine. But now they are seeing my eyes. And my eyes speaks the truth. They can be talking a lot of malicious things in the Facebook. But are they allowed? Loss will be after them. There are limits. There are things that they should be guarded of. The limitations, the boundaries. Do not ever try to overstep and become above the law. Because the political law, the military law, all the human laws are governed by the law of the sovereignty. All of you congressmen, congresswomen, senators, cabinet members, all officials of the armed forces of the Philippines, try to see now. This Series 8 will blow your mind because you have been following orders that are against your will, but because of your drive to survive and to feed your family, you are obeying even the killing. The killers are just at the tip of your nose, and they are using the loss of the land to cover them up, to protect them. That is political mandate. Precisely, I was telling the office of the president, enough is enough. You have abused that power. But since 1986, you have no more authority. Precisely, you have been putting killings, all the attacks in Mindanao, targeting the ISIS, and where the ISIS, also your program, as stipulated, written in the conspiracy. It is a physical truth that all of this are just being made by the office of the president in conspiracy with all the officers of the head of states in the entire global earth. It's not anymore. I have made my mission and I am born in Takurung. I know the game. I entered the game of throne myself so that I could be the winner in all these things. Why do you think the Malacanang records section block all my coordinations? It is because the claimants are well supported by the packagers, by the programmers. So any one of them that need a job, even the one recording, even the Xerox copier, even the telephone operator are all under the protectorate of the claimants sitting inside Malacanang. For those that would like to be in power, they have to get the clearance from the Sultan programmer. That's why I have suffered more than enough. Because all sides are blocked. Even the one that cannot read and write are instructed not to let the queen pass through. And that is the security guard. But you didn't know that queen makes my way out. I was able to capture all of you because I am inside your game. Now, Raja Mamay is the genuine, legitimate as I traveled in all the countries of the world. It is the Queen's pronouncement, proclamation, the veracity and the vouching that made this mission solid and legitimate. And that is why I have the ability, the capacity as the Queen to reinstate the real President, Ferdinand Idrelin Marcos Sr., aka Rogelio Madrid Abran. I am reminding now all of those that say that you have the Marcos #1, that you have the Marcoses in your palm, bring them out now, because once the time has come, you are all liable for misrepresentation, for conspiracy, and for identity theft. Stealing the identity is the highest crime in the court of the sovereignty. Because it's the same manner that you have done to Raja Mamay, to me, by stealing my own identity for your own saga to claim that you are the queen and the king. Likely, I could tell you, as I speak again in this series, imagine how the enchanted, gloriously celebrating that day wherein Raja Mamay returned back to life. And so many death came, but Queen stood by his side to be purified, because that is my responsibility, my obligation to protect the king. It is a reversal. In the past, it's the king who protects the queen. But in my era, I am protecting each one of you. I am the one in command. in the safety and security of all the members of the royalty, not only in Mindanao, not only in Sulu, not only in Sabah, Sarawak, Kalimantan, Bulungan, but throughout the land of our forefathers, and that is now the global earth, below the earth and the highest heaven that is under the dominion of God, of Allah. I call for the attention of all the religious order. Time will come that you will see that you have to make your choice. Yes, there is freedom to choose, but for the sake of your community, of your religious order, adhere now to my call. See the truth beyond in this mission, and you will find the future of your congregation, of your family, of the institutions that you are with. I am not destroying anything, but I am trying to tell you, redirect, rehabilitate, restore whatever it is being handed to you by Him who sent me. I am here as a reminder that we have been astray because of the moral, spiritual inculcations that had been away from the primary teachings of the church of which we believe in. Islam, Christian, Buddhist, Hindus, all the faiths of the world, there is only one God. And this is the main reason that I come out bringing the grandson of Islam, of Tunku Abdurrahman Putra al-Hajj, of the forefathers from Prophet Muhammad. I had been to Makkah, I had been to Medina, I had been to where I am needed most. But there is no difference between you and me. It is just that we need to harmonize one another. Claimants, if you continue under the mandate of the President's office, I am saying right now, you lose and you will be in trouble. Because the 5 years grace period has expired. From there, you double up in trying to reclaim your rights and privileges as a claimant, utilizing the stolen documents as administered by Federico Musahari, alias Aloha. I am asking you now, Tun Mahathir Muhammad, make a decision before it is too late. You are waiting for something that you yourself will go into self-destruction. And to you, elder that I have longed to see, I know that you are listening right now. You had been claiming which the world cannot release to you because the true signatory is still alive. Mistakes upon mistakes, errors upon errors, yet you continue hanging on because you thought you can maneuver the queen. You can use the queen at your own privilege. But nonetheless, The queen is equipped with the knowledge that no one can control, because the one inside me is the one powering even my emotion. You have failed. You have failed the services that needed by humanity because of your greed for power and money, because of your intensification of that claim, and that had led the whole world into chaos and violence. Stop now. Recognize the fact. Recognize the point of your defeat, because Satan has overstepped the power of God, of Allah. And in the same manner, you are doing so, playing gods, committing crimes, protected by the powerful politicians and military, not knowing that one day they will be incarcerated in the four walls of no return. As I speak to you right now, you can see the difference of the queen that had thrived in the mountains and valleys of Mindanao. I had been there with you. You have cried with me. You have miscalculated the move of the queen. You could have already made the greatest impact in your service to the poor, but you failed. Why? Because you jumped from one claimants to the other, from one pretenders to the throne, from one bringing a documents that they are the Bulkias, they are from King Solomon, they are from the Sultan, the wonder boy, the wonder girl, the wonder of all the wonders. No wonder they cannot get what they are wondering for. That is the most misleading tactic of Siroy. You believe all of those people because you thought through them, this is what the government is doing. They allowed all these things. In fact, they are the vanguard of truth and justice. There is a law into it. But they are tolerating that so that the truth will not come out, so that they can conceal the true heirs and successors by letting these people maneuver the lies in the pseudo name that they have. Better tell lies than to be caught. That is what they are. This episode 8 will make your mind blow. Because right there from there, it's Queen's move. In the chess game, Queen will always fight to win. I was raised up to find the truth. And it's not easy for me to be traveling. Many are asking me why I have so many debts. I have lost my savings. I have lost my gold, my jewelries, in trying to find the truth. I have so many debts, but you people accuse me for just getting money. May the good Lord bless you. May the good heavens give you the blessing for distorting the truth. That is why all of you are just living in limbo. No actuality of life. Always looking for something that you cannot hold on. Be practical. That's why I was instructed, one of my people, continue the livelihood. Do the proper way of making a local business while waiting for the bigger capital. How to do it? That's why I asked Sultan Kelly, okay, whatever your catch there, if you have so many fishes already, then bring it to the Sultanate of Rajaboyan. They will sell it for you, and you have rice, you have many things in return for that. That is bartering. You are there inside. Sultan Kelly, please adhere to my voice. The Young Ruby, Sultan Pokan, please buy their products. That is how we will continue surviving for now. Because the claimants are living in comfort at our expense. But the world is already laughing to them. Their 14.9 billion is at stake in Malaysia. And even the camp of Sampa will be given that notice of absolute authority. And that is how the Sultan of Sulu works in the most legitimate pattern so that justice can be achieved. October 10, 2010. And in this, you can see, without proclaiming, installing the Sultan Sulu, I cannot have the basis for the blood compact. The blood compact was signed in October 20, 2010. So these are the vital documents that the claimants brought to Malaysia, presenting they are the ones who did it. Wow. Terrible. Terrible. Imagine how they have stolen the movement that we have at the expense of the paying scheme, the pay-up of Malaysia. Still didn't know that this will be the same documents that will hammer them and put them to jail for stealing and for plagiarism, and for them to be called the claimants trying to misrepresent the true Sultan of Sulu, the true Sultan of Maguindanao. That is the tandem of the Sultanate of Maguindanao, Ama Pandala Pasandalan, and Ama Ali in the significant unification, the consolidation of all the armed groups fighting for Mindanao, particularly the oil field of Ligwasan Mars. It was done. It was given to the highest post. Brother Danny was able to let Justice Marvic Leonen, by then the professor, the head of UP College of Law. There is documents to let you see that Queen had given you the avenue to see the light of truth. It was signed by all the members of the clan of Pendaton, of course, all the claimants in participation to put peace, order, and for massive development of the oil field. From there, we have the left documents. The entire Mindanao is belonging to the Sultanate of Mindanao. Maguindanao is Mindanao. And according to Pentagon files, Ama Pandala Pasandalan is the Sultan of Maguindanao, the first cousin of the Sultan of Brunei, of Sulu and North Borneo, sa Hibulgari Abdurrahman, Jamalul Kiram II. Ama Ali is the other side, the Jamalul Kiram II, yet holding the title of Sultan Muhammad Ismail Ikiram. Just see how this movement being put into writing and being given to process the legitimacy of it. What happened then? The piece of land, the 4 to 6 hectares, in combination of the blood compact. Ninong Gabriel, Angel Gabriel, got it back because it was instructed not to fall to an evil hands. And whoever used that will suffer the crime of the divinity handed unto you. Because that was the start of the Calvary of the true heirs and successor when they finally use the blood compact and the land of Ligwas Mars. Give it to Malaysia. And Najib sponsored the process. How they have already made the money flow in Mindanao, paying all the groups to go against me, to go against Raja. That's how they are. After we went to Sulu, presenting the true Sultan, the heir, in June 1, 2010. Just imagine, all of this are with dates. How they have really made the program stop, block, put everything, the money they have, to maintain their claims. And they reach up to Sampa Madrid court. We will see if they can release it. You packagers, you people could have talked to me a long time ago, but what have you done? You tried to maneuver everything. You tried to let me see that I am only at your palm and I am just your client, as per documents that I have seen. I am just your client. I am not a queen to you. I am just your client, and thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Because now you will see that I am not a client. I am the queen. I have done a lot of things, but I never bragged that. But I was able to stop the killings in Ligwasan, stop the killings in Lambayong, in President Quirino, in Katico, wherein Christian against Muslim because of the payment scheme of the packager, of the programmer, to steer war and chaos, to have violence, for them to get money from Malaysia, from their OIC in Indonesia, from Libya, from wherever, that they could get a donation from the Islamic world. That's how evil the packagers are. That's why I was able to battle before even the international monitoring team. You had been making us the bandit of the whole world the most deprived people because you want us to be your slave forever. But you people who are making a lot of comments, go to Mindanao. Now, the ladies in Mindanao, I asked already my people, you don't know whom you have battled with, whom you have attacked. This is not anymore Helen. This is now the highest level of mission. You will see that day by day, you will see the magnitude of this mission. That all of you will suffer. Your family will know that you are contributory in blocking the truth. If I were you now, come to the office of the Maflindo. Have yourself clear. Because the divine law is implemented. And you were saying that I have to pass through Malacanang. I had been there, going there all the time. All my coordinations are there, but because of the claimants. Remember, Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. is with Sultan Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram. And they are branded as terrorists in Malaysia. Yet, when they see each other, they embrace one another. Because that is the Game of Thrones. And the Game of Thrones will continue day by day. So that you will know who is the winner of the throne. The blood compact, the piece of land of the Raja Sulaiman made the group of Raja Sulaiman Peacekeeping Group, Special Security Forces, the RAF. And that is the one that Queen had been doing when there is necessity to defend the lives of the poor. Mindanaoans, all the armies, all those that had been there. After that, I have discovered that all the armed groups had been the payroll of the OPAP. I was so hurt and dismayed because they pay the enemy, the so-called enemy, yet they are funding into it. It's just like Jabida massacre. It's just like all the massacres that they have. It's like the Ampatuan massacres. All of them are funded. All of them are programmed. And this will be tackled. And all of this under the guise of peace and order. The irony of war and peace. Utilizing the power and authority of the claimants, Sultan of Sulu, and claimants of Maguindanao, of Raja Boyan, of Lanao. That is the Islamic nation that I have put out. Islamic State, rather. It is not anymore what you say, I will do it in my way. But we do it on God's way. Before they keep on insisting that I am not worthy as the queen, to the point that they are making Raja Mamay find the queen the need, an Islam at that. Oh boy, they want an Islam or they just want a carnal queen. They thought it's just like that. Because of their little mind that they have. They want to destroy the union, the sacred union for the salvation of the humanity. As I told you, I am the protector of Rajamamay. Before you will make a move, Queen had seen you already. That is the gift of the Queen. The intuition is very strong, but you can never see. You will not know, because I am the keeper of lies and the keeper of truth, equated together so that I could give you justice. That is how the movement of God, of Allah in me, to be able to let you see that every day is a process of revelation. And you will find that all of those participating group in support of the claimants will be unraveled, will be uncovered, so that justice will be served. Bangsamoro, basic law, wherein all of these religious are part of it. I have documents of it. I have their signature in it. But where are you now? Can you still protect Liguasan with the barm? No, you cannot. You play the games of throne, then we will see the next time. I'm sure one day, at least you will see more names will be coming out. And here you go. My parting blessing to you. Go inwardly. Find the light of truth. Find the heart of the divinity in you, so that you can lead a good life and be an example to your family. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV, this is Queen Helen of the Rajak Elizabeth III. Game of Thrones, Season 1, Episode 9. Good afternoon to all the world. I'm sure that you have been watching me all the time from the start that I have my new series in my broadcast. Now you can see the difference of me and how I am trying to really expound all the things that I have done in this mission. As we say, the focal point of reference of this mission is the recovery of all the assets, of all the properties of the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo, of the Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah. So many claimants, as we say, we have tackled all of them. And I know I have all names written, and I have pictures, and that you can refer to the publicity since 2009 up to today. So with all the support groups of the different personalities that have projected Queen Helen Abdurrahman to the world, has finally been seen by the global earth. Welcome to all the family that contacted me since the other day. For your commendation, thank you. For your appreciation and your support, my deep gratitude. Because now you see who is who. Forget about those people that they thought it's just because they are the blood of the Sultan. Then they will be acknowledged, they will be validated, they will be confirmed. No. The thing is, There is a council, a supreme council all over the globe. Other than that, there are elders in the seventh layer up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up to the heavens, and we have 7 layers below up to the Lemurians. And side of me I have 7, and side of me on the left I have 7. So the access of power of the divinity has been installed with the Queen of the Universum Magnum. It's not the access of evil that Gloria Arroyo been trying to implement through the killings and through the conspiracy by selling our oil and gas, our sovereignty to the foreign land. It is over now, as we see, as I have broadcast day by day. Now, we have tackled about the code of 10-10-10. So, in the year of 2010, every day is a series of programs that I have really to do so. So, that is the start that we have our own gatherings in Kabakan. So we were able to gather a lot of Muslims, Christian, to attend in Kabakan. By there, we have properly coordinated with the mayors, with the governors, and present ourselves as the Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah, as Raja Mamay, and I am as Queen Helen from Takurong City. So that's where Raja Mamay gained the adoption of recognition, because I am from Mindanao. That is also where I surpass the program of the OPAP, because all their processor, all their team are coming from different countries, but not from Mindanao or from Sulu. They are just there as mandated by the packagers, by the funders, to fix Mindanao. I am a Mindanaoan. I am from Liguasan, so I know how to deal with the problems. Dissection, identification of the problem, that is the first thing and foremost that we should do before we can find a solution. We cannot do anything without knowing the problems. So what is then the problem of Mindanao? The problem of Mindanao is the continuous killings, continuous violence, continuous guns and bullets everywhere. So all of this are needed to be addressed. And OPAP by then has been working so hard to put peace. But however, they just look at the claimants. They did not delve further. They did not go deeper, that the real problem is that they do not address the problem properly to be able to stop the killing. So when I was doing my investigation, the only thing that struck me was that I was told by old people, if you can put back the true Sultan of Maguindanao, the true Sultan of Sulu, then you will win. But didn't know really that I am already on the process of making the confirmation from the ground of the process on how to document genuinely Raja Mamay as the heir and successor of the throne of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, and how Ama Pandala Pasandalan, give me that power and authority You know, for how many years he had been going to that place wherein he is waiting for me to surface. And that is the mystical side that the old man would always go to that house checking if there is already someone that arrived. So when I arrived, they knew already. I was checked with my palm, with my tongue, with my plantar in the feet, with all the things that you would want to see. And that, there I have seen that the enchanted were already recognizing the queen and the king. He knew that I am from Takurong. He knew that my lineage, and he even told that he was the one who brought my parents to Mindanao. That is the physical parents that I am telling you. And he knows the secret that he just whispered to me, but that is the thing that they cannot get in me. The story of life, the secret of life that needed to be protected as the keeper of the code. Have you realized it now? After the episodes of 01 to 8, I had been working so hard day and night, trying to let you see the importance of believing yourself, for having yourself go back to the true one God, to the true Allah. Everyone is searching for truth, and everyone wanted to find the truth. At my own accord, when Ama Pandala finally recognized me and recognized Ama Ali as his cousin, immediately I really jump off in my feet and say, this is it. Because from there I have seen how he just catch the stone as a remembrance of that appearance of the enchanted in front of us. That stone was stolen from me, but let it be. There is no power in it already. And I know that this is the thing that everyone would like to steal from the true heirs and successors. That power that belongs to the enchanted, to the incan spirit, that are inside the physical body of the chosen one to lead the Sultanate of Maguindanao, to lead the Sultanate of Sulu, to lead the Sultanate of Lanao, of the Rajabuayan, of Zamboanga, of Sulu and North Borneo. All of this, of the entire archipelago, of Luzon Federation, of Panay Federations, of Visayas, up to the whole entire global earth. See how things work out. In year 2010, that was the time of life and death. In trying to really find the solution, we were able to encounter Rodrigo Pavilion. He presented himself as a strong combatant of MNLF, but only to find out that he was given the power and authority and being used by Maas because of his ability to collect money and sent it to the old man and to those in NLF who would like to survive. So from there, I have seen how he sells rank of MNLF. General. To become a general is just 5,000. That is an insult to the armed forces of the Philippines. That is an insult. And I don't want this to continue on and on. That's why the RAF, we have surrendered it back to the rule of law of the Federal Republic of the Philippines as a respect to the Commanding-in-Chief, no other than the President of the Federal Republic of the Philippine Islands and the Commanding-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Lupusum. This is not just the way they have in their mind. We need to be legit in our workmanship. That's why we can still continue. In a little time, it will be fixed. Be patient. Be patient. Do not provoke, do not do something, because all of this has proper documentation as stipulated in the royal decrees, and this is with lateral coordination in its major agencies. Look, we are here trying to put legitimacy on what we are trying to do, and then at this edge, we already reinstalled the President of the Federal Republic of Philippines. The Federal Republic of Lupusug is there. We have intact royal family. And as you know, the integris MNLF, the integris MILF in the armed forces of the Philippines are just puppets being used as the frontliner at the expense of the officials. They are just doing this so that Muslim against Muslim can fight each other. And who is giving the salary of the integris? It's the office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process. They are not organic in the armed forces of the Philippines. You know, we have been misled all along. We have been the slave of these people because no one has ever fight for this, for our fairness, for us to spend on our own. Maa said self-determination. Maa said self-governance. But what have you done? Who imprisoned Maas? It is in the document by Gloria. And who harbored the criminal? Duterte. Sara. So can you identify now the legality and the criminality? That even you people did not know that you are now at the public eye because there is a document to prove. What if you are harboring a faker, a traitor, and just holding the name, the masquerade? That is triple crime. Even so, if they are still the true faces, the true identity, yet they are still liable into the court of law of the sovereign court. 2010, I could imagine that even our sleep, we are endangered because day and night My 4 phones keep on ringing. I can hear a politician shouting at me, attacking me. I can hear the MNLF official trying to blame me, the MILF harassing me, and all the claimants spatting on me. But I did not stop in there. I was able to feel even when the van already there that we will be sucked out already, chop chop, and be fed to the tigers of the zoo. Imagine that. Imagine how you tried to hurt the missionary. I am in my own place, but I was never accepted in my own hometown because of you claimants who pretended that you are the true one upon holding to your great relationship with the head of state of Malaysia, the kings of Saudi Arabia, and all of this. But the tenure is tenure because we know that the end of Mapilindo is coming in September 16, 2013. So in 2010, I have traveled in Leguasan, Mars, meeting all the Pentagon group that has been written in the documents of Gloria. So therefore, all of this, meeting Kagi Samir, meeting Ombrakato, meeting Kaka Adan Abdullah, all of this are exact specific mission that could prove that your OPAP is not productive in your putting peace and order in Mindanao. See? I have been through that everywhere I go. The emissary of destruction are already there with all their saliva telling that we are just the faker and that the true one is Pax Mangudadato, the Ampatuan, the Masturas, the Sakurtans, the Kirams that they have. But when Professor Normis Wari already called me, I know that they cannot blame me for knowing the truth that they have already weakened their defenses after the death of Professor Normis Wari. See? I know what I am doing. So Gloria imprisoned Maas. Maas was given amnesty. By whom? Ramos know if he is still alive. And all of this are being done, the building of the case against humanity. That is where you are. That's why I told you there was supposedly no more election in 2016 or the election with Gloria. But you continued, even with Pinoy, you continued. It's okay. And now you continued by putting the barangay election, despite of the fact that you are already at the walls that you can just scratch your back and your head because there's no fund to have your election. If there is funding, then we will add on to the violations that the office of the president and the electoral government to have all this settled in the court of law. Besides, reinstated, reinstalled president. You have no face. You have no guts because you want your claim to continue in the defiance of the true heirs and successors. We have survived poison. We have survived staged ambush. We have survived framed up. And most of all, we have survived the day-to-day attack of our morals, of the mockery of those people with no education, except that they are being pushed by the programmer, the packager, because they say they are the wonder boy, they are the signatory, they are the sons and daughters of their fathers and mothers. Yet they do not know that this will be the basis for them to be arrested and put to jail for maliciously presuming that they are the signatory. They are all under the litigation of the Supreme Court of the entire world. We have our court. We have the commander-in-chief. We have the supreme commander as tasked by the royal family to do so. Now they say some, and I was really laughing when I was confronted here in Malaysia, that those people that I am with, and I have a document to that, and I am so sorry, but never mind. Although it hurts me so much, because I was really spatted in my face. Oh, you are the client of this? Oh yes, I am the client. But when I have put my card and say, I am Queen Helen of Durajak, and I have this, I have this, I have this. So what can you do now? You become the liars, not me. Please, please, before you have to draw out any word from your mouth in relation to the royal family, because this is not my time alone. This is the time of the divinity in me. That is the different story of what we have been doing. So 2011, it is the time wherein the cry out of our ancient ancestors could be heard, wherein I would always hear Ama Pandala talking to the twin with Angel Gabriel, mandating me to go to China, to go to Malaysia. Why? Because they themselves work already in bringing all of these documents, and even they just come in and declare. But because the fight becomes so strong with Siroy, so we got delayed. And those blockage, those packagers and programmers belonging to the house of Siroy. I have to congratulate you, because from there, I could really say, you win against me, you won against me, brother, or that is a temporary winning wherein your soul will never win because you will be put on the fire of hell. So you are trying to tell me, and you are angry hearing this from me, because this is the physical truth. Because you are all contributory to the Sabbath stand-up. Sambuanga standoff, 44 Sapmen sacrifice, Marawi siege, the declaration of the martial law illegally by the President Duterte and by the Paglas standoff by Mariam Mangudadato as the governor. Now they are continuously harassing, threatening the Sultan of Maguindanao. That is the showcase of the evil mind you have. Yes, you are beautiful, you are all handsome, but what is the inner part of this? Full of spiteful mouth, full of moral dirtiness. Yalla, at least we know what you are doing. Nonetheless, this is the primary concern now of the mothers, to really have to rehabilitate the mind fixation of the young generation. Other than that, we know that we are now in the extreme preparation on how to help all those that have been with this, because it can be reactivated. We tried to stop you, but many top leaders now are asking for forgiveness for all of us that did not go through this one. I have mine. I suffered quite a lot in Sulu. But that is not an ordinary struggle. That was life and death. And that is the second time that I have to revive Raja Mamay to be alive. Imagine what you have done to me. So October 2020, the blood compact. Comes November. After that, we have a huge gathering in Kabakan, so I was able to have my consultative measure in all the players in Liguasan Mars. But for OPAP, they just have to handpick all of those that they would like to be there as a player with millions of pesos funding. And I have seen them at Impiana. They cannot just face me because the funder, the programmer, is the same that had brought me to Malaysia. Because they thought that they can also maneuver me at their own machinations. But Queen has the mind. The Queen has the ability to refute, dispute, and contest if you are not telling me the truth and if you are not the one entrusted to me by our grandfathers. So, my godfather, Angel Gabriel, after this one, no money at all, I was able to make a final stand in the vow in my declaration of the Dragon Age in November 11, 2011. So therefore, this is now the showcase of the codes 999 in combat with 666, 10-10-10 in combat with the claimants Sultan Sulu and Sultan Maguindanao and all the claimants belonging to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Because I was armed. It was I who made the blood compact. and the territorial domain of the Sultanate of Maguindanao to prove that we are physically the owner of the land of the oil and gas. As I have also declared, you can drill, but only 10 meters from the surface down below. Only 10 meters, because at the 1001 meters, it belongs to the sovereignty. You do that? Can you not see the powerful authority that is in the hands of the Queen? I may not be implementing that severity, but wait and see. That's what you want to see. I will do so. After that, I have went through the instruction of Ama Ali and Ama Pandala. I brought Sultan Kelly to Davao. That was the time that Ama Pandala would like to recognize the son to sit into power as his direct successor as Sultan of Maguindanao. Again, direct succession, not as a claimant. Not as a claimant at all. So by that, we have nothing in our pocket, but I need to put everyone in a good atmosphere, at least a drink, something to drink, because they have traveled from Maguindanao, from far places, just to see me. And in that, I was able to welcome our developer, Dato Bong Rosales, and then the Governor Higyawan. I'm sorry to hear that he is dead, because they have not seen the substance. They thought it is just the passage, because they were carried away by the claimants. And that I am saddened, because they die in vain. Many of them, and many to die in the next few weeks. Mind you, I am not a prophet, but I can feel it, because justice must be served. So this is the thing that made me really realize that in this life, you've got to be precise in every agenda that we are going to do in the service of the human race. So in November 11, 2011 in Davao, we were able to sign some physical agreement. And I know this was used by other groups. But at least there is something to see and to validate. And it is part of the book, because the IPRA law was tackled because of the governor who presented as the governor of the tribal. And here comes another governors came explaining that he is not true, whatever it is. But me, I just put it that it is part of my documentary. That is the one that makes me in the eye of the global earth, because I have done my process in the most legitimate way. After that, I really asked our ancient ancestors, because I declared the Dragon Age from November 11 up to July 3rd, 2023. Because that was the time that I have also to find the legitimacy in my relationship with China. Upon my declaration, the witnesses was astounded because of the voice from somewhere that erupted, that everyone stood up because they thought there is fire. But it was the signal that my declaration was accepted by my family in the China Imperial Court. And that is the code of 11, 11, 11, wherein I was embraced by the grandfather Lily Chon, Hu Zhonghua of the United Nations, and same with the World Bank. Because the proof, we have seen the dragons, blue, white, red, into the air, and celebrating that the granddaughter finally came out. See? Can you do that? Even if you will do everything you want, if there is no blessing from them, there will be no manifestation in return to be shown to you. But Queen has in all aspects. So after that declaration, so it was documented and it was given to Malacanang, and emissaries came. But however, sad to say, red tape is red tape. So after that, more blockages from the top ranks, more threats came, more problems came, just really to make Queen suffer. And there comes when I have really to ask myself, because even the black magic arrived with all the insect in my house, in all this poison came, wherein both of us, Raja Mamay and I, cannot breathe anymore because they want us to die for their claim to be protected. That's what had happened. So this is the thing that I am telling you, people of the world. I had been working endlessly to give you the foundation, to give you the knowledge so that you will be able to analyze, discover for yourself that up to now, they are trying to block the truth because they are in power, in conspiracy with the cabal, Illuminati, ISIS. Now, it was written clearly in the documents of Gloria Arroyo in their conspiracy with Vatican. And slowly, it is being exposed why they have supported the bomb from Vatican and why representatives went to Vatican, because from Vatican they have to fight to Madrid and let Malaysia support it. Even if you use the whole world against me, with the help of the heavens, and with the help of the Lemurian kingdoms, and with the help of my ancient ancestors in China, and Lupisu, and of the Maharlikans, I will win, because I hold the truth. I hold the truth, rather, because I know I must win, so that peace and prosperity will reign in this new world of the golden age, not the new world order that you cabal, ISIS, Illuminati are designing to enslave humanity. That is not the one. This is the order from the sovereign court of the divinity to put this golden age into peace and prosperity. I was hoping then that December will be the greatest December in 2011. 9, 10, 11. I am like a cow with all the effort, really pushing everywhere, so that they will know and find the final solution. But still, in December, they have made some problems in me. It is there that I have retracted some of my way of saying. Retraction, because they are pushing me so that they will have to hurt Rajamalai. But they didn't know that retraction of word, because they have seen that my passport is only Helen Panolino, because I did not submit my marriage certificate from Lupasug, my marriage certificate from Philippine Islands, my marriage certificate from Borneo. You see? You got misled. I trick you, but that is spiritual warfare. Because if you have known, I know that you will pattern the same. You will do the same. Like what is happening to those queens trying to be me. Because they thought I don't hold anything. They thought I have done anything. I just pop up from nowhere. Didn't know that before I was born, I have already my crown. And I'm just right now putting this crown into proper perspective, wherein I have my crown received as the Queen of the Raja Sulaiman of Maguindanao with the Incan spirit. You see, every year is a process wherein I earned my fruit of labor, my sleepless night, with the crown that divinity is giving me. You will see that this is a process. This is a way how to implement the truth and justice. I know that sometimes the world is really having all this questioning mind. I am working and trying to do the broadcast so that the world will know that there is a world leader that will lead the whole world as direct succession from the second. It's not mine. It is the enchanted who gave me. It was my godfather, Angel Gabriel, Siti Mariam, Ina Pindalidayan, who really give me this title, Elizabeth III. Ligwasan is the power, the authority of the Incan spirit, the enchanted, the land of the Freyres, the land of the Fairies, the land of our ancient ancestors. That is how Queen works. That you people failed to see. I had been in communion with them. That's why that Black Fatima documents is very important, wherein someone took it and she is now, as reported, 6 feet below the ground. And I have still one to consider to come along with her, the one who really made me cry because I thought she is a family. But because of si Roy, because of that lady, a claimant of Marcos' asset, they even make forgery, falsification of public documents by producing passport to become a Marcos and to become a Kiram. You wait, the law will be running after you because that is misrepresentation, forgery, and falsification of public documents. They did not know that all of this are being prepared. The escalation of all the evidences that has been collected is already in the hands of the Queen. 2011 is the saga wherein I almost got killed, ready to be sucked and put to be devoured by the crocodiles of their zoo. Thank you. I was able to surpass that. I was able to make my way out. And you know what? Bringing Rajamamay everywhere, a Malaysian, is already something. But Queen has the ability to do the business, to do the mission that no countries would defy the legalities. I'd been through, I had been fighting, but didn't even realize I am from the inside, so that when the insider knows, it is easy for the majority to follow. I would like to recommend this mechanics to all my leaders. Do not let yourself be known. Let the people behind you, at the back of you, in front of you, recognize you. That is the basis of leadership. Because if we will be saying, I, and myself, that is self-interest. Let your self-esteem be known to the world and let them recognize you. And as I remember why Pinoy, the ex-president Benigno Simeon Aquino III, had committed in the Zamboanga stand-up for him to win the Nobel Peace Prize. That's what I knew. At the expense of the killings, you want to be known and be awarded? That is a crime. And many more are coming out because they want to be known by killing somebody or being put into, drama. The drama of Zamboanga stand-up, wherein accordingly Hataman was paid that it will just only last for 3 days. But they were not able to control because it was heightened by so many aspects, interference of other armed groups that led to the total destruction of the Zamboanga main. Now, these are the things that you should realize. From there, I have stayed myself from Liguasan to Lambayong to Takurong, takurong to Johnson in there. Imagine how Kagi Murad really made a mess of me. Even my friends denied me, put me to shame, because they thought that I am indeed a faker and nobody, that I cannot combat the ARMM. We know the Game of Thrones ever since. But I have lost many friends. I have lost many families. I have lost my associates, my business counterparts, because of my loyalty to this mission. I have lost my money, now filled with debts, because I am loyal to what I believe. And I have to do this, not to prove to you, but to complete this mission task to me by God, by Allah Himself. That is the difference. If I win, you win. But this opportunist people, they come to me, then all of a sudden, they come to the barn, and then somebody came with a checkbook, with the documents, name dropping the office of the president, naming that they are with the president. They called the president, and now they are saying that the president is helping them, so they have to pay the 100 pesos. Which of this, at first, they throw on to me? But if only you become loyal to what you believe, you're going to help me, than being swayed by this opportunist. The opportunists will always be there to mislead you, because they are good in their tongues. They are good, sweet people. But now I have gained my way of acceptance that not all are of benefit to this mission. That's, I need to say no. And luckier I am in the foreign lands operating, so that I could help more. I could spread more of what had happened, and for the world to decide that they are all wrong and I am right in the principle that I have done my day-to-day mission in trying to win the Game of Thrones. They are claimants. I am not contesting. They are the one contesting. They are the contender, because I have what they do not have. They are refuting because I am speaking the truth, but they are losing because truth will always win. They are disputing my right because right from the beginning, they have no right even to claim. That is the biggest difference, my dear people of God. They have put me in their box so that they can manipulate me. They can just simply do something to dictate me. But they didn't know that during the night, I asked the grandfather, I asked him to do something. I don't want to be hurting people, but it is far better to be silent and do not even put out a word that will give them the power to use it against you. Silence is a secret weapon for you to win in this battle of war, of chaos, of violence, and in putting peace and order, because we know that God is our armor, truth is our banner, and justice is our passage to achieve our goal. As I keep on saying, our goal is to free our fellow men from the bondage of poverty, from the claws of the politician, of the cabals, from hunger, and most of all, we know that we are winning because God, Allah, is with us. As I am saying this, firecrackers has been in front of my eye, and you can see that's a wonderful manifestation that I am attuned to the world, that what I say is relevant and productive. The mission is the global resolution of financial crisis. And with Apulakay, I'm sure it will be done in the most gracious way. The resolution of the climate change. Once we have the funds, we can do something. And we will do so upon the signing of all the agreements of the world to fix our environment. As the queen of the environment, the Mother Nature, it is our obligation to protect the Mother Earth. And that is one of the global resolution that I have really stipulated from day one of this mission, and came out of the blue. I have been saying that we need to save each and every one. So came the tragedy of the medical tyranny, with the knowledge that I become the critical target of such, especially when I experience how they really hammered me and how they really programmed that I will be put in their facility and put me slowly into their own machination of death in the name of medical tyranny. Thank you. But all of this was surpassed because I know that I can be more tenacious, can be more courageous when I know my loved ones are at stake. I am a defender not only of my family, not only of Raja, but the entire sovereignty. And what is the sovereignty that God has given me? The global earth. And I thank you, Grandfather. You are always watching me, and you can see the difference. I know it is taxing to be always having all of this, because as I recall, my body is also reacting because of the past that really hurt me most. When I have nothing to eat, when I have no bed to sleep, when I have all the detractors everywhere, when I have all the killers ready to devour me. And I thank those killers who died for me for not obeying the one who sent me to kill. Thank you, Spirit of God, Spirit of Allah, for making me always alive and for making me always ready to spread the good news of salvation. I am a different missionary of today, and I know I am blessed by Him who sent me. So therefore, continue listening so that you will see for yourself and you could decide in the next few days who is who and who will be dethroned in the game of throne. Good morning, good evening. Thank you very much. Masalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV. This is Queen Helen of the Rajak Elizabeth III. Game of Thrones, Season 1, Episode 10. Good morning, good afternoon, Global Earth. I am happy to be back again this day because I know this is the time that you have really to see the pattern of how I unearthed, how I unraveled the lie, the conspiracy, the bribery, disinformation campaign, and the implementation of the war in chaos in Mindanao, Sulu, Palawan, and the borders of Borneo, in the premise of peace and order as sponsored by Malacanang, by Putrajaya, and the government of Sabah. And all the royalties involved, we have Brunei, Johor, England, and even Saudi Arabia. Queen Helen is equipped with the knowledge and abilities because I know that I can prove to the world that you have indeed given me a lot of pain. Not only that, because of you people in the top level and the top government, you have failed to see the need of the true humanitarian services. You have failed to see. But at the same time, you know and you have seen the real score, why the people are suffering. But because of the fixated mandate to oppress and to suppress the people so that you will have your own people to enslave. That is the main agenda of the cabal. Luckily, Queen surfaced. And for all my detractors, I salute you. Because it is through you that Queen became more assiduous in finding the truth. I become persistent in my crusade to defend the lost kingdom. And in this book, as you can see, it is a documentary. And the documentary is a vital, legitimate documents that could really be the basis in defending the rights and the privileges of the sovereign people. How you have made Mindanao suffer and how you made the entire Southeast Asia beg for you. Now, you will not stop. If you will continue denying the fact and the truth, this book, we got almost killed. We got almost killed. And many would like really to get this, the original, because all of those people that I have given this book are liable. They are contributory to the Sabah stand-up, Zamboanga stand-up, 44 Sapmen sacrifice, to the Marawi siege, and to the Bagla stand-up, and to the international level. Ukraine, Russia, and now we have Palestine and Israel. The packager is just inside your Malacanang Palace. and they have their personal agenda to put Queen Helen Abdurrahman and Raja Mamay as a claimant. That is the main target of the packager, so that all of the top can still enjoy the asset. But they have really not seen the hands of God. They have their own God. They have their own Almighty Father, so that they can present to the Queen that they are the rightful entity to command the entire world. Queen is equipped with that knowledge and abilities that could see right into your eye that I am sent to defend the truth and put justice. Just imagine as I lay down, can still they say they have not known me, Malacanang? As I have told in my previous broadcast that all the claimants' relatives are all the employees recommended by the claimants and by the packagers, and all that seated in all the government officials have the clearance from the Sultan claimants, no other than the Malacanang president, ex-presidents, and all of them are liable for putting us all into death up to now because of hunger, because of suppression and suppression, and because of their continuous movement in killing us through the medical tyranny. They have known this book. They have the copy. Precisely, they were able to ratify the BORM because they want me to present as a claimant, not at all as the heirs and successors. That is the two different things. Please pray for me because every day is really a very tiresome on my part in laying this truth. Remember, as I told you, there are so many black magic. They had been attacking the Queen, they had been stabbing to death, and one of those packagers told me even that I am being grilled as like Ama Ali was in the past. Grilled me to death, and I will come back to give you what you need. As one of my grandfathers, just be sure, do not be dead, because once you separate yourself from your body, your soul, still the grandfather will assist you to the fire of hell. Nonetheless, the book is a showcase that no court could defy me, even the United Nations, even the International Court of Justice. Remember, it is our grandfather who created the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, the Organization of Islamic Conference. Now, claimant is claimant. And you cannot stop me shedding light into this. It is already very important to let you see that the documents already giving you the mandate from 2009. And it is being given to the world. And what face do you have? Because of your continuous blockaging, media blackout, media blockage, disinformation campaign, you are all liable to the court of heaven and to the court of the imperial Lucasum. Now, since I have known that even the BARM sabotaged my court, our court in Indanan, thank you, Mayor of Indanan. Thank you, Governor of Sulu. Thank you, Governor of Maguindanao. The plan to really hammer me and put all the negativity on my life has been predicted a long time ago, and that is primarily why I am raised up, why I was put into the four walls of the convent to guard my morals, so that no one can ever attack me when it comes to that. But you people, you did not know who is queen. You belittle the capacity because you want to overrule the kingdom. Now it is stipulated here. Just imagine, it has been a long time written here, and it has been given to you, government of the Philippines, from the executive, legislative, and the judiciary. You are all liable. Now, Executive Secretary, Judge Lucas Bersamin, find the book. Find all the documents that I have given. From there you will see that you will be able to know who is queen and what are the things that she has done to stop the killings in Mindanao, in Sulu, and even in the borders of North Borneo. The seal of the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo has been put out, and this is part of the book. And this is pertaining on how I fight for the identity of the true grandson, not the claimants that you have put up, the brother, Alnas bin Abdul Ghaffar. Are you not being... I mean, you could have already decided in this. But since you are callous, you don't have any feeling and no shame at all. Instead, you enjoy the lie and put the lie in the pseudo truth that you yourself enjoy. It is already given that this is the official of the multiracial Islamic king of Southeast Asia. And it was written by the Union Jack Burrow in 1902 at the British North Borneo Chartered Company. I have laid down for so many days now, 2 days, yesterday, how it is documented inside the Trimedia. So people of the world, people of Mindanao, Sulu, Palawan, and the 7 states of Lupasug, people of the Philippine Islands, from Apari down to Holo, decide for yourself. Can still they say that they are being deaf and dumb into this? They have paid a lot of media to cover up. Are still these people can be trusted? That even you now is at their palm. That is what the cabal wanted us, to be listed with the microchip that has been given to you through this. I don't want to be using the terminologies because, you know, they are also very sensitive and they paid the Trimedia into this. This is the decreed through Executive Order number 101 signed by Sultan Jamalul Kiram II on April 22, 1903. This is how Raja Mamay tried, because the history is in his brain also. So whenever time he speaks up as entrusted to him by Tunku Abdurrahman Putra Al-Haj, I put it into a document, research it, validate it. So the concurrent resolution, which I have read to you, that was kept by Malacanang, by the House of Congress, only the true Sultan can have that. But the claimants has that copy, especially those that had been given that authorization, wherein those who sponsored this, Escarial, Cassius, Tizon, Tolentino, Lacson. They have all these copies and all the former congressmen and top leaders in support of the blockades not to let out the true heirs and successors. So it was there all along that I have given the Republic of the Philippines, the caretaker, that the ultimate sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines, and authorizing the President to conduct negotiations and the restoration of such ownership and the sovereign jurisdiction over the said territory. It is in the concurrent resolution that the owner of the sovereignty is the Sultan of Sulu in North Brunei. Precisely, there are 300 sultans claimants right now of Sulu. And those with money. There are even Chinese being proclaimed everywhere because of the greed to get the asset, the greed to get all what belongs to Lupasug. So, in this document, whereas on January 22nd, 1878, Sultan Muhammad Jamalul Alam of Sulu executed an agreement with two British subjects, Gustavus Baron de Overbeck and Alfred Dent, leasing and delivering to the latter the territory and now known as Berthas North Borneo for an annual rental of 5,000. You see, I have given you that. What is the vital relationship of the Philippine Islands, of the Commonwealth, Philippines Republic, to the Borneo? Because Queen Victoria is still the queen of the 54 countries after the grandfather Muhammad Alam gave that authority. It is not yours to claim. It is mine to recover for the sake of the blood. But all the bloods are being misled because of the money, because of the claimed power by Malacanang, because installing the bomb together with the blood that would like to sit into power and enslave the poor majority wherein no read, no write, and they have also done that so that no one will ever fight them. No one will ever know the truth because they don't even know how to write their name. That's what they want in Mindanao. That's what the claimants want. They want to have all the education up to London, up to United States, up to Harvard, just to teach them how to keep the secret. Whereas on April 22nd, 1903, the British North Borneo Company, which succeeded to the rise of Mr. Overbeck and Dent, entered into another agreement with Sultan Jamalul Kiram of Sulu to include in the original lease certain islands lying north and northeast of Borneo for an additional rental of $300 annually. And this is precisely, as I told you again, I like the word precisely, specifically, the claim that Muhammad Fuad published in Sabah recently that they won over the claim of 14.9 billion as supported by the Court of Madrid, Sampa Group, and Malaysian lawyer at that. You will see the crusade of the Game of Thrones because the documents that they have adulterated, the lineage that they have, only start with Jamalul Kiram II. And they have put it on in just that, but they did not see the lineage coming from Taif, Saudi Arabia. Now BBM went and conspired again to the king. Have they ever thought that the 13 billion US dollar that had been given and now being controlled by the barm is still their accountability, and they will be put into shame when one day the receipt of the transmittal will be given to the court of Lupasub. As I told you, from Jamalul Alam, Haji Hasan Pasang, to the successor, Haji Jamalul Kiram, Sultan Sahibul Gari Abdul Rajak of Maimbong Sulu. And Sahibul Ray Permancha of Brunei. So it is being a defensive move of the real royal family, because there is already the killings in the contender to the throne because of the conspiracy, even with Borneo side, with the White Raja of Sarawak, and all of this. Queen is destined to defend the lost kingdom of Lupasub. But yet, you miscalculated the move of the Queen. This book will hammer you all, because we got almost killed. Because all of those that we were together were taken by the claimant Sultan at Malacanang. I don't know if they are paid or just because they were carried away by the brother. Because one of them put out into my face that if Raja Mamay and Alnas will combine, then you will support kicking me away. Thank you, lady. I thought you are one, because your father had been killed by the military. Because of your fight on that, you believe in yourself that I am not. And you were the one who spreaded that in the land, together with Gaira and Alonto Dukol. You have all your documents with me. How you wanted to kill me and how you wanted to get this book is also documented. But thanks to the heavens, from Pavilion side, how you were able to start into this. And I am very sad because the lawyer that I have gone also really believe in you, that you are the true Sultan. How come? We have here your signed documents in this book that you support the king and queen. And this will be the one to give you justice for maliciously giving me the hard blow that even you accuse me of something that I almost broke up with Raja Mamay. But thank you, because through you I become more strong to defend my own morals against yours. This book is not ordinary, because all of you named after names are here. Another point to note is that the grant of permanent lease clearly spelled out that the rights and powers leased shall not be transferred to another nations or company of others' nationality without the consent of their majesties, the government, meaning the British government. The British government, the British Empire, that is the Sarawak Empire from the Southeast Asia. Now, as you have seen in my publicity, in my trying to find documents, how Queen Elizabeth II was crowned in Jesselton, now Sabah, in April 23rd, 1953. This is the solid evidences that I am telling you now. So how come? How come? Every time that claimants are being brought to Buckingham, it is the wish of the grandmother of Raja to bring her, or rather him, to the Queen. But despite of that he came in 1999 to see the grandson, all of you still in power, Tun Mahathir, you're still alive, Sakaran Danday, Sultan Brunei, and all Musa Aman, all of those that block him will know the real score when they are already in front of the majesties. Raja Mamay, in his drive that equal treatment on all Muslims and Christians and tribals. So in 2010, worldwide information, Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo was restored in June 1st, 2010. Done in Likop Adam, Timbangan, Mile 2 by Puti Indanan Sulu and the White Palace of His Highness Muhammad Jamalul Alam in 19th Muharram, AS 1295, answering that 22nd of January 1878, and that is the deed of 1878 that the claimants of the court of Sampa used in trying to defy us, which we have already given in 2009. The Court of Sabah, the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Malacanang. Yet, how could you say that Muhammad Fuad and the claimants won? If you continue this, you will see who is queen. I am not threatening anyone, but you let the world suffer because of your claim. You could have already awarded that. You are battling not only the human flesh of the queen, you are battling the spirit of the queen, which is Queen Mama herself. The Treaty of Paris, which you have been using in your claim, and that was in 1925, that is the 1405, the predecessor of Law 101, wherein you had to return to the grandson. And who is the grandson of Malaysia? And that is also the documents that Apu Lakay has. The grandson of Malaysia, of Sulu and North Borneo, and of the Philippine Islands. Raja Mamay would like to serve humanity. You had been laughing at him because he is not given the privilege to be educated like Fuad, like Gloria, like Johor, because he was covered by you. But all along, you are enjoying the fact that you are the one putting us into death. Those of you that are educated, I still love to see Raja Mamay fight. And I am here to validate his fight against you. The signing of agreement of 50 years authority, the lone Mafilindo, Malaysia, in the code of Abdul Rahman Putra Alhaj. In Philippines, Diosdado Macapagal, Indonesia Sukarno in 1954 to 2004 and ended in 2006 with the knowledge and consent of Queen Elizabeth II of England. November 1st, 1981, Queen Elizabeth I's reign, 1878, and that was the 100 years British North Borneo Chartered Company. And in April 22, 1953, Queen Elizabeth II Mafilindo, 1954 to 2004, extended in 2006 and officially sealed by the government of Brunei as years necessary, Queen Victoria Island, Labuan, North Borneo. Now all of this are designed. I could have done this on 2007 already. But because I don't want to be put into shame by all of you claimants, I'd been running away. But now, you fight me, I'll take you down. Because I am armed by law of succession from the Queen Mother. And it's not you to validate packagers. It is the one who sent me the grandfathers. And I just don't want that all of you I'm sorry if I have to cry it out. Because too much for all of you government of the world. You had been given all the privilege for 100 years. And yet, you still have the nerve to kill us all, when in fact we are the owners of the sovereignty. But Raja Mamay overrule all your claims because Union Jack Borough remained and put the premise of the vital documents. And he keeps on saying to me, Queen, I have the authority, but I have to give you, because this is not anymore the rule of the man. It is the rule of the female. So, that's why I gained the crown of Sultana di Jolo. You will see that I have all this. And it is submitted even to Tun Mahathir of what are the crowns that I have gained in this mission. And all of you packagers, all of you who would like to snatch away Raja Mamay, you have known, you have committed the crime of conspiracy. Because Raja Mamay told me that the very exact words of the grandfather Tunku Abdul Rahman told him and said, this is not from him, it is from the book of Union Jack Borough. I heartily support and witness the carrier of this law, from today onward up to his descendant, to whom it may concern. The man has the right to overcome the ruler from the division territory, from mainland of North Borneo, the highness of the guardians of king and queen, represented from Commonwealth country, in accordance from predecessor of law 101. That is why we know the Game of Thrones will continue because of your crimes, but because we are guarded by laws of the sovereignty of the heavens. We know how to defeat you. We know how we can find the real essence of these things that you have been using against us. The gold seal of Sabah and Sarawak made by hand, which is now the basic documents that all of you must find. The code of 1239-H, Hussein Kamaluddin, East Malaysia, Sabah, and that this was in 1823. And the 1823 Kamaluddin Hussein, West Malaysia, Sarawak, Kuching. There are vital evidences that I could really lay down to you one by one, which this has been in the book and utilized to stop us. Now, will you still continue, Congress? Because this is the specific violation that I could charge you. because this was given to you in 2012. In the premise that in 2013, the authority as a loaned country to you given expired in September 16, 2015. And this is the time that you doubled up in sponsoring, in planning, in implementing the summer stand-up. You were not contented because I was there to stop that. And I have evidences of those people that had been asked to do so. In 2010, I have already designed everything. I have given you all what I need so that you can really make these things a showcase, supposedly, of the transitory phase to the divine government. I have communications. And do you know that all of this, even in 2010, I have series of documents given to Malacanang, to the President Benigno Simeon Aquino III, after that Gloria term ended. But even so, I tried to enlighten all of you that I tried my best. But because of the packagers, because of the programmers, the president becomes the puppet. And as laid down by the documents signed by Bush and Gloria, the real puppets are all the governors in Mindanao, all the officials, naming even the chairman of MNLF. And now the puppet is Murad. But we know that the real Murad is dead. The real Miss Rabi is dead. We know the Game of Thrones. And this one, even if they are alive, they are all accountable with all the killings they have done. But is there any government official who tried this? They are all sealed lips because they knew they will lose their power, their position, their political profession. The business that they have will be lost. That is why they cannot fight the packager, the programmer. And who is he? Who is she? That is the question now. But time will tell. I know that the book is a very enlightening documents that day by day you will see. Because the season 1 is a preparatory. This is the one that I have done my mission phase by phase. Didn't realize that my travel in its territory gave me a lot. Because all of those in the pictures are now with them. So therefore, they become the liaison in the blockage, in the implementation of disinformation campaign by supporting the government, which they do not want to go down and will never accept that they are just being paid off by the money of the poor. They don't want to come down because they are already on the top. But they didn't know that the more they will prove in this election of the barangay will either be a positive or could be the point that they will shoulder the crime of conspiracy of their predecessor. If they are intelligent enough, they must adhere to what I am saying. The Game of Thrones is very clear indication of the greed for power and money, for comfort, for self-luxurious life at the expense of the poor. I know that everyone would like to feel this pain in my heart. I have made the book, they use it to ratify the law of the Bangsamoro Basic Law to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, which now they are governing because of the oil field. So precisely, specifically, the same term that I would say, they are the claimants of the sovereignty. Before, I am just telling about the claimants of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, the claimants of the Sultanate of Maguindanao, land Liguas and Mars, of the Raja Buayan, which up to now they cannot decide. It has given already a mandate to give it to Sultan Pokan Marangit, but the sheriff is being paid because of moneyed people. The law is not fair. The law is not just. The law is for the rich. The law is for with rich, powerful family, not with the poor. I can see right now. Thank you for crying with me, all of you. You can relate. You can connect with me because I could have been rich with their payoff scheme. I could be a good politician after I left the four walls of the convent as being offered. I could have been a very good advisor to those who would like to be politicians. But I did not, because I know politics is the highest business, wherein the crime of oppression and suppression is the mechanics to win into the position they desired. Precisely, again, as I say, I never stop day and night. You adhere to my call or not, and I am giving this message to the grandfather, to the father, to the key player of the divine monarchy. I have laid down the passage of truth for you to implement justice. What are you waiting for? If they will not surrender to the truth, then let the law dictates them. The law of sovereignty and the law of ownership. Because day by day, I will elaborate more on how and what and where and who are involved in the Game of Thrones. By that alone, you can see that the world is a conglomerated conspiracy, bribery, payment scheme that even in the lower level, they have exercised up to now. The disinformation campaign, the black propaganda, the conspiracy that even the family are being sold in exchange for money, comfort, and political position. Congratulations to all of you padrinos, godfathers of Malacanang, employees, guards, because we know the Game of Thrones. I was told and even was offered to be one. But I have not accepted the bribery. The bribery that I know will let Raja Mamay be forever covered because of the Game of Throne of the claimant Sultan Fidel D. Ramos as implemented by Her Highness Queen Gloria Arroyo. And now, why do you think Madam Sara Duterte licked with Madam Gloria? And why do you think Madam Liza had her crown taken from the Raja Boyan? Because they want to be the queen at the expense of the sovereign people of the entire Philippines. As I lay down day by day, as I have put up a lot of documentary in the Trimedia, in Facebook, in YouTube, there are also a lot of claimants surfacing, negating. But what they have, because of the documents of Palpalato, the documents of Lola Maria Ailao, because of what they have taken, they didn't know that all those documents are what we call original duplicate. When you have that, that means there is the original copy that only being sealed by the real owner, and that is the warehouse. That is where I got really my support. That all these accounts that I had been given throughout the world, surpassing all of your documents. Why? Because your original duplicate has the backup of 20 AU, the backup of 30, 100, from 217,500 metric tons of gold from Ferdinand Idrolin Marcos. But with Queen, the backup is the 617,500 metric tons of gold. And that is part of the book. This is the one that you will be surprised, because all of this, when we have our publicity, can imagine, all of this are now a part of the skeletal documents that we have, that even the blood compact that they abused and abused, together with a parcel of land of the Commonwealth as assigned to Raja Mamay and to the Sultanate of Maguindanao, they are utilizing it. That's why they have made and approved the bar. And now, it becomes very obvious rather, that when, I didn't dress up like of what I have today, because I don't want them to predict and to know of what is my plan and strategy on how to investigate the ground in conjunction with the global conspiracy that destroyed the whole global earth. I will not be given the crown of the Queen of the global earth and the Queen of the universal magnum if I have not performed my job. Many can see that I have even went to the muddy part of Lake Boison, to the dangerous terrain of the land of Bandit of Holo, of Indanan, of Patikul, just to reach out who are the real victims of the Abu Sayyaf, wherein the Abu Sayyaf are enjoying with the chopper ordering McDonald's Jollibee beer. Imagine that. Those are revelations that I'd like to tell you, that every time there is war, the plan to kill is there. But I am sad of victims of their black propaganda. If you are the target, you are just the target. No compensation in putting death the young in Tigris to fight Muslim against Muslim, Tausug against Tausug, Maguindanawans against Maguindanawans. That is the program of the Office of the President, of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process. And yet I give them the blood compact for peace. And yet they utilize their way of embracing in their black propaganda so that the Muslim will believe them. They didn't know that during the firing, they can see each other. My brother in the other side, the other brother is in the other side. That is the Game of Thrones of Malacanang, of the Organization of Islamic Conference of Indonesia, and the government of Sabah, and the government of Malaysia at that. Why do I say so? Because I have evidences. I have stayed in Sabah, and I am telling you that those people that are being tasked, a small bomb, 50,000 ringgit, a bigger one, 300,000. There is a price in every bombing that they have. How much more that the conspiracy is from the arsenal of the Camp Crame. They have defied the law of war. Every cannon cannot be given 5 times in a day. But in Sulu, they don't have any soul at all. They don't even care about the civilian, that they will be killed in every release of the cannons that they have. That is the conspiracy, I am telling you. So that they could record that there is war. They even put the bomb, show to the world that there is the bomb, and accuse the ASG, the Abu Sayyaf, or anyone they could have, just to let them be promoted to the position that they have. That is the game of conspiracy of the military. What are we for? Why are you doing this? Who is liable? Your commanding-in-chief? The Department of National Defense? Or the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process? I have documents. I had been there. And I had been listening on how you are going to implement that. Maas that you have now, find the voice and find the hands, and even the one, the Duterte that you have. I know Manong Digong has a very hard thumb. I had been there. So please do not deceive the people. But if you are still the one, you will be liable. Why? Misrepresentation, forgery, and what more? The court will litigate you for misleading, for conspiracy. And that is how you are. That even Gloria, you could have already declared. You cannot deny the truth in me. Do you want that I will have to call the soul and let her speak? You will see how hard it could be for me to be talking this way. But being the queen, I have to defend the global earth. You have misused and abused the power that has been loaned to you I have all the ample documents to give you, but you use it against us. And now you are waiting for the release of the 14.9 billion, which even the government of Malaysia cannot do it. Why? Who is the approving body? Who is going to give you the money? Who is the one to release the money? These are things you are just saying you won. But what have you done, Malacanang? Into this, Into this. The more you are submerging yourself into the terrible shame of the world for blocking the truth, you could have already recognized. But even so, we will not recognize. I am operating as the queen in parallel government. That's why I told my emissary, forget them. They knew their crime of conspiracy. The Supreme Court has been mandated. And in 2014, they were given already the notice of absolute authority. They allowed the claimants so that they could still enjoy the money, the circulating money of the poor. They have printed the money, the polymer, but they will be liable into it for not giving it right to the rightful heirs and successors, and let the BORM enjoy it. That is another crime of conspiracy. That is mismanagement. That is what you call misrepresentation, forgery. Oh, much more. Identity theft. Ninakaw ninyo. You have stolen the identity of the real heirs and successor by presenting Puwan, by presenting Alnas, by presenting Mojoil, all of your claimants. And yet their lineage is just coming from Jamalul Kiram II. And who is Jamalul Kiram II? The direct succession, the 32nd Sultan. From 28, 29, 30, 31, 32nd. All of this from predecessor of Law 101 are the direct descendancy of Raja Mamay. The good thing is, even if you have all the documents, the lost and found documents that Aloha brought to Mahathir, is not anymore viable. Because when Alnas used this one, cannot. That is conspiracy. That's why the execution of the warrant of arrest by the sovereign court, do you think it is just what you want? That is already a showcase that the Game of Thrones will never win against the true heirs and successors. You recognize or not, you will all be part of the program towards the implementation of justice. I feel good. I feel happy. Although I cry, because I know the enigma of shedding light becomes the part of the queen. It's like a volcano of the molten lava being spit up to the higher level. I love to see each one of you find your feet. I pity the poor that are being misled by all the scammers that are just presenting they are the true ones and could be funded. After that, I have put out the Maharlika to be stopped. Now they are reverting to another game. Okay, you go ahead. But again, I'd like to remind you, who will approve your money? who will give you the approval to release it? Because you are the part of the claim. There is an honor into it. And other than that, the enchanted, the incant, all of this, all the golds, backups, all the diamonds, it is being guarded and protected by the enchanted, by the spiritual division of the spiritual warriors. Imagine the heavens right now. Imagine how every night you have the thunderstorm. And imagine if you will be put in the severe flooding anytime, as you can see. Delay more, and you will see. It's not mine to hold. It's yours, because I have done my job. Every day is a saga, a crusade to shell out the bribery. 2010, we were there already. I know what I am doing. I even went inside the jail in releasing the man that you have accused with. I released him. But you killed him again. But the one you killed is a different man. Just to project. You won again. All of you government officials, all of you top ranks of the military, are you not tired of the red tape, of the black operations, for putting your men into death, for maneuvering the poor Muslim to fight against Muslim? Are you not happy? Or are you happy in getting the salary of the integris and just giving them a parcel? And your salary as an ordinary soldier, how much? 30, 40,000 with all the incentives up to 100,000? How about the integris? 12,000? And yet they are the one combating the war that you also made? Good for you. That is the global conspiracy. Putting Sulu at the land of bandit so that they could project that there is war. So that no one can get the oil field. So that they can let the stealing of oil, the pipeline from Sarangani to Borneo to Palawan and to Batangas to Sandakan. Congratulations to you. This is a terrible revelation of today. You make me weak because I would like to fight you more and more. At the combat zone, I have seen you. You don't even realize that Queen was trying to be there to stop the war. All of those spiritual leaders, when they confessed to me in Zamboanga standoff, the two children carrying the pail of water, trying to stop the war. Have you seen the ladies with white garbs? And soldiers of the armed forces, you know that. Those are the secrets that you would like to cover up to now. Because there is the land of the Incan spirit in Mindanao. There are warriors to defend the land. I just hope and pray that today's episode will touch you, government officials. Every day you will see the unraveling of the secret of the conspiracy that uttered by the top ranks of the military, of the government officials. I am a Mindanaoan, and I know to live in fear, but thanks to the heavens, I surpass the fear, and I am able to dissect the problems, dissect the conspiracy, dissect the harm that you have been doing to the poor people, especially in Patikon, in Indanan, in Bonza. It is not anymore your game. It is the game of the Spirit in me that will rectify your mistake and put justice to the entire sovereign people of the royal family. Thank you very much, and I appreciate for staying with me every day, every now and then. God bless everyone. Allah protects us all. Masalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from our Imperial News TV, this is Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III. Magandang gabi po at magandang araw sa buong mundo. Helen Panulino performance continues in the Game of Thrones, Season 1, Episode 11. This is the time that we found out that Ligwasan Mars was under the program of the divine government, the one that has established with Haji Abdullah Santos in conspiracy with Malacanang and the Department of Energy, and under the protection and leadership of Lola Maria Ilaw Gusilatar, the daughter of Sultan Amirul Umrah Amel Bangsa, the one that continued the ruling of Jamalul Kiram II after they have made the conspiracy in killing Jamalul Kiram II in 1936 after the transport of the gold, 617,500 metric tons of gold, 500,000 10 carats diamonds, and pearls, and all the asset of the Lupasug Empire from the Royal Hashemite Sultanate of Sulu and Sabah down to the Sultanate of Sulu in North Borneo, down to the Sultanate of Maguindanao, and all the Sultanate of the Kingdom of Lupasug were in up to Indonesia. Remember that our forefathers, our Raja, and our family, once you are the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo, you are the Sultan of Indonesia, Sultan of Malaysia, and the Sultan of Brunei. That is a fact. That is recorded in Buckingham. That is recorded in the archives of Malaysia. It is a very good way because, you know, they have burned the palace of the Sultan of Sulu in Maimbung so that there is no trace of anything. But the family was able to save vital documents of which it was used for the claim of Tun Mustafa, of the advisor, the claimant Marcos, so that all of these things will become what they think is the one that to be followed as of today. Congratulations our beloved packagers, programmers, the sultans, padrinos, the godfathers, thank you very much for misleading the entire world because of your claim for the throne. The Game of Thrones continues. How and why? You will see that this is not just the play of the game of the generals. This is the play of the Spirit of God with Queen Helen moving on to the highest level. As I said, I did not use my Abdullah Jack until I finished the code of 12, 12, 12. That is the reason why all of this are being shown into the world. As I said, there are a lot of things happen that everything that I have been doing, been patterned, followed by the claimants, mimicking or presenting of what I am doing, that they are the one doing the right thing. When I have given out my first monthly newsletter in November 2011, and I have projected that, will this be good for me? Or this will be my bait for the claimants to presume that they were the one who made the events, the huge event. Oh boy, it is really true. The one in Kabakan that was done in May 18, 2011, wherein all the family came, all of them. The parts were represented by all the clans all over Mindanao, up to Sulu. Because this is now the time that they should see that as Helen Panulino, I am from Liguasan Mars. I am from Taculong. I am from Lambayong. So that is the basic identity that I have. That's why I move on as Helen Panulino, so that I could make that veracity, that thing, that legitimacy, that I am doing my job on the premise as a citizen of Mindanao, of the Philippine Islands. Didn't know that out of this brain of mine, I can really make you see how this mission been established, so that you claimants can officially be given justice. In Kabakan, we had our coordinations. I have letters with the mayors, with the mayor of Kabakan and all the governments, that we will be holding the first gathering in the gymnasium of Kabakan. It was really very surprising, wherein a lot of people arrived, listened to us, but unknowingly, a lot of bombs just below our stage. Thank you, provocators. Thank you, saboteurs. Thank you. But it did not blow up, because the Raja Sulaiman and my godfather, the twin, Angel Gabriel, alarmed everyone that I should be already be taken away, because they are already performing the denotator of the bombs. Thank you very much. Thank you. We survived. But here you can see how the packagers made use of that. So they started now the maneuvering, because all the groups of the freedom fighters, the MNLF of Kaka Abdullah Adan Abdullah, already coming to support the program, because they are also closely supporting Ama Pandala Pasandalan. They recognize Ama Pasandalan as the Sultan of Maguindanao with the faith that this is the one that they have been waiting. Upon my meeting with Kaka Adan Abdullah, the wife already blocked him. Everybody, because that is the start, that they do not want Queen to be known. They do not want Queen to succeed in putting peace and order, because that time they are already with Japan. The JICA had been already penetrating Liguasan Mars. Japan is the one doing the thing in the premise that they want to develop Liguasan Mars. So it's conspiracy with the MILF, with Kaka Adan Abdullah. So I know what is going to happen today, what is going to be their motive, what is going to be their platform. Thank you. Now, they didn't know that Queen played stupid, fool, and dumb. This is my bait. This is my way of penetrating the traitors of the kingdom. I can see that because you betrayed the trust and confidence of the sultans. You had been dealing in the premise of support, in premise of helping me and the Raja, but underneath, you are trying to serve the other royalties. Thank you. I love you for that. Using this book, because this is very clear now. Sultan Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram is the claimant of the 14.9 billion, together with all those claimants laid down in the transcript of the court. Thank you. Why I am telling you this? Because you do not recognize the heir and successor. You knew how to maneuver. You knew how to block the truth. You said you will recognize. You have no right either because you have no authority. Malacanang has no more authority. After 2013, September 16, you should have given that authority back to the source of origin. And that is the Lupusog Empire. Even if you will not recognize me, the world is indebted to the source of origin. And who is the holder of that? Now, do not tell me that I have to stop my broadcast. Do not tell me that I have to stop. Because that is your way. Because you know that the spirit in me will divulge every minute of what you are doing. Stop bickering, Helen. Stop, because we are working, and yet you failed me. You failed me, people that really promised to support me. I have incurred a lot of loan from outside because I believe in you. But now, I am in the middle of two camps, hammering me all together because I want to protect each other. I want to protect each other. The claim and the real heirs and successors. I wanted not to let you down. But if you will not stop, then the rule of law will be imposed onto you. You know, as I have to review the book, my heart really is really giving me that, that feeling that I have been misled by you who really wanted to support me in the premise that I have to find funds for you. Thank you. And I really appreciate that because it's still part of my journey. It's still part of the program. God allowed all those things so that someone has to take the responsibility of the betrayal of trust and confidence. Now, look at this. How people came hungry for truth and justice. Hungry 2011. They are already having that kind of desire that they will be fed properly. But what have you done? You maneuver claimants. You did it purposely because of Malacanang, because of the president, from Fidel Ramos to Gloria, and to all those that supported in the name of the claim. And now, as I recall, I have letters even addressed to Haji Abdullah. I have all here records to prove that I had been doing quite a lot of coordinations all over the globe. So this one will really surprise you that in 22nd of July 2011, I have my letter with His Excellency Benigno Simeon C. Aquino III, President Republic of the Philippines, Malacanang Palace. It is with the sticker that it has been received in 7/26 of July. So, dear Mr. President, we the heirs and the successors of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, Sultan Muhammad Gamar Mamay Hassan Abdurrajak and Queen Maria Makiling Helen Fatima Nazaria Panulino Abdurrajak are hereby requesting from your good office to provide us rice subsidy, at least 100,000 sacks of rice from the NFA warehouses to be distributed among the poorest families here in Mindanao who are now in deep hunger caused by poverty. We shall be issuing collab stub signed by us to the chosen families after your final approval. Instruction and directives to the concerned NFA and officials and Secretary of Agriculture, thus releasing 1 sack of rice per claim stub shall be in place and proper order. This is also one way of fulfilling your government's promise in prompt support and assistance to our Muslim brothers in honor of their puasa starting August 1 onwards. With due respect and consideration, we are also seeking for your personal audience to discuss our divine mission for humanitarian projects and developments, aiming to resolve the decade-long Sultanate issues and concerns. This will also help solve our entire nation and the global financial crisis. Please feel free to coordinate with our brother for urgent communication and arrangement. We are looking forward for your immediate action, prompt support, hearing from you as soon as possible. Much appreciated. Radio Mamay and Queen Helen with our telephone numbers attached to this. This is received by Malacanang. And this was the time that I was really begging because the NFA had been having spoilage of supply because the big companies are buying for the feeds of their livestock. Imagine to that. Imagine how they prefer the rice supply to be spoiled and let it be bought by the multinational. So instead, I wrote the president on this. What happened? The office of Manguda Dato and those trusted allies of mine block it. And here comes the start of the claim of other group. And I will lay down the group that started this. I have already the supply. It was prepared. But Manguda Dato Pax, stop it. And all the government involved there will be liable. I am not trying to say what just like that. So all of this instruction, I have given this to the office of Secretary Ermita. So it was done in so many ways. Even my people should know that it has a lot of attestation in here. And this was given already. That I have done my assignment a long time ago. And this report had been given even to the office of the president. I have all of this stamped and received. In August 30, I have already made my business development and current status of Mindanao. But they made it as their own. I have planted, they harvested. Thank you very much. But you see, I have my report all over and they knew that I have things up to really have to see that we are not just having all these things done. So there are some legal impediments in what they have done, but we surpass because we know that I am legitimate and Rajamangay is legitimate. So this book will be tackled from time to time as a reference, at the same time the valid attestation that I have done my assignment. You made it your own. You wanted it to be your own by killing me, by sending someone to assassinate me just to get this book. Thank you for that. But those that had been used, abused, they became the sultan. They thought that they are the author of this. No, they just duplicated this. Because one lawyer that I have given will realize that also. And now, this fellow from Pulumulok, I should say, from Tampakan, he will pay the price. Because, you know, to have this book is not yours. It is the property of the kingdom. And this will bring you to justice for utilizing this. For utilizing this. And this is the reason why I am giving this to the entire world to see that I am not a fly-by-night as you have accused me. I have something. I have basic things to give you. So, that Kabakan gathering has spread in all the government officials. So by there, they have started all their meetings on how to block me. So every now and then, I am being invited to go to the inner Ligwasan with the target to kidnap me or to ambush me or to do something that would really cover the truth. Many things happen. Many things happen. I even encountered the payment scheme of the Pentagon that had been mentioned in the global conspiracy. Signed by Madam Gloria and W. Bush. You see how evil they are. They are with me, but because of Malacanang supremacy, we become nothing to the people. That is called the continuous bombardment of disinformation campaign that up to now, many of them are being tolerated because they want to ruin my reputation. Thank you, Malacanang. Thank you, Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace Process. Thank you, DILG, CIDG, all of you, NICA, NSA. Thank you so much for not acting your responsibility because you are covering the truth and you are all liable into this. Because with you, many had been killed in the saga, in the Game of Thrones, in putting the claimants as the real one. That is against the law of the sovereignty. That is against the law of the heavens. That is the law that is being implemented by yours, claimant, office of the president. Why I'm talking so boldly today now? Because after September 16, 2023, the 10 years grace period, including the transitory phase, has expired. You should have given me back in September 16, 2013. But instead, you succumbed to war. I let go because I have in my mind to use it against you. Nobody has ever stood up in this. Because you are part of the cobwebs of the conspiracy. Because you do not want the truth to win. Imagine I have so much to prove. In the Facebook, a lot of detractors, the venomous words, attacks of the family of the sultans, claimants, cannot be eaten even by the dog. But you allowed them because you are the government. The spiritual government. The divine government as authored by the 490. And here I am trying to give you who are the people in that government. Luckily, I had been moving in the premise of legalities. I have with me my platform. As Helen Panolino, I have to stand because whatever happens, I can still protect the grandson who is a Malaysian by documents and a Filipino by documents. I have to guard him. That's why there were times that he was questioning me why I don't use the family name that the grandfathers had given me. Even if I don't use the name, I am still an Abdurrajak before I was born. That is the secret of the Incan spirit in me. The land of the Frayres. The land of the Frayres. And you didn't know that I am the spirit that keeps on coming back to resolve the problems that had caused by Satan 2005 years ago. Imagine how you have caused the spirit to be astray because of your presentation that you are the true ones. Now, Malacca Yang de Pertuan Agong is the Raja Sulaiman Palace in Manila. Yay, yay, where is Queen? Yay, hey. Can you still defeat, refute, dispute, contest? Who is Queen? Because anyone who used my name as Helen Panolino Abdurrajak, you are liable to the court of law of the sovereignty. This is now the time that you have really to make yourself be known if you are really the one. But even so, the grandson is validated. By whom? By the Queen of the Universal Magnum. And all this attestation, the books, you can find that every now and then we are doing our job precisely on my birthday in July 3rd. As documented, General Pavilion was there. Lolo Ogo was there. Raja Buayan Baikan was there. And some of them are dead now for blocking the truth and diverting the ruling in favor of the claims of Malacanang. Divine government headed by Haji Abdullah and Lola Maria Ilaw, instilling to the people that the true sultan is Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram. Who is Abdullah Kiram? Lola Maria can answer that if she is still alive. We will see in the next few days. The reality is to come. The bombardment of truth will be exposed, and exposed. Just imagine, as I have posted, throwing back the past of legitimate pattern. And I was being even humiliated by those claimant sultan that I am just only the queen of Facebook. Didn't know that all their comments will be shown into the world as it is recorded and broadcasted also in the Facebook. Reality-wise, many will cry because they thought the queen that they have seen is just a hunter, is just that invalid in their eyes. It's just that I am just easily swayed. Didn't know that I just have to make it so that I would know how to deviate in their path of conspiracy. That is the primary reason why I have to play my games in the Game of Thrones. Is the finale to give them justice. So after that event, wherein they have started that, so Pavilion moved because we give them an authority to negotiate and get the documents in Sabah. From there, he was able to meet the caretaker, Federico Musahari alias Aloha. Now, imagine to that, the lost and found documents handed to Pavilion or to Alnas. Because since 2006, they have already killed Radyo Mamayan documents, presuming, by stealing the identity card. But I was able to recover that in 2010. That's why no matter how they tried, they cannot defeat when I am armored with legitimacy. As Helen Panolino, guarded by the principle that I have to fight after I have known in my journey from Hong Kong to Macau, to Kuala Lumpur, to Sarawak, Brunei, in all these places that I must know and feel the aura of the forefathers who sent me. So after July comes the blessing that in June 14, before July, in June 14, we were able to declare the Federal Republic of the Philippines Islands. And that is where I have mentioned earlier in my previous broadcast that it was done in Isulan Gym. Supposedly it was in the new gym. But Pax Mangudadato and the administrator canceled it and threatened even those people that decorated the stadium. From there, I have seen really in my eyes that in my younger years, I have seen them. They are also wearing what I had been wearing with nothing. They just become rich because of the government, because they were paid by the Brunei, by the claims of Sabah. And there came. I have evidence that up to Malaysia, they had been doing an illegal transaction because of the connection or because of the conspiracy that they have initiated. From the sacks of rice, they have cut it off. Malacanang has already prepared for the release, but they block it because they presented they are the sultans. And I have the booklet of all the sultans they have installed, who are previously the one that I have been trying to negotiate, that they will be recognized by the queen of the Sultanate of Sulu and North Borneo, the Queen of Philippine Islands, which I have gathered, I earned in 2012. So all of this is a process, because to be able to move forward, you must be guarded by the authority from our forefathers. It was horrible in nature, wherein a lot of them just tried to block me. They thought they can harass me forever. No. Each one who was with me has a name to defend. even Carmelo, I heard he is dead. The Governor Higyawan Hulog-anan and the wife. We know them. But, sad to say, after that, we became the faker. And they became the favored eyes of Malacanang. Thank you, Madam Gloria. Because out of that, I became more determined to dig deeper. What have you done to the kingdom? You are the blood of Brunei, yes, but you surrendered that right and privilege to Sultan Hassanal. And yet you want to conspire more, to become more. That's why you were able to have that right. As the caretaker of the Malampaya oil and gas. But where is the proceeds? What have you done with the money? Where is the money now? And that is where you are going to answer. Now, if you are alive, Bongbong brought you to United States. And what happened? These are the crusade that I am trying to implement. Find the tale of what you had been doing since the time that you were given the authority as president. Being the caretaker, you must know. Being one that had been given the authority, you must be prepared for the moral accountability. Spiritual responsibility is also very part of it. You became so, you have that religious, and that even my religious sister were there kneeling to let you become a good president. But underneath, you had been killing Mindanao. That's why we do not want anything to happen. We do not want anything to go on in this light, because we were all deceived by this power and authority that you people really bowing to everyone, bowing to all those that really make you feel that you are the queen of your own right. Yes, you are the blood of the Sultan. We acknowledge that. But what happened? You sold us to the foreign land. There are a lot of selling coming in. Not only you, but before you. Your predecessor sold us already to the foreign lands. With the Aquinos, with the Kuwankos, all of this. That's why being the queen, recovering all this, I need to dissect who are the entities that made that illegal selling to other countries. Now you are trying to make that China will battle at us up. No. Sulu Sea and China Sea are brothers. And I am the granddaughter. Do you think this will still happen? Pinoy knows that during the time of Ju Hintao, we were already being looked for. The time of Obama, we are already being looked for. Who give us that information? Our own family who are bodyguards of Sakurtan. The first question thrown by Obama to Sakur, who is the Sultan of Sulu? Mudsoy Lailtan Kiram, my nephew. Just imagine that. But when the picture was given to them, it was an embarrassment. It is Queen Helen and Rajamamay. But however, because of the red tape, because of the conspiracy, because of the bribery, Obama was able to make the other way around. And even here in Malaysia, Najib Obama, all of this, because this becomes now the global conspiracy in trying to take dominion of the oil field, of the source of all the source of the oil pipeline, all the volcanic vein is Liguas on Mars. Now, why Queen do you think is bold enough to let you see we are the richest among the richest countries, as already declared by the United States in the 1900s? It was the secret that you people of the top ranks, top level of the government, even the Supreme Court, has concealed because you want your claims to continue on and on. The rich become richer, the poor becomes poorer. That is the disparity that you had been doing for the past 1,000 years. Because your boss is Siroy, the Dark Force. Imagine all of this since 2010, upon the execution of Amma Ali as the prima facie, handing the rule of succession, the law of succession to Raja Mamay and to me with the twin, Putri Nasaria of Basilan, Maria Makiling, Siti Maria. It is most unlikely to learn that you are telling that you have to serve your people. Highly intellectuals will see. Every time you speak, I'm going to save the poor. I'm going to build the bridges. I'm going to have all these programs, the livestock, the livelihood, all of this. But when they are already seated, they forget the people's need. Instead, they prepare for the next election. They have to raise funds for them to remain in the electoral process, and the winner of the seat they decided on, from president down to the barangay captain. That is the highest business of politics in the Philippines Islands. But after that, Apulacay been reinstalled. 1 month has been out, but didn't know that this is the time that you people should know the shift of power. That's why I am telling you, so that the world will not be surprised. It is still the part of the Queen, because I am the one who reinstalled together with Raja Mamay. So I have to defend that action. Why? The special order of the Mafilindo is a powerful document that once you have returned it back, we surpass the Game of Thrones of the EDSA revolution. There are only a parcel into it, but millions of you had signified that we want the old man back, so that the asset, the holy asset, the money will be released. Now you are asking me, where is the money? This is a give and take relationship. From 2010, day and night, I am laboring. But so many misrepresented. So many would like to come into to help me go to Malacanang, but didn't know I'm just trying to pick one, trying to write them who are this, because I'm sure they are part of the Game of Thrones. Yes, indeed. After talking to us, what they say, oh, they are not the ones. They're just a claimants. Thank you. But they didn't know that the claimants they are with is the government itself, the Philippines. See? Without the royal family, there is no Philippines. Without Apulacay buying us back, there is no sovereignty specifically for the Philippine Islands. And the Philippine Islands, by the Commonwealth laws and by documents. It is up to North Borneo. And where is North Borneo? Sabah, Sarawak, Kalimantan, Bulungan. And why I am standing as the Southeast Asia? Because Raja Mamay is the direct heir to the throne of the Southeast Asia. The son of the son of Tunku Abdurrahman, the brother of Jamalul Kiram II, Sahibul Gari Abdurrajak of Maimbong Sulu, and Inshi Jahara Haji Hasan Pasang of Parang Sulu. And where is Indanan? That is the palace of the Commonwealth. That's why I have stayed there. Because it has something to do with what I am doing. To really identify the land for recovery, the territorial domain for recovery. So you haven't seen the workmanship, the performance of this mission, because you are just blinded, because you are focused on the claimants now as recorded. President of the Philippines, Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., and Muhammad Fuad Abdullah Kiram, and all the 5 federations with the support of Alnas bin Abdul Ghaffar, who took the name of Raja Mamay, and us. We say, powered by whom? By the packagers and the programmers who had been there all along, trying to block the king and queen of the entire Lupasum. Naturally, you will defend your claim. Naturally, you will distort the truth. Naturally, you have doctored, you have adulterated, you have destroyed the historical account. Because you want to protect your own craft of lies. This is what you call the defensive move of the Queen. I thank the heavens that not all the time now I can hear that there are killings in Mindanao. There are killings as reported due to the election. And I told the reporter, I said, go ahead, let them kill one another so that by that I will know how to deal with them. Because that's the Game of Thrones of the office of Malacanang who ordered for election. Thank you. Didn't know that every time you make that decision, it is already in my brain how to hammer you, because there is no more election supposedly until the time that has expired, the Mapelindo, in September 16, 2013. You have covered this one because Mapelindo is the art used by the claimants in defeating the true heirs and successors, but not anymore with me. This is my era, this is my rule, this is my time. I don't want anyone to mess out because I know my craft, I know my mission, and I am being sent to fix not only you, but the entire world. Now, hey, you will be saying again, I am crazy, but with all the performance that I have, I am using the word performance. Have you stopped the war in Mindanao? Have you stopped the war in Liguasan Mars? Have you stopped the war in all sides? Now we are trying to stop the war in Russia, in Ukraine, and even the escalation from Israel to Palestine to Saudi Arabia. Why? Because we know that after this summit now in Cairo, the new who is who. But if the president, caretaker, no authority at all will continue, then the law of the sovereignty with the Rule 36 of the royal family with the United Nations will be imposed. That is the main priority now. Continue. We will allow you. We will not force you. We will not coerce you. Unlike what you are doing, you put war and chaos. You put bribery, blackmail. You put the conspiracy. Queen, trying to put peace and order. Smooth transition. Because ever since I had been operating as parallel government, after the Carpenter Agreement expired in March 22, 2015. Can you see now that even American cannot just simply step on the territory of the Philippine Islands? That is the way how to deal with the people. With so much emotion coming out, I can feel that all of you listening, especially the enemy, that really would like to block me, stop me, or even slap me. I'm trying to steer that emotion to you. If you are with me, if you are me on your shoes, what are you going to do? I am saving multitudes. You are saving only yourself, your greediness for power and money. This is not what you think at all. You had been laughing at me, stabbed me at the back. All of you sending anyone in my camp who can be used as the mole so that you can have all the reports what is going on with Queen. Thank you. And I appreciate all of those who tell the truth in me, but still the same. Be careful. Because it's not I alone that can see. The one who sent me has more accountability to impose onto you for not obeying the law of the sovereignty. Nonetheless, each one, as I told you, the Code of 999, the Black Fatima, had been used by the claimant in the name of the Game of Thrones because she wanted to be the queen. And she even proclaimed as the commander-in-chief, Maria Aurora Busoy Marcos, aka Marlene Ramos. If she is still alive, she knows now the magnitude of the crime that she has done. Misrepresentation. I cried over that in giving that document with the premise that she would bring me to the elders in Macau. But not. She assumed she got that power and she destroyed even me with my morals, with my family in Palawan. And she is liable to that together with that niece that I have and the family that humiliated me and attacked me face by face. We will see. I am not a vindictive one, but I just want to tell that they have used the Game of Thrones in trying to maliciously attack my morals. We will see. Because if I will not do this to really give you the justice that is needed nowadays, I am good, yes, but I am being tasked to implement justice. Black Fatima is not yours. The Code 999 is not yours. But you use the name of Raja Sulaiman. And who is Raja Sulaiman? Who is King Solomon? Now, I have a report. There are so many checks scattered all over Mindanao in the name of King Solomon check. Central Bank, Did you issue that? We will see. Thank you if you can release. But who is the releasing order? You had been blinded by your greed. As I told you, there is one to release that. There is one to sign for it. No one can sign it for you. Thank you. Now, people of the Philippines, it's not us that delay. It's them who conspired, who bribed, who blackmailed, who misrepresent the kingdom. That is called the game of the throne, the global conspiracy, the conspiracy of the claimant sultans, the claimant from the office of Malacanang. Thank you. I am not trying to provoke you, but you have put me in the worst situation wherein my morals denying me of my right. You could have already done that. But packagers, why? Why did you stop doing that? Why? Is it money? Is this the prestige? Is it the conglomerated power of the cabal? That's the question I'd like to let you say. We are the richest country of the world, but yet you succumb the plight of the poor with nothing to eat. And now because of you, because of the non-recognition of what you are trying to stop, makes you more the greediest person on earth. Someone told me I am the worst person they ever met, but they didn't know I will return it back to them for conspiring to the claimant. Thank you. I'm sure you're listening to me right now. I may be that bold enough in telling you, you seem to be on top of the line because you are the signatory. And yet, you put the whole universe into strife, devastated by wars, devastated by the destruction of the environment because of this game of thrones, from Russia to Ukraine to the rest of the world escalating. But I hope it will be stopped soon because we know war has no winner at all. I remind the people of Liguas on Mars, just be aware. There are a lot of entities walking around using my name, using my documents. Verify first from the office of the Queen of the Mafilindo. We have an office in Manila and we have the website for you to see. Please connect from there. As I said, we have been operating parallel since 2009, I as the Queen, and after 2015 with the Philippine government and the entire world. That's why I can communicate to the world. Now, if they will not listen up, if they will not adhere to my call, it's up to them. Because we finally know who are the blockers. And to think of it, they didn't know that I am just listening in their meetings. They didn't know that I can do that also. Now, if they want more, this book can change your heart. This book has been the basis for the BARM. Now, what is going to be the BARM's decision on this? They will continue operating or they will know what to do. I am telling you right now, Mayor Amin, I am telling you, all the sultans into it, you have failed, not me, but the elders that have given me the rights and power to fix you. Not only you, but the packagers, programmers that destroyed Mindanao and Sulu since 19 1963. I can go as far as in 1900s, but I just want to start in 1963. This is the time, my rule, and my moment. I hope that every time I speak, you see the other side of the coin. I don't want to be feeling angry. All my family knew who is Queen. I am very patient. I am persevering. I am prudent. But if it calls for, in the name of truth, I can give you the nice word. Because truth is like the two-edged sword. It is painful, yet you needed to be struck so that you will be able to realize the painful process of whom you are trying to destroy. Poor people are being misled because the inability of Malacanang to make a decision. The cobwebs of conspiracy rooted in them continues in the ground in blocking the real leaders that are needed to stand for the new generation. Addressing one problem to the others. But this Game of Thrones will know that I have made my journey with all the tears, with all the sacrifices, knowing that I would be a winner. Everyone would like to say, I am just talking. You're wrong. Performance is not being shown. It is being done. If not for us, then you know that killings will just be as easy like chopping the head of the chicken in Mindanao, especially in Maguindanao and Sulu. With the help of the Almighty Father, with Allah, I became strong. And there you know, I can check you. I know who are liking my videos. I know that elements of those that are being used, abused to block me. I know the groups that who would support me. But I know also who are the enemies in the premise they are with me. Thank you very much. God bless everyone. I'm sure you can sleep with grace, with comfort, in the name of Allah. Masalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from the land of our forefathers. This is Queen Helen of the Rajah, Elizabeth III. Marami ang nag-aabang at marami din ang dapat ilabas. Maraming salamat. And I really thank each and every one of you for giving me the chance to move forward in the financial world. I'd been sick. I'd been really in the most terrible state. But to correct and to make those rumor mongers that spreaded the wrong information, I am not at all been in jail. You are all wrong. Queen has the immunity. Queen can make you suffer and can put you to jail. That is the greatest difference of you and me. Now, I'd been silent because, as you all know, in 2020, I had my accident in going to Sulu, and in Sulu, I got slipped up and I had my fractured. And now, with all the pain, the sufferings, facing all the detractors, the horrible comments below the belt, still, I thank you. I have not surrendered to anyone that say I am already in hiding. Excuse me, I am not. Silence is my way on how to catch you all. Nonetheless, it's still beneficial to me. Why? Because you never predicted where I am going to pass, or what I am going to do, and where exactly I was. I was in Malacanang. I was there, and I informed the higher ups there that I am not extending anymore whatever they have requested. Enough is enough. You don't even bother to give respect to the Queen and to the King, and yet you have stolen my personality, my identity. And to you, packagers, manipulators, all of you, please, you know what to do. This is the time that you should realize there is a law. And to those that are doing usurpation, taking the authority, imbibing in themselves that they thought that is still legal. No. Who gives you the authority, the power? And now, because you are caught up, because you are already in trouble, because you cannot defend what you have done, you are trying to come back. It's not my fault anymore. You have committed the crime of insubordination, the crime of conspiracy, the crime of putting the Queen, humiliating the Queen and the King publicly is a terrible crime in the royalty law. Rule 36, that is more than the martial law. And you didn't even know that in 2006, Malacanang was given that already in the notice from the United Nations, direct from our emperor, our grandfather, Li Chun, Hu Junhua, of the World Bank, of the ICJ, of the United Nations. You had been trying to stop, all of you, high ranks of the political government, high ranks of the military government, and to all of you, claimants, you never realize that after all these years, 2009, I knew already that you will not easily surrender the power and authority that had been loaned to you. The Mathilindo 1963 has been manipulated, adulterated. All the treaties was controlled by the claimant's royal family. They have controlled Buckingham. They have controlled the Kingdom of Brunei, of Johor, and of course, of Sulu and North Borneo. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Trickings to all the Christians. My silence had indeed borne fruit, because from here I was really made my passage in the implementation of the divine justice. Many are questioning my spiritual personality. Who are you? Do not pretend that you are Islam. Never pretend that you know God, you know Allah. You yourself are now in trouble. Look straight into my eye. You cannot even face me now. What have you done, you people? You thought you are all in that deepest spiritual state of your life. But people are laughing at you now. Why? You use it against me. You use what little knowledge do you have in the faith of the Islamic world? Even the Christianity. All of you now, because of your negligence, because of your inability to see the truth, you have caused the nation into terrible, extreme poverty. Poor becomes poorer, rich becomes richer, and yet, thank you, because this is the way that I'm going to do now. Putting all of you bad people that enslaved the poor. You have made the poor suffer tremendously because of your greed for power, greed for money, greed for prestige. You want to be greatest. You want to dominate other people's life. But you, look at you now. Do you think you can run? You can hide? God is so powerful. Allah is omnipotent. You have made a diversion technique to be able to justify what you have done. You prefer a person with a foul mouth, with a lifestyle that could bring you to hell in exchange because you know that you are already a loser. You have lost more than enough by allying to the wrong path, wrong people, wrong leaders, because you want to justify your action, an action that is not acceptable in the eyes of Allah, in the eyes of God. You preach God, you preach about Allah, but you don't even know who He is, because you just have that shallow knowledge of who He is. What you have been doing really pretending that you are more knowledgeable than I am. Your credentials. You do not know my background in education. You even laugh at me because I am a Christian, because I was educated in the Catholic schools, because I was a nun in the past. But you don't even know these are all program of the divinity. You tried to mock me, humiliate me, and even my own first family you put into the terrible shame. But woe to you! Your time is counted. All of you that mess out my program, all of you that destroyed my corporations, all of you that had manipulated the heritage asset cash accounts, and all those that are deposited in all prime banks, you will be accounted for. Thank you. Because this time, it's not mine to lose. It's yours. I pitied those people who believes in those queens, the queen of the infinite accounts. Do you have the proof? You misled a lot of people, and those people are all little-minded for believing you. All of you saying that you hold the money, the accounts. I pity those people that you have conned, that you have scammed. Now you accuse me as being a scammer, and yet you do not know what I am doing in the global setup. I am well respected by other countries, but you people in the Philippines, my own family, you have defied me. You have given me the worst nightmares. But now I return it back to you. Law is after you. It's not me anymore that will have to run after you. The law itself. Because you never thought that I had been thriving in the most legitimate passage wherein I used the law for this program. You had been invoking constitutional rights. You had been invoking the privilege of the poor. And yet, you are the Lord of gambling, the Lord of drugs, the Lord of lords, the praise the Lord, to put our people into the pit of death. Luckily, I survived. Do you know the treatment that I have? You do not know. A piece of my mind will always clamor for the safety and security of each and every one of you. But the more that you disowned me, the more I become powerful, because my power, my authority, coming from Him who sent me. You cannot fight me because behind me is God, is Allah. And those people accuse me that I have represented myself as Mama Mary. You had been deaf. You had been devoured by your greed for power, that even the king you would like to overrule. I never gave you the authority. But now you will suffer for it. Because it's not mine anymore. There is a law. There is a royalty law. The more that you exposed yourself one by one, it is being counted. It is being listed. And all of you laughing publicly, thank you. My tears are not enough to bring you back to the right path. You opted the dark side, then so be it. And yet you accuse me as the dark side. Whoa! You are indeed blinded by your anger, by your hatred. Because if you have that kind of attitude, that kind of feelings will kill you. Where are you now? You accuse me being in hiding? Don't you know that I had been everywhere? Don't you know that I am in Malacanang the last time that I am there? Do you know that I am just everywhere of you, watching you, traveling alone is not easy. Facing death because all of you people are trying to kill me for what? Because you want to hide the truth of the things that you have done in blocking me, in getting my identity, in putting me into shame, and overruling my program. You should be ashamed of yourself. Without Queen Helen, where are you? Who are you? What kind of life do you have? Now you are trying to be telling me that you are the ones without the authority coming from the Queen. You are nothing. Nothing. Why? You became powerful that you think you can overrule even the government, pretending that you are with the government? No way. That is what you call usurpation of power. You didn't know that I have all my validities, my confirmatory, and to you, Attorney Berselman, I have given you what you need to do, and you defy me. BBM, Lisa, all of you. And I have said the Mathelindo stands, and I am going to impose the rule of law. Justice must be served. And it is going to happen. And I thank for those people who stand by me, that despite of all the pain, the sorrows, and all of these things, you are still with me. For all the queens of the Taclobos, the clams, I am stopping that. The queens of the infinite accounts, I am stopping that. Marcos's accounts, I am stopping that. You cannot get anything because that belongs to the royal family, for the sovereign people, the poor majority of the country, of the entire world. Do not ever try again to hurt me, because I am now a lioness protecting my cubs. You have never thought that I am armored with bullets, truth, and justice. God, Allah is my armor. Truth is my banner. And justice is my passage to reach the goal. And the goal is to serve humanity, to uplift the lives of the poor, to give humanity the ability to live in peace and harmony with each other, equality of rights. That's all I wanted. Every day, every moment, I am laboring. Can you pay that? But I never asked. Now I'm asking each and every one of you because I am rushing before all the banks collapse. You do not know me. You should have known. Even if you are with me, you still do not know who is Queen Helen of Georgia. I have given you the timeline. It's up to you. I have sent emissaries. Listen. And to those that figured it out, questioning, how did I do it? Simple as the answer. God is with me. God is the one leading me on how to do this. Again, I wish to say thank you. If I come back into the air, because I need to make a difference. 2024, I need my programs be implemented for the sake of the new generation, the golden age. And this is the time that we have to be together for the sake of each and every one to live in peace and prosperity. Thank you very much. And all of those who would like to see my face, here I am. I may be sick as what you think. I may be somewhere, but somewhere down the road, I am still working for the sake of this mission to be completed soon as possible. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bilang inyong amang dakila, maglagay kayo ng tubig dito sa malinis na drum kung may drum, kasi gawin nating holy water.
Galon. May mineral kayo na sa galon.
Mas maganda kung may yung talagang fresh, yung bukal mismo. Kung mayroon yun, mas maganda. No? Ilagay nyo kasi blisingan ko yun. Lahat yung mga naglapit yan, yung mga tubig nyo na yun nandyan sa lagayan ng inyong mga lalagyan, huwag nyo uubusin. Titirahan nyo ng ganyan. Pag ganyan na punuin nyo, balik uli yan sa pagiging banal na tubig. Lahat ng uri ng sakit ay gamot yan siya. Yung may mga katarata, bumili kayo ng yung pangpatak. Yung laman noon, itapon nyo kasi chemical yun, masira sa mata nyo yun. Ang gamitin nyo ngayon, itong banal na tubig, bago kayo matulog, ipatak nyo sa inyong mata ng 3 beses, para matunaw yung katarata. Kung talagang naniniwala kayo kay Allah, sa pamamagitan pa lang ng tubig na yan, kahit bulag, makakakita. Ha? Hindi basta-basta yan. At kahit anong uri ng sakit na kanser, gamot din ang tubig na yan. Bakit? Bakit nagpapakita ng milagro ang lugar na to? Kasi nandito ang dakilang Diyos na naglikha sa lahat. Kung tawagin ninyo ay si Allah. Si Allah, marami siyang katauhan. Siya din si Buddha. Si Nining Buddha. Si Allah pa rin yan. Gusto ko kayong imulat talaga. Kasi yan ang pinagkamot sa atin dito sa Mindanao. Ginawa nitong mga oligarchs, mga Illuminati, mga kapal. Ayun, Lucifer. Lucifer sa quote na lulusiroy. Tapos na ang inyong time dito sa mundo. Tapos na ang time ng kadiliman. At time na ito ng kaliwanagan. Bakit? Ilinabas na namin ang silyo na dragon ng China na at nandyan na yan sa ating mahal na reyna. Ngayon, may isa kaming lugar kasi ilang beses kaming humiling sa mga walang hiya na yan na nandyan sa poder. Pasensyahan kayo kay talagang wala nang tago-tago kasi teritoryo ko itong tinatayuan ko. Teritoryo ito ng mga rahas Sulaiman. Lahat ng mga banal na gamit sa kalangitan nakakailanganin ng inakdang reyna ng kalangitan ay inihahanda na namin. Kasi ilang beses namin hiniling abot ng aking makakaya bilang inyong amang dakila. Maglagay kayo ng tubig dito sa malinis na drum kung may drum. Kasi gawin natin holy water.
Galon. May mineral kayo na nasa galon.
Mas maganda kung may yung talagang fresh, yung bukal mismo. Kung mayroon yun, mas maganda. No? Ilagay nyo kasi blisingan ko yun. Lahat yung mga naglapit dyan, yung mga tubig nyo na nandyan sa lagayan ng inyong mga lalagyan, huwag nyo uubusin. Titirahan nyo ng ganyan. Pag ganyan na punuin nyo, balik uli yan sa pagiging banal na tubig. Lahat ng uri ng sakit ay gamot yan siya. Yung may mga katarata, bumili kayo ng yung pangpatak. Yung laman noon, itapon nyo kasi chemical yun, makasira sa mata nyo yun. Ang gamitin nyo ngayon, itong banal na tubig, bago kayo matulog, ipatak nyo sa inyong mata ng 3 beses, para matunaw yung katarata. Kung talagang naniniwala kayo kay Allah, sa pamamagitan pa lang ng tubig na yan, kahit bulag, makakakita. Hindi basta-basta yan. At kahit anong uri ng sakit na kanser, gamot din ang tubig na yan. Bakit? Bakit nagpapakita ng milagro ang lugar na to? Kasi nandito ang dakilang Diyos na naglikha sa lahat. Kung tawagin ninyo ay si Allah. Si Allah, marami siyang katauhan. Siya din si Buddha. Si Nining Buddha. Si Allah pa rin yan. Gusto ko kayong imulat talaga. Kasi yan ang pinagkamot sa atin dito sa Mindanao. Ginawa nitong mga oligarchs, mga Illuminati, mga kapal. Ayun, Lucifer. Lucifer sa quote na lulusiroy. Tapos na ang inyong time dito sa mundo. Tapos na ang time ng kadiliman. At time na ito ng kaliwanagan. Bakit? Ilinabas na namin ang silyo na dragon ng China na at nandyan na yan sa ating mahal na reyna. Ngayon, may isa kaming lugar, kasi ilang beses kaming humiling sa mga walang hiya na yan, na nandyan sa poder. Eh, pasensyahan kayo, talagang wala nang tago-tago, kasi teritoryo ko itong tinatayuan ko. Teritoryo ito ng mga Rahas Sulaiman. Lahat ng mga banal na gamit sa kalangitan na kakailanganin ng itinakdang reyna ng kalangitan ay inihahanda na namin. Kasi ilang beses namin iniling sa taga-Malacanang na paupuin ang reyna para sana maahon na kayo sa kahirapan at para na rin matigil ang digmaan sa buong Philippine Island, mas lalo na dito sa Mindanao. Itong mga walang hiyang politiko na to, ayaw nilang matigil ang gira. Kasi bakit? Negosyo eh. Sila yung nakikinabang. Ha? Pinoy sa Pinoy, nagpapatayan. Pinoy sa Pinoy, nagpapatulong ng dugo. Na hindi naman dapat. Dahil isa lang tayo, magkakapatid tayo. Kristiyano ka man o Muslim ka, isa lang tayo. Dahil ang naglikha sa atin, si Allah. Kaya wag na tayong paluloko dito sa mga politikong siraulo. Ngayon, kayong mga politiko, kayo nakikinig kayo sa akin. Maririnig nito. Una, kayong mga taga-YouTube at saka sa Facebook, wag na wag niyong haharangin ito ngayong pananalita ko. Kailangan ito marinig ng buong mundo. Pero kung kayo ay tuta ng kabal at Illuminati at ng mga politiko, ito lang ang masisigurado ko sa inyo. Tatanggalan ko kayo ng hininga mo. Ha? Hindi na kami papayag kasi sobra na ang ginawa niyong kawalang hiyaan. Hindi na kami papayag. Kaya kayong mga politiko na nag-file ngayon ng candidacy, na nag-file kayo, pag itinuloy nyo yan, sa ayaw at sa gusto nyo, firing squad kayo lahat. Kasi gusto ko sa inyong ginawi ang tunay na United Nation, ang totoong founder ng United Nation, may bagong katawan siya. At nagtatago siya sa reyna na inapangpapakan. Kaya ang totoong may-ari ng United Nation ay walang iba lang naman kundi si Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III. Siya ang totoong United Nation. Kaya kayong mga taga-United Nation, follow the Queen. All elders, kayo lahat ng mga lolo-lolo dyan, kung totoo kayong lolo, report immediately to Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III. All United Nations, listen to me. All United Nations, report immediately to Queen Helen Abdurrahman Elizabeth III. Kayong United Nation dyan sa Iloilo, umayos kayo. Kasi kung totoo kayong kakampi ni Queen Helen, dapat mag-report kayo kagad. Ngayon, ikaw na presidente ng Federal Republic of Lubasor na in-appoint ng ating mahal na reyna, more than 1 year na. I-report mo kung ano ang ginawa mo. Kasi nagigil talaga ako. At stop na ang pagkukulit ka ng pera. Hindi na ako natutuwa na linuloko niyo ang reyna. Ang mga pera na yan ay binibigay ng kanyang mga followers. Pinaghirapan yan, pinatutuluan ng pawis, pinatutuluan ng dugo. Tapos hihingihan nyo ngayon mismo, maghingi kayo ng 10 million. Ba, para yata kayo ang scammer nito ah. Magtrabaho ka na, PRN. Ikaw, PRN, ang itinilaga ng ating mahal na reyna. Ang hinihingi lang namin, iproklama na ninyo ang absolute monarchy. Kaya trabaho na, Presidente.
Yes! Support ko!
Gawin mo, huwag kang matakot.
Nandito.
Kung sino man ang umaarang sa misyon mo na ibinigay ng reyna at ng hari, maaasahan mo ang suporta ng Civil Macdom. Stop na yung pag-hingi. Magtrabaho kayo. Ha? I-declare nyo na yan. Kasi kung ayaw nyo i-declare, kami mismong tagalangit ang mag-declare yan sa reyna na yan. Ito ang good news. Ang corona ni Diyos simulan na itinago ng kalamitan, ilinabas na namin at inihahanda namin sa isang lugar. Para kami na mismo ang magkukorona sa reyna. At gusto kong iparating sa inyo lahat. Tapos na ang time ng tao dito sa mundo. How many century kayo namin pinagbigyan? Sa panahon na ito, panahon na ng mga makapangyarihan. At kami ang masusunod, hindi kayo ng mga tao. Kaya nga ang dami na nasa likuran ng ating mahal na reyna. Kaya ngayon, sa pag-ikot namin, pag natapos lang kami ng utos ng aking dakilang ama ang may likha sa lahat, ang tinatawag na Diyos ng mga Diyos. Ang susunod namin gagawin, coronation sa itinakda ng kalangitan na reyna ng buong mundo. Queen Helen of Georgia. Hindi nyo kami mapipigilan. At kayo lahat na haharang, ito lang ang masasabi ko. Pakinggan nyo to. All division, listen to me. Ninyo division, divine division, masters division, Aramaican division. Casamoro division, prepare. Casamoro division, prepare. Dragonas division, prepare. Sagrado division, prepare. Ara division, prepare. Ang pitong kontinente ng karagatan at isang kontinente ng kalupaan. At ang sundalo ng kalangitan at sundalo ng karagatan. At ang division ng avatar. Prepare! Kasi kung hindi sila makinig, lahat ng mga ermitanya, prepare. 5 bungales, prepare. Lahat ng mga makapangyarihan, welcome, Ligwasan Mars. Dito sa puso ng mundo mismo, ang pagdideclare ng order ng kalangitan. Kaya lahat ng mga makapangyarihan, mula sa oras na ito, from highest division to lowest division, prepare. Kung gusto nila ng bakbakan, gusto nila ng digmaan, ibibigay ko yan. Papipiliin ko kayo kung anong gusto niyong digmaan. Digmaan sa kahanginan, digmaan sa karagatan, digmaan sa katubigan, o digmaan sa kalupaan. Pumili kayo. Kahit isang pulgada, hindi marunong umatras si Sulaiman Baginda Muhammad al-Raja. Wala kaming kinakatakutan. Kayong mga politiko, kayong mga clemens na nagpanggap na Queen Helen, pasensyahan na. Kaya ang mga makapangyarihan, inutusan ng Lolo at Saddam para gawin ang dokumento na ito. Pinagutago niyo ba sa board? Bakit ngayon nandito sa komito? Ha? Please, pakihawak ito. Ipakita mo itong mga kawalang hiyaan nila, oh. Ito yung ginagamit nila para makakuha sila ng pera. Ito pa. Nabawi na po. Kaya wala na kayong magagawa. Ito pa yung mga account na pinagkukuha yung mga walang hiya kayo. Ito pa, video. Pag-aari ng mahal na reyna. Ayan o, daming mga dokumento na pinawin ng mga makapangyarihan. Ayan, makita niya. Bangko de Oro. Pinawin natin. Ito pa, video pa. Dami nito. Ayan. Triple A. Bawi, Triple A. Alma Omega. Ito na. Binawi. Higit pa sa lahat. Mukha ko mismo ginagamit yung mga walang hiyang yung mga clemens. Tapos sasabihin ninyo ang ako ko ang clemens. Hindi na kayo nahiya. Ako man ito. Hindi na kayo nahiya. Ito pa, last will and testament. Binawi natin, no? Kaya kubra sila ng kubra ng pera din sa Iloilo. Ngayon, Iloilo, Old Bank, Press. Bongbong. Kayong mga taga-Senado, mga Congress, all ahensya ng gobyerno, wala kayong budget. Ito, ako pa rin ito. Kakapal na mukha nyo, sasabihin nyo kayo, ako ni Rizal. Ang apo ko, ito, mga sundalo na nasa harapan ko ngayon. Ngayon, itong mga dokumento na ito, dahil binawi ito ng kalangitan sa mga walang hiyang mga taga-oligar, mga Illuminati, mga kabal, mga politikong siraulo, ibigay ko ito sa itinakda ng langit na nakasulat sa propesya. Ang reyna, tunay, hindi peke, ay walang pa kundi si Queen Helen Abduraja. Ito pa, sorpresa. Ang grasya, nandito na. Dalawang tike ito. Tike ng ating mahal na reyna at tike ng mga lulo. Higit sa lahat, bago ko ito bigkasin sa inyo, ipakikita ko na si Sulaiman Baginda Muhammad Abduraja ay hindi man kailan kayo pinalimutan. Parang ako nandito sa inyo, nagmamasitan ako. Pero ipakita ko sa inyo kung gaano ko parespeto ang aking ama at ang aking ama. Ihawa, please. Aking ama. Ama, wala na mga-api sa'yo. At sa'yo din, mahal na rin na, wala nang mga-api sa'yo dahil nandito na kami para protektahan ka. Ayun. Sinong ayaw kay Queen?
Wala.
Wala!
Gusto lahat. Kaya dito kami.
Bulahan kayo sa bulahan. Mapalad kayo sa mapalad. O pinagpala kayo sa pinagpala. Bakit? Ito yung bangko. Amana Islamic Bank. Ang ibig sabihin ng bangko na ito, Ama, Ina, Amana Islamic Bank. Ang laman ng grasya ng bangko na ito, kwadron. Hindi nyo ito mauubos, mga aking mga saling lahi. Napakapakan nila si Ama Ali, si Ina Norma. Siya lang naman ang may-ari ng Amana Islamic Bank. Sa binawi namin ng ating mahal na rin. Ngayon, nakay Queen na lang yan kung magkano ang isusulat niya sa bawat sige. Makakala nyo hindi totoo? Ito, sige. Yan. Wala pang nakasulat. Ha? Ngayon, maraming ayusin ang ating mahal na rin. Ang misyon niya ay hindi basta-basta. Pero, nandyan ang patnubay ni Allah. Kanunay. At ang teke na ito ng mga lolo, ni Ama at ni Ina, buong puso na ipinagkakatiwala ng kalangitan sa itinakdang reyna sa buong mundo na walang iba kundi si Queen Helen Abdurrahman. At ang bank book, ito na po, mahal na reyna. Ang grasya na yan para sa inyo lahat yan. At mula ngayon sa araw na to, ang mahiwaga, ang tungkol. Kala nyo hindi kami totoo? Ha? Pinatay niyo ako dyan sa dapitan? Tinulong niyo ako? Sinintensyahan niyo ako sa kasalanan na hindi ko ginawa? Mga Illuminati? Mga kabal? Wala kayong magagawa dahil kailanman ang liwanag ay hindi magpatalo sa kadiliman. Ang tungkod na ito, kung titingnan niyo, ordinaryo lang siya. Pero ito ang tungkod ni Moises. Ang tungkod ni Moises. At ito rin ang tungkod ni Raha Sulaiman Baginda Muhammad Ali Abdurrajab na kung tawagin King Solomon. Sa tatlong bagsak ng baston na ito, in-order ko sa mga in-charge sa bulb. All bulbs sa iba't ibang bansa na umaani ng oil and gas. Close! At ibinabalik namin sa Ligwasan Mars. Kaya, inoorderan ko ang driver na reyna at hari ng kalamidad. Ibaba na ang parusa. Lahat ng bulkan na natutulog, ang lolo at Saddam mismo ang nag-order na gumising na kayo. Ang mga dragon, gising na. Kaya nga ang bulkan, pinapulok natin yung isang bulkan. Dahil ito pagpapaalala sa mga taong nakalimot kay Allah, nakalimot sa Diyos na naglikha ng lahat ng bagay dito sa sanlibutan ito. Lahat ng mga driver ng tornado, reyna at hari ang nagdadala niyan, ino-orderan ko. Prepare! Yung sa earthquake na reyna at hari, prepare! Kasi sabi nila, baliw si Queen, hindi totoo. Ngayon, subukan yung magamon. Kaya hindi kami natutuwa na sa inyo. Tapos na ang time ng tao. Time ito ng mga makapangyarihan. Kaya wala kayong magagawa. Malas ko lang kasi inapakan ko muli ang Ligwasan Mars. Ngayon, ibinibigay ko ang hudyat na pag kinakailangan gamitin ng mahal na reyna, ay binibigyan na namin siya ng authority. Full authority. Ayun, takot pa kayo?
Hindi na!
Hindi ang taong masusunod, kami ang masusunod. This is divine master. Lahat ng mga grupo na itinatag ng Diyos na nag-aral sa spiritual na alaman, report immediately to Queen Helen Abdurrajab Elizabeth III. Mula sa Risayan, Sagrado Corazon, sa Mungkandyan, sa Ulahan, sa Tagtag, sa Ilaga, at saka sa Everlasting Jaira Organization at sa Sun Organization at sa PBMA. Lahat ng mga sundalo na nasa kabukiran na walang tsinelas, maglingkod na kayo sa inyong reyna dahil siya ang inyong tunay na pinuno. Lahat ng MNLF, MILF, Abu Sayyaf ng mga matitino, report immediately to Queen Helen Abdurrajab Elizabeth III and King Monachi Abdurrajab. Ngayon, yung ating pwersa na mga nasa kabukiran na pinagagalaw ni Lolo Alam, bumaba na kayo. Ito na ang tunay na labanan. Ngayon, bilang Tatay Jose, ang inihanda kong Scout Ranger na mahigit 1,300 na nakatago sa kuweba ng Punta Inganyo ng Cebu. Prepare! Lalabas kayo sa tamang oras, hintayin nyo ang hudyat ng Reyna at Hari. 72 kings, 72 queens, 80 kings at 80 queens, 72 princesses, 72. Prepare sa hudyat ng Reyna. Lahat ng mga makapangyarihan na nakikinig sa mansulok ng daigdig, ito na ang panahon para kayo sumunod sa Reyna ng overall universo magnum. Walang iba kundi si Queen Helen at Duradia. Ang Reyna ng mundong ito ay siya pa rin. Kaya wala na kayong magagawa. Mamatay na lang kayo sa inggit. Hindi na ako magkanyan. Ganito na ngayon, no? Hindi. Wala kayong magagawa na. Mga politiko, bumaba na kayo. Huwag niyong hintayin. Nagagalaw ang mga makapangyarihan. Lahat ng mga makapangyarihang mga hayop na nasa paglalim na liman ng dagat, ang umahawak ay ang mga ermitanyo. Inuorderan ko kayo na pakawalan nyo sa tamang oras para walisin ng buong mundo. Yung mga lamok na nasa loob mismo ng kuweba, listen to me, ululu at sadang. Lalabas kayo sa tamang oras. Yung mga siripente na nasa ilalim ng karagatan, prepare. Kasi gusto nila ng gera, kasi kong gera, kasi mga siraulo naman sila. No. Pero mabait pa rin ako. Maghingi lang sila ng tawad, mawala yung galit ko. Pero pag hindi sila humingi ng tawad. Ang tanong ko, kilala nyo ba ang hari ng hangin at reyna? Eh kung gano'n ninyo ilog nyo, di patay kayo? Kaya huwag kayong magpaloko-loko sa reyna. Mabait yan, pero ngayon, gawin ko, puso niya ikutin ko para hindi na siya maawa. Kailangan maging matapang na ang reyna. Wala kayong magagawa. Kasi panahon na.
Thank you very much for all the people of the world who are watching. This is a very important moment wherein the heavens, the earth, below the earth. Biro ninyo na ibigay ang korona ni Juicy Mulan ng ating pinakamamahal na Encantadia ng ating mga ninuno mula pa sa China, Madjapahit Empire, Raja Kayan, Raja Sulaiman, Juicy Mulan. From the moon, this is a very important crown wherein this is dedicated to the finance, and today I am declaring the demonetization of all the currencies, not only in the Philippines but all over the world. No more fiat currency, because today we have the plate, the blue plate of our ancestors in the printing of all the 72 currencies of the world. I am declaring also the release of the quintal money which has been printed a long time ago. I am calling all the people of the central banks of the Philippine Islands, release the money with our Lolo Arab, Raja Sulaiman. And besides, this is not your time. This is the time of the superpower of the divinity, wherein this is the moment we declare the divine monarchy, at the same time absolute monarchy in all over the global earth. Divine monarchy, global, and all the absolute power and authority. And at the same time, I declare of no election. Defiance will be given justice. You have to listen now. You were not able to capture me. I was able to proceed with faith, hope, and love because the power and the protection of our forefathers are with us. With the crown of Jusimulan that I have gotten for today together with our Raja Mamay. Thank you, Lolo Aksadam. Thank you of all the Lolos that have been guiding me. With all of this blessing and this very mysterious dress, the shoes that has been given even by the rainbow, I was surprised. And I thank our baby Nino, Queen Everlasting Amor Solo, and the spiritual wonder boy, the spiritual wonder girl, and Lolo Aram, Lolo Akdam, Aksadam, Adradam. This is our time. No more fiat money. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. Merry lahat dahil kintal money na po ang lalabas. Hindi ang polymer. Ang polymer, peke. Yan ang aking declaration. Kintal money from our royal family. Printed na po yan. Release it for everyone for a very good Christmas to everybody. Maraming salamat po. Masalam.